Our story kicks off with a massive tragedy. A top-tier grad student is lying in a hospital bed, penniless and literally on her deathbed while nurses gossip about her having only a day or two left to live. Just as she's about to clock out permanently, a mystical elf lady appears out of nowhere, asking if she wants a second chance at life. This magical entity isn't doing it for free, though. She puts her finger to her lips and presents two very specific choices. Choice A is the main character, Package. She'll be a powerful, noble beauty with tons of admirers, but the catch is she'll die totally alone. Choice B is the slice of life, Route. She'll be an ordinary girl with a rich, loving family, but she'll have to fight tooth and nail for everything else. Our girl makes her pick, but wakes up with a massive headache and a sudden realization that something is very wrong. Internally, she's convinced she must be hallucinating from the dimensional jump because this definitely wasn't in the brochure. She looks in the mirror and nearly has a stroke because instead of a jade-like beauty, she's a chubby girl in ancient robes. But hey, she's a glass-half-full kind of girl, so she puts on a keep-going headband and decides that as long as there are hot guys around, she can survive this. Right on cue, a fancy lady shows up to introduce the local talent with a massive scroll. These guys are apparently the cream of the crop, hand-picked for her to choose from. The scroll unfolds to reveal a lineup of peak-tier husbandos that look like they stepped out of a shampoo commercial. The protagonist is literally blinded by the sheer radiance of these excellent fiancés. One of them is even a white-haired hottie who looks like he's about to lead a romance novel. Seeing the competition, she resolves to glow up, become a stunning beauty, and make all the haters shut their mouths. Her first stop on the Meet Cute tour is a complete disaster. She accidentally walks in on a long-haired guy in the bath and immediately starts screaming. Instead of being embarrassed, the guy is a total menace, offering to help her take her clothes off right then and there. Internally, she's short-circuiting, threatening to call the police for a public indecency charge in broad daylight. The guy just looks confused, asking if she didn't come here specifically to bathe with him. She denies it with her whole soul, claiming she's just looking for someone and definitely not interested in a group shower. But the guy is apparently upset and demands people join him anyway, creating a total caught in 4K moment. She spits out her drink in pure shock at the audacity. Suddenly, a bird spreads its wings in the background, which is apparently the guy's idea of a grand entrance. The protagonist gets a massive nosebleed from the sheer absurdity, and her inner girl's heart literally shatters. She makes a run for it, claiming she's terrified of birds just to get away from the pervert. She sprints toward the martial arts arena, desperately looking for a guy named Sui Huaxun to save her from this madness. She ends up hiding in the bushes like a common stalker, hoping no one spots her. A voice in her head asks if she's ready for the next encounter. She pumps herself up, convinced she can handle whatever comes next. She goes into full stealth mode, trying to stay hidden. Internally, she scoffs at her own cringeworthy inner monologue. She sneaks around the corner and hears some suspicious noises coming from the shadows. She peeks through some cherry blossoms, expecting a romantic scene. Suddenly, a guy with piercing red eyes senses her presence. He demands to know who's lurking in the tree. Two handsome dudes are standing way too close to each other, and one of them looks like he's about to throw hands. She trips over her own feet and falls flat on her face with a loud bam. The red-eyed guy tells her to stay back, his gaze cutting like ice. It turns out these two were having a very private moment, and she just ruined the vibe. Mortified, she apologizes for bothering them and runs away faster than a track star. She stops to catch her breath, looking like a total mess. She starts having a full-blown existential crisis, wondering where her promised harem is and why everyone is a psycho. Then, she spots a white-haired guy leaning against a pillar. He's busy lifting the chin of a beautiful girl in a very main lead way. He asks if the girl is Miss Wen, sounding all smooth and dangerous. He gets uncomfortably close, and the girl looks like she's about to explode from annoyance. Seeing a fist clenching, our protagonist decides to play hero. She steps out and lectures him, saying it's wrong to molest a good woman in public. The man slowly starts to turn around. He reveals a face so handsome it literally sparkles. Her eyes turn into literal stars as she thinks about how top-tier his visuals are. But the dream dies fast because he's a total jerk, calling her a fat girl and asking if she even deserves to talk to him. She immediately cancels him, shouting that she can't afford this kind of attitude and noping out of there. Internally, she's screaming that this little brother is way too fierce for her. Her maid eventually finds her, and the protagonist rants about how she's surrounded by lunatics. She shakes her poor maid, demanding to know if she's the one who's crazy. Suddenly, she feels a chill down her spine and realizes all four of the gentlemen are standing right behind her. The maid confirms her death flag, whispering that the squad is currently looming over them. She slowly turns her head, sweating buckets as her life flashes before her eyes. She screams for Buddha to save her from this nightmare. She looks at the lineup. A gay duo, a pervert bathhouse guy, and a scumbag white-haired jerk. The sheer weight of her bad luck is too much, and she collapses. Her soul literally leaves her body while her maid panics, leaving us wondering if she'll ever get that normal life she was promised. Deep in the mystical realm, the elf lady is chilling on a cloud, checking off step 2 of her mission, giving the wisher some sweetness. She's looking like a top-tier celestial being until she realizes she has company. The protagonist comes charging in like she's about to speak to the manager of reincarnation. The elf lady is absolutely blindsided by the girl's sudden appearance. Internally, she panicked, How did this mortal find the secret entrance? According to the Celestial Handbook, wishers shouldn't be able to just fast travel to her private lounge. Our girl doesn't care about the rules and goes straight for the tackle, demanding a refund on her life. She complains that this sweet life is actually toxic since she's stuck being chubby and surrounded by a harem of weirdos. She's literally on her knees begging for a do-over because all 4 of her fiancés are total disasters. The elf lady isn't budging, shaking her head, because the no-returns policy on reincarnation is strictly enforced. Seeing that a refund is off the table, the girl decides to pivot and asks for some extra compensation for her troubles. The elf lady refuses to give in, calling it cheating and sticking to her guns. This triggers a massive temper tantrum from the protagonist, who is officially done being nice. She's fuming, ready to flip the entire celestial script. Suddenly, she pulls out a weapon, leaving the elf lady screaming for her to put it down. Internally, the girl smirked. If she's this scared of me dying, I've got all the leverage. She stands there looking absolutely unhinged with a dagger, ready to reset her own save file. The elf lady realizes if the girl kicks the bucket, her first ever mission will be a total flop. She's sweating bullets, realizing she's dealing with a certified professional in the art of being shameless. While the girl looks smugly satisfied, the celestial being is left shivering in frustration. Finally, she gives in, offering a single wish just to get this crazy girl out of her hair. She warns the girl not to get greedy, because one cheat code is all she's getting. The protagonist just gives her a don't worry about it look as she prepares to return to the real world. Back at the mansion under the moonlight, the girl snaps awake in her bed like she just had a nightmare about her student loans. She checks her surroundings and realizes the items from the dream realm actually made it back with her. Sitting up, she can't believe her luck. Hidden in her robes is the ultimate cheat item. It's a bottle of quick-acting weight loss medicine that promises a total body transformation in just 24 hours. The best part? The elf lady added a perception filter so everyone will remember her as always being fit. Without a second thought, she pops the pill like it's candy. Suddenly, a pair of feet approach the room. The maid calls out, noticing her lady is finally awake. This is Shuang Zhang, a high-level maid who is both super skilled and surprisingly trustworthy. She brings in a midnight snack, worried that her lady might actually faint from hunger after sleeping so long. While stuffing her face, the protagonist asks who those monsters in the Sui Huaxuan pavilion were. The maid goes silent as if she can't believe what she's hearing. She puts on a sweet smile and reminds her lady that those monsters are actually the elite fiancés handpicked for her. Internally, the girl scoffed, great? More like a collection of mental health crises. The maid ignores the sarcasm and pulls out a massive scroll to give her a proper introduction. The girl tries to opt out of the presentation, but it's too late. These guys were supposedly selected from millions of eligible bachelors. As the scroll unfurls, it reveals a lineup of high-tier husband candidates. The presentation is so over the top that it literally glows, blinding the poor girl. She's forced to shield her eyes from the sheer audacity of this dragon and phoenix lineup. The maid insists on going through them one by one. The protagonist keeps munching on her snack, ready to hear what kind of flowers her father picked for her. First up is Governor P. He's young, handsome, and holds the literal power of the entire country in his hands. He looks like a top-tier talent, but the girl knows he's actually a calcium-rich, cold-hearted eunuch. Internally, she shivered. Being powerful is cool until you realize he's basically a robot. Next is the legendary General Wu Anchun, a man with no brothers and a family full of warriors. He's invincible in battle, but there's a catch. He has an old wound that means he might not survive the next 3 weeks. Then there's young Master Wang, a martial arts prodigy. He's dominant and full of charm, but the protagonist knows the ugly truth. He's judging her by her looks and would probably vomit if she got too close. Finally, there's the Duke of Lu, the most sought-after scholar in the land. He looks perked and graceful, and the maid expects her lady to have plenty of questions about him. The girl just stares at her tea, processing the fact that her dating pool is a literal minefield. She slams her teacup down, shouting that the maid is definitely hiding the truth. The maid just winks and starts hinting that she needs a little motivation to spill the real tea. After getting her bribe, she starts dancing with joy. She reveals the real gossip. Master Pei isn't very humane because of his palace upbringing, and the general is basically a walking death flag with 20 days left to live. The Duke of Lu might be poisoned, though that's just a rumor. And as for young Master Wang, he literally throws up whenever he approaches a woman. The girl is left speechless as the maid continues her sales pitch. Internally, she screamed, "So I have to choose between a eunuch, a sick guy, and a dude who thinks I'm a biohazard?" She is absolutely done with this horse-tier selection. The maid tells her to look on the bright side and check out Governor Pei again. She claims his strictness just means he'll be loyal only to her. The girl throws a tantrum, realizing Pei is just trying to resist being part of this mess. Then the maid points to Master Lu, calling him as gentle as jade. She thinks he's the most beautiful man in the world as long as he stays quiet. The girl realizes she'd basically have to be his nurse rather than his wife. What about young Master Wang? The maid claims he's every woman's dream boy. The protagonist counters that he's probably every man's dream girl too, given his issues. Finally, they look at General Yan. The maid suggests that even if he's short-lived, she can just marry him now and have a baby by next year to secure the family line. The girl is officially losing it, telling the maid she can go to hell with that plan. She grabs a nearby vase and hurls it across the room in a fit of rage. But the maid is a literal pro and catches it mid-air without breaking a sweat. She calmly thanks her lady for the gift while holding the expensive pottery. The girl puts her hands together, praying for just one normal person in this crazy world. She just wants someone ordinary and wealthy, like the handsome actors from her past life. Internally, she sobbed. Is it really that hard to find a guy who isn't a walking disaster? The maid just sighs and holds up a mirror for a reality check. She asks where they're supposed to find normal people for someone like her. The girl gives her the side eye, feeling personally attacked. The maid shakes her head, telling her lady to recognize her own situation instead of dreaming. She keeps holding that mirror up like it's a weapon. Internally, the girl smirked. This mortal knows nothing about the glow-up power I just swallowed. She gets a mischievous look on her face, leaving the maid totally confused. She vows that she is definitely going to turn the tables on everyone. She marches off, full of newfound confidence. As night falls over the mansion, we see the 4 suitors gathered together in a secret meeting. One of them sets down his tea, looking serious. Governor Pei looks toward the others, asking what they really think about today's chaos. The secret meeting of the world's most problematic fiancés kicks off with the white-haired suitor looking entirely too smug for someone with so many red flags. The other suitors aren't exactly feeling the vibe, looking like they're about to lose their lunch from the sheer audacity of the conversation. Governor Pei is especially moody, probably wondering how his life devolved into this budget version of a blind date. But our white-haired suitor is unfazed, casually arguing that if the palace can handpick wives, he's entitled to a little window shopping himself. Governor Pei isn't having it, sternly telling the man to watch his language before he catches a lawsuit. It turns out the group is still reeling from a recent scandal where one of them was found unconscious, rolled in the mud, and was caught completely naked before the protagonist walked in. One of the witnesses is currently having a full-blown mental breakdown while trying to record the events. Internally, he's screaming because the image of a naked man running around is permanently burned into his retinas. He eventually loses his cool entirely and bolts from the room, claiming he has work to do when he's actually just fleeing the cringe. The blonde suitor, who looks like he stepped out of a high-end perfume ad, reveals a dark secret. He's actually possessed by a strange poison. This man is only sober for about 2 hours a day, making him the ultimate part-time husband. The rest of the time, he apparently has the mental capacity of a toddler, which is definitely not on anyone's marriage mood board. With all their cards on the table, the suitors decide to make it a competition, opening a fan to signal that the games have officially begun. They aren't just after a wife, they're hunting for the massive wealth of the Wen family. These 3 are basically the Avengers of gold digging, each ready to use their skills to secure the bag. They agree that in the end, the choice belongs to Miss Wen, though they're clearly planning to manipulate that choice. From the outside, they look like 3 elite masters, but inside, they're just plotting a massive corporate takeover through marriage. Meanwhile, the protagonist finally wakes up from her slumber, feeling like she's been hit by a truck. It's time for her to take the medicine she blackmailed out of the elf lady. She steps out of bed, declaring that she's no longer a patient, but a brand new woman. After checking the mirror, she realizes the weight loss cheat pill actually worked, and she's ready to flip the script on her fate. The reveal is insane. She's gone from a bullied noble to a literal top-tier waifu overnight. Internally, she's hyped, thinking, this fairy world medicine is better than any night infomercial I've ever seen. When her maid walks in, the poor girl is so stunned she almost forgets how to breathe. The maid can't believe her eyes, asking how her mistress became so drop-dead gorgeous in a single nap. It turns out the elf lady's magic has a built-in gaslight feature. The pill ensures that while she looks amazing, others will vaguely remember her being different, making the transition look natural to the outside world. The only downside? Her old clothes are now hanging off her like a literal tent. The maid quickly reassures her that the storeroom is packed with new dresses and high-end jewelry ready for a fashion show. In the courtyard, servants are hauling in crates of Jingmi porcelain that costs more than a small village. The protagonist headplants into the storeroom, ready to embrace her life as a rich heiress. She's greeted by literal piles of gold ingots that are glowing brighter than her future. She's absolutely losing it, realizing she's the daughter of the richest man in the land. However, the maid humbles her real quick, explaining that while they are rich, the capital is full of dangerous people. Her father's philosophy is to pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger, essentially staying low-key while being secretly overpowered. The protagonist heads to the dressing room to get rid of her baggy rags. After a quick montage behind the changing curtain, she steps out in a stunning red and white ensemble. She looks like a literal goddess, complete with floral accessories and a glow that screams main character energy. The maid is convinced that any man who sees her now will fall head over heels instantly. Internally, the protagonist is feeling herself, thinking, I'm pretty, I'm rich, and I've got 0 reasons to deal with those 4 crooked melons. She decides right then and there that she doesn't want any of the pre-arranged fiancés and plans to choose her own man. But just as she's about to start her hot girl summer, she overhears some devastating news. Time is running out for the Wen family. Her father is looking stressed out of his mind, revealing that the family is actually in deep trouble. He's hoping that one of the handsome suitors can bail them out, and that his daughter will pick one who actually loves her. The protagonist's dreams of a lazy, rich life are instantly shattered by a metaphorical bolt of lightning. Internally, she's screaming in terror as she realizes her rich girl era might be over before she even got to spend a single gold coin. Just when the protagonist thought she hit the jackpot with her new look, reality hits her like a freight train with the news that her family's massive fortune is basically a hallucination. She's left short-circuiting, realizing her dream of being a rich, independent queen was nothing more than a piece of pie in the sky. Desperate for answers, she sneaks around the house and tells Luki to pipe down so she can eavesdrop on her father. Through the door, she hears her dad drowning in guilt, blaming himself for not teaching her the family business before he got sick. The situation is worse than she thought, as the greedy relatives are already circling like vultures, trying to force the old man to hand the inheritance to a nephew. Her father lets out a heavy cough, looking like he's one bad day away from the afterlife. He realizes the only way to save the Wen family is to secure a powerful alliance with either Governor Pei, the Liu family, or the Huang sect. If they can just ride the coattails of Mr. Yan's reputation, the vultures might actually back off. The loyal servant tries to comfort him, promising that the young lady has finally grown up and will take her medicine. The father sighs, hoping that for once his daughter isn't just playing around. Outside, the protagonist is literally trembling, terrified that the Wen family is about to go bankrupt. Inside the room, the father puts down his medicine bowl, his expression shifting. He asks if his daughter is finally gone, playing 4D chess with her emotions. The servant confirms she was eavesdropping just as planned. It turns out the old man was acting extra dramatic to force her to finally grow up. Back in her room, the protagonist asks Luki if marriage is really the only way out of this mess. Luki drops some harsh truth, explaining that because she's 15 and the only daughter, the law won't let her inherit the estate. She either needs a live-in husband to manage things, or a man powerful enough to make the relatives too scared to ask questions. The protagonist is fuming, realizing she has to rely on a man just to keep her current lifestyle. Internally, she scoffs. Are these men even reliable? Why can't women just secure the bag themselves? Suddenly, a servant arrives with a message that a guest at the Suihua Pavilion wants a late-night meeting. She suspects these guys view her as nothing more than a product they can buy, but she decides to face them anyway. She tells the servant she'll be there, ready to play the game. Under the cover of night, she arrives at the pavilion. She dismisses her guide at the door, ready to handle business alone. She pushes the door open, expecting a serious talk. Instead, she finds Mr. Huang lounging on a bed like he's the main character in a romance novel. She stares at him, completely unimpressed by the thirst trap. Internally, she sneers. Is this guy seriously cosplaying as the queen of the women's kingdom right now? She puts a box down and tells him to skip the theatrics and be concise because it's late. Huang looks like he's trying to win a beauty pageant with his flowing white hair and open robes. He's surprised that the fatty looks so different now, but he decides he doesn't care as long as she's still a woman. He gives a predatory lick of his lips, thinking he has her right where he wants her. Playing along, she puts on a fake blush and acts like she's totally smitten. He reminds her that they are fiancés and shouldn't hide anything, so she dives right into his personal space. But the joke is on him. As soon as she gets close, he's internally screaming, "Ew!" and struggling not to gag. He has to physically hold back the urge to puke because her transformed beauty is still repulsive to him. As she touches him, he starts squirming, complaining that it's itchy and telling her not to touch him there. He's losing his cool, pleading with her to stop. She tells him to stay down and quit moving, completely dominating the interaction. After she's had her fun, she heads out into the night. She tells him to help himself as she makes her exit, leaving him in shambles. Huang is left standing there, absolutely blindsided. He looks at his reflection, horrified by how she played him. He throws a total tantrum, vowing to get revenge on the fatty for embarrassing him. The next morning at the Suihua Pavilion training ground, the protagonist is meeting with the blonde suitor, Mr. Yan. He's being a total gentleman, apologizing for the awkward bath situation with Mr. Pei. He's there to clear the air on behalf of Mr. Liu as well. Internally, she's a bit disappointed, thinking, so they aren't actually a couple. Pity, that would have been some top-tier drama. Yan explains that Liu Fibai was the top scholar last year, and even invented his own calligraphy style. The emperor wanted him to marry a princess, but Liu had the balls to refuse. That move got him sent to the Bureau of Astronomy as punishment. The protagonist is mid-snack when she hears this and nearly chokes on her food. She's impressed, thinking a man from such a powerful family actually has some spine. However, she's still skeptical about why these high-status aristocrats would even want to marry a merchant's daughter like her. Yan quickly offers her some water, telling her to take it easy. She chugs the water while patting her chest, trying to process the info. She asks if Liu's mental status is the reason for his weird behavior. Yan confirms he was mysteriously poisoned at a poetry meeting, which left his mind unstable. She finally understands why he was bold enough to drag her into a bath the day before. Yan then mentions he has a habit of morning sword practice and asks if she minds. She gives him the okay, telling him to help himself. Suddenly, Yan starts stripping off his top, catching her completely off guard. He reveals a shredded torso covered in battle scars. She stares at him, finally admitting that this guy is at least an average-level catch compared to the others. But there's a catch. She realizes that with his military power, the Emperor probably views him as a threat, meaning he likely won't live past 20. She feels a pang of pity, thinking it's a shame such a beautiful, talented gentleman is marked for death. Exhausted from the drama, she ends up falling asleep right at the table. Yan notices and lets out a soft cough, looking at her with a gentle expression. Liu Qi finds her zonked out and is about to wake her, but Yan stops her. He points out the dark circles under her eyes, noting she clearly didn't sleep well. He insists they let her rest for a while, showing a rare soft side. Much later, the sun is high and the birds are chirping. The protagonist finally wakes up, realizing it's already past lunchtime. She's confused to find herself covered in a warm fur cloak and complains about her sore shoulders. Liu Qi comes over to help her with the cloak. She tells her lady that Mr. Yan actually taught her some massage techniques to help with the soreness. The protagonist is actually touched, thinking he's quite the thoughtful gentleman. She starts to realize that those who are constantly injured themselves usually know the most about healing others. This triggers a brief, mysterious memory of a woman in modern clothing. Her peaceful moment is interrupted when Governor Pei arrives at the pavilion. Internally, she groans, "Oh great, it's the eunuch," and he looks way too eager. Pei stands up and apologizes for being rude the previous day. He officially invites her to spend some alone time with him at the White Stone House. and she realizes her alone time plan is moving right along. The protagonist is absolutely hyped to hit the town and asks Governor Pei if she can finally go out and play. Governor Pei flashes a charming smile, claiming the local food is a whole different vibe compared to the capital. However, she quickly realizes that dining without a squad of servants just isn't the aesthetic she's used to. The servants fall in line immediately because having a personal entourage is the ultimate flex. She's impressed that this dynasty is actually pretty liberal, giving her some much-needed breathing room. It's a major relief to be in a place that doesn't just keep women locked up all day. The city is bustling with life, showing off some serious economic energy. The streets are packed to the brim with vendors and locals selling their goods. It's loud and chaotic, which is exactly the kind of distraction she needs from her marriage drama. Looking out from her carriage, she realizes she might not even need a husband if she can just play her cards right in this economy. They finally pull up to a high-end restaurant that looks like it costs a literal fortune. The girls are absolutely floored by the luxury, eyes practically turning into sparkles as they prepare to feast. Little do they know, Pei's internally smirking like a villain, clearly plotting his next move to secure her family's wealth. But even the smooth governor gets a bit rattled when things don't go exactly to plan. He tries to play it off while the girls look adorable and completely oblivious to his schemes. He's left wondering if he's actually the one being played right now. Then the bill hits the table, and it's a whopping 500 taels of silver. They leave the place with full stomachs while the girls are literally burping from the feast. Pei is clutching the crumpled bill, internally screaming, "I can't get angry. Everything is for the big plan." She thinks it's great that everyone had a healthy appetite, blissfully ignoring Pei's soul leaving his body over the check. Pei tries to recover by suggesting a romantic stroll by the lotus pond. She is not having it, complaining about the heat and suggesting a nap instead. She asks him if the heat isn't driving him crazy too, because she's definitely over this date. Pei pulls out his fan and tries to act like a total gentleman, saying he just wants more time with her. Internally, she's rolling her eyes and thinking, keep acting. Suddenly, Pei gets close and pins her against the carriage wall, trying to create a forced romantic moment. He leans in with that classic male lead energy, trying to sweep her off her feet. She's totally unimpressed, thinking he's basically an Oscar-level performer at this point. But the fake romance is cut short when a literal arrow comes flying through the air. It slams right next to her head, sending her into total shock. Pei immediately switches to hero mode, yelling that there's an assassin on the loose. Up on the rooftops, a masked archer is already lining up the next shot. Pei's eyes sharpen as he realizes this just got incredibly real. He throws himself in front of her, shouting for her to watch out. The guards finally wake up and rush in to protect the VPs before things get even bloodier. Pei is injured, and she frantically asks the maid if there's any medicine on the carriage. He's looking pretty rough, definitely taking a hit for the team. She looks at the blood on her hands, realization finally setting in. She asks him why on earth he would risk his life to protect her. He stays quiet for a second, letting the tension build for maximum dramatic effect. Then he drops the line, he fell in love with her, well, mostly her massive fortune at first sight. Later, at dark brocade guards camp, the atmosphere is incredibly tense. Pei is fuming because his elite guards haven't found a single lead on the shooter. The guards are basically begging for more time to do their jobs. They promise they'll uncover the identity of the assassin soon. Pei gives them a terrifying look, his eyes practically glowing with rage. He gives them a 3-day deadline, and the implication is that failure means game over for their heads. The guards salute in terror, knowing they're on thin ice with their lord. Pei is clearly done waiting and wants results yesterday. Back home, her maid tells her that Pei is on the case and she should just relax. She's exhausted from all the drama and just wants some peace. She asks Xuanzang if she's actually any good at kung fu. She whips out a bill for 1,000 taels, trying to buy some top-tier protection. Xuanzang puts on some mental sunglasses, claiming she's the best in the business. But then the offer jumps to 10,000, and the maid is suddenly paying very close attention. Xuanzang starts acting like a legendary warrior, claiming she's basically a god-tier fighter. When the offer hits 100,000, the deal is officially sealed. The maid is now a total simp for her lady, calling her a literal goddess of beauty. She asks if the maid's integrity is really just based on cash. The maid clarifies that she also accepts gold, gems, and real estate deeds. She realizes that love at first sight is just a fancy way of saying someone likes your face. She wonders what about her could possibly make these high-tier guys fall for her so fast. The maid points out that it's definitely the gold that's doing the heavy lifting. She feels completely numb, realizing that her bank account is her best feature. She knows that in this world, nobody is being nice to her without an ulterior motive. These powerful aristocrats aren't just simping for her personality. She looks in the mirror, finally connecting the dots. They clearly want something from her, and it's definitely not her charming wit. She lets out a heavy sigh, realizing how messy her life has become. The next morning, she heads straight to her father for a serious talk. Her dad is relaxing, telling her there's no need to rush into things. He's looking calm, but he's still the one who set up this mess. He tells her she's always the most beautiful in his eyes, trying to play the doting father. She feels a little bit of guilt knowing she's a reincarnated soul taking over his daughter's life. The servant notes she's lost weight, while the dad jokes about finally opening his eyes to see her. She realizes how blind he is, considering he picked out 4 terrible fiancés for her. She puts on her best spoiled daughter act, calling him Dear Daddy to soften him up. She drops the bombshell. She wants to cancel every single one of those engagements. Her dad isn't buying the act and tells her to start speaking properly. She tells him she knows about the family's financial struggles and his fake illness. She begs him for 6 months to make her own fortune so she doesn't have to marry for money. Her dream is to just get a quiet live-in husband and live her best life. Her dad is skeptical, reminding her that she's spent years just playing around. He reminds her of the time she wanted to buy an arena just to watch buff gladiators. She had promised him it would make money, but it was just a massive money pit. Then there was the time she tried to make jewelry and just raided the warehouse for supplies. She only sold like 4 pieces, and the profit didn't even cover the craftsman's bills. She argues that those were childhood mistakes, and she's ready to double his profit now. She's internally facepalming at the original Wenli's terrible track record with money. Her dad asks if she's absolutely sure she feels nothing for those 4 elite suitors. He reminds her they are the dream lovers of every girl in the capital. She bluntly states they are just pretending to be good guys. To them, she's just a high-value piece of merchandise they can use to win a lottery. She wants to marry someone who actually treats her as an equal. Her dad goes quiet, actually considering her words for once. He cracks a small smile, clearly impressed by her new attitude. He doesn't know what a lottery is, but he's willing to give her one last chance. He tosses her the family ledgers, giving her the keys to the kingdom. She's overjoyed, ready to prove herself and finally get those 4 nasty guys out of her life for good. Stakes are officially through the roof because Father Wen just dropped a massive bombshell. All 4 fiancés are moving into the house for a mandatory sleepover. He sets the ultimate ultimatum. If she can double 10,000 taels of silver by her 17th birthday, he'll stop playing matchmaker for good. But if she flops the challenge, it's straight to the altar. Wenli isn't about to back down, declaring she won't need to rely on anyone to secure her future. Naturally, there's a catch: she has to foot the bill for all 4 guys' living expenses while they're under roof. Her dad gives her a cheeky grin, basically saying, "Good luck with the bill, sweetie." Internally, she felt like she'd been hit by a truck, realizing her wallet was about to take a massive hit. She's immediately buried under a stack of ledgers that are straight up labeled overloaded. Her father tells her that if she wants to be a boss, she can't count on anyone but herself. Wenli tells him to get ready to be impressed. The grind starts now under a clear sky. She's seen struggling to haul the massive books, calling for her maid Luli to help with the heavy lifting. Meanwhile, the family advisor is worried, asking why the master is letting her try to break off engagements that were meant to secure the family property. He doesn't get why a live-in husband is even on the table. Father Wen just looks mysterious and asks what the advisor really thinks of the 4 guys in the pavilion. The advisor shakes his head, noting they all have hidden agendas. Pei Jin is after the bag, and Mr. Liu is desperate for secret medicine. He adds that Mr. Huang is a total wildcard while Mr. Yan is nursing a serious injury. Father Wen sits down, noting that while the men are flawed, Wenli isn't perfect either. He views these 4 suitors as the crucible, meant to forge his daughter into something stronger. He reveals an old prophecy that said her soul was incomplete when she was a child. The oracle predicted she'd be a total airhead until 16, which would be the turning point for her entire fate. He claims this plan is all out of parental love. He'd rather see her learn to stand on her own 2 feet than just inherit mountains of gold. Suddenly, the vibe shifts to a dark room filled with chains. A mysterious interrogator is trying to break a prisoner who hasn't said a word despite the torture. The order is given to lock him away without food, water, or sleep until he talks. Back at the house, Father Wen continues his scouting report, noting that Pei Jin is smart enough to turn EL into a W. He thinks Wenli could learn some elite business tactics from him. Then there's Yan Wuj, who is so righteous that he'd be the perfect influence to keep her conduct in check. He's the type of guy who plays by the rules. Switching to the next suitor, we see someone getting absolutely stomped for being a thief. A boot is literally crushing the guy's face into the floor. It turns out to be Huang Huan, who the ladies are swooning over as a handsome hero for catching the crook. Father thinks Huang has a pure heart despite his frivolous act and might help Wenli develop a quicker tongue. Finally, there's Lu Fibai, who is described as a true talent. We see a flashback of in his Jiaobai persona chasing dragonflies while essentially naked. Father Wen thinks if he recovers his mind, he could teach her plenty, or at the very least, test her patience. Ultimately, it's all up to her. The stage is set with the 4 suitors and the lady of the house. Wenli gets to work, patting the ledgers with confidence. She remembers her past life as a student being tortured by advanced mathematics. Internally, she smirked. This is basically elementary school math for me. She opens the book with a flourish, but as she looks at the traditional accounting entries, her confidence evaporates. She realizes she can't read a single thing. Internally, she screamed, "I'm still an idiot." Luli rushes in with an abacus and the 4 treasures of study. She tells Wenli that the whole family's future is on her shoulders. Wenli realizes she totally forgot that ancient people didn't use calculators, but then she remembers the scariest part of all. Her face turns to a mask of pure horror. The true final boss of accounting, the calligraphy brush. She ends up slumped over her desk, looking like a ghost leaving its body from exhaustion. Luli laughs, pointing out she's only memorized a simple wait song and has miles to go. The maid suggests she could just give up and pick one of the 4 gentlemen. Wenli snaps back, refusing to let someone else be her meal ticket, because she wants to be an independent rich woman. She covers her ears as Luli keeps blabbering about how she's already a winner, if she just marries. Wenli shouts that the maid will never understand the happiness of being self-made. Later, Wenli is outside, sighing about how hard it is to get started. Suddenly, someone covers her eyes and asks her to guess who it is. She turns around to find the childlike Lu Fibai. She recognizes him as the baby who who loves to bathe. She stands up and asks about his mysterious brother that no one has ever seen. He just says his brother is his brother. He claims he knows exactly what his brother is doing as long as he leaves a note. Wenli is skeptical and demands to see one. He agrees to let her take one tiny peek. Inside, Wenli notices the room is set up for two different personalities. Lufibai shows her a book, bragging about his brother's beautiful handwriting. Wenli leans in to get a better look. She flips through the pages seriously. The note is addressed to Xiaobai from elder brother Lufibai, telling him to keep it secret. We see a glimpse of the cool version of Lu. Wenli recognizes the calligraphy as the Feibai style he created himself. She confirms that at night, the elder brother persona takes over. She flips the page and realizes it's actually a diary where the younger brother complained about her not playing with him. Wenli notices the writing doesn't look like it was done with a brush. Lufibai tosses his clothes aside and says his brother gave him special pens. He shows her a collection of dip pens, and Wenli is shocked to see Western-style tools in this era. He offers to give her one if she likes it. She is absolutely hyped. In a burst of joy, she gives him a massive hug. She promises to bring him snacks tomorrow as a thank you. As she leaves, Lufibai looks totally smitten. Internally, he wondered, she hugged me while I was half-naked. Does she have a crush on me? Wenli feels like she can rule the world now that she has a proper pen. That night, Pei Jin is walking through the courtyard with an attendant. He hears her laughing like a villain from inside the room. He's surprised she's still awake and assumes she must be making massive progress. He tells his servant to bring her some midnight snacks and make sure she knows they're from him. He thinks to himself that she isn't a stupid bird after all, but a sly, cute cat. Inside, Wenli finally finishes copying her ledgers, her stomach growling. Luli arrives with the food. When Wenli hears the snacks are from Pei Jin, she freezes. She realizes she was so busy with math that she forgot to check on his injury. She starts snacking, thinking that even if his love at first sight act is fake, his wound is real, so she should probably pretend to care. She tells Luli they are heading to the pavilion first thing tomorrow morning. Welcome back to the drama, where the Suihua Pavilion is currently hosting a meeting of the most eligible and most annoyed bachelors in the capital. The four suitors are gathered together, probably wondering which one of them is going to lose their mind first in this shared house situation. Suddenly, Wenli waltzes in with a smile that screams she's up to no good, claiming it's just a coincidence they're all in one spot. She reveals she's brought presents for her favorite guests, acting every bit the graceful noblewoman. First up is Pei Jin, who receives a dagger and some high-grade medicine as a thank you for his previous rescue mission. Internally, Pei Jin is absolutely folded, thinking her kindness is more precious than any treasure in the world. Of course, this immediately triggers the other guys. Yan Wuj is fuming, wondering why Pei Jin is getting the VIP treatment when he was the first one to date her. Pei Jin just smirks, hitting him with a sincerity over seniority line, basically telling him he's just not on his level. Yan Wuj is internally screaming, "What a big fat faker." The tension in the room is so thick you could cut it with that new dagger, as both he and the others stand there vibrating with jealousy. Yan Wuj gives the ultimate poo of disrespect, thinking to himself that Pei Jin is trying way too hard and definitely doesn't have what it takes to win. Then comes Lufeibai's turn, as a maid hands him some sweet treats as a reward for their agreement from the day before. This sends the room into a total tailspin, with everyone wondering what kind of secret late-night deals these two are making. Yan Wuj scoffs that everyone is just rehashing the same tired drama tropes to get her attention, but Lufeibai is on a different planet entirely. He remembers his brother's strict rules. No taking off clothes for snacks and absolutely no liking girls. This leads him to a hilarious, short-circuited conclusion. Does that mean I should like boys? The sheer confusion radiating from him causes the other suitors to literally retreat in horror. Watching the chaos from a distance, Wenli can't help but laugh at her own handiwork. Internally, she's cackling, "I'm out here casting a bone between four sleazy men like a pro." Her maids are just standing there, completely lost as to what their lady is even talking about. Wenli hits the streets next, soaking in the city vibes. She witnesses some thugs harassing people for money and wonders if she's actually safe out here. She asks her maid Shuangzhang if she'll protect her if things dicey. Shuangzhang gives a wink, basically saying she'll go to hell and back as long as the paycheck hits. Wenli realizes that without her family's fat bank account, she'd probably be getting the budget protection plan. She pushes those thoughts aside with a poo, deciding that she's going to become a self-made rich woman, so she can just buy all the beautiful men she wants. She's all fired up, even though her maid points out that the four suitors back home are top tier and hard to beat. Wenli gets philosophical, claiming character matters way more than a pretty face. But then she spots a literal golden boy helping an old lady with her groceries. This new guy is tall, blonde, and radiating main character energy. Wenli's character overlooks Rule immediately evaporates as she stares in awe. Internally, she's swooning. Okay, maybe the world is actually full of handsome men. Suddenly, a thief snatches her purse and bolts. The blonde hero is instantly on the case, leaving Wenli wondering if he's actually running toward her for a romantic moment. Nope, he zooms right past her like a blur. He grabs the thief by the shoulder, demands he returns the girl's stuff, and proceeds to give the guy a massive beatdown. After the clank and bang of justice, he returns the purse with a polite apology for the scene. Wenli is sold. He's handsome, righteous, and apparently a kung fu pro. She showers him with praise, calling him a virtuous hero for enacting justice without hurting standards. She offers a token of gratitude, but he waves it off, claiming he's just an ordinary thief-catching genius. Internally, she's impressed that he's not greedy for her money. Meanwhile, the guy is thinking that Wen Li is someone special for actually thanking him. He introduces himself as Yi, and she plays the Miss Wen card. To test him further, she pretends to be a pitiful girl who needs to check on her family business, but is scared. He falls for it hook, line, and sinker, offering to walk her there. He even tells her she can keep the compliments coming on the way. They end up in a cringe-worthy praise loop that makes her maid want to gag. Back at a tea house, Pei Jin is meeting with Lord Jin, the Emperor's second son. Lord Jin asks how living with ill-tempered Wen Li is going, suggesting Pei Jin shouldn't force himself if it's too hard. Pei Jin just chuckles. He starts flexing his special gift from Wen Li, bragging that he's the only one with one and that they have a private dinner planned. Lord Jin is unimpressed, basically telling him that being handsome is his only real talent. Pei Jin keeps the shade coming, calling the other 3 suitors immature children compared to his gentle charisma. Lord Jin tells him to look out the window and get a reality check. He points out that the guy walking with Wen Li is the son of Lord Ning, a future prince who's currently slumming it as a temporary detective. Lord Jin is worried Pei Jin have been single so long he's lost his edge. They arrive at Wen's fabric store, which is absolutely packed with customers. Wen Li observes Ye, inviting him for a chat to express more gratitude. She's thrilled that he's not even fazed by her massive family business, confirming he's not a gold digger. He mentions that the Kixie Festival is coming up, and he'll be busy catching thieves during the lantern show. He asks to meet after the festival instead. The mention of Kixie sparks something in Wen Li's brain. She realizes this world has the same festival with massive crowds. As Yi waves goodbye, Wen Li's eyes turn to literal stars. She grabs her maid, shouting that she's finally figured out the perfect way to make that 10,000 taels. The grind doesn't stop, and a festival is the ultimate business opportunity. Wen Li is riding high on that main character energy. Convinced her knowledge of bubble tea and cell phones makes her a business god in the Wei dynasty. But her maid Shuang Zhang quickly kills the vibe, reminding her that she actually sucks at math and avoids the abacus like the plague. Internally, Wen Li realized she needed to check her ego before her big plans got her cancelled. She hits the local pharmacy to stock up on specific ingredients for her secret project. After a quick sniff test to check the quality, she stuns the shopkeeper by ordering 10 caddies of supplies like a total whale. Next up is the tea market, where she starts scouting for the perfect leaves. She goes into full add-to-cart mode, buying up everything in sight. Once the shopping spree is over, she has the audacity to complain about being tired while her maid is literally buried alive under a mountain of boxes. Little does she know, some low-tier thugs are watching her from the shadows. Shuang Zhang's danger sense starts tingling, but she can't quite pin down the threat. The goons are playing hide-and-seek like absolute amateurs behind a wall. They start trash-talking Wen Li, calling her a spoiled brat and complaining that their boss is rotting in jail while her eunuch friend Pei Jin is free. They decide the best move is to kidnap her and use her as leverage to get their boss out of the dark brocade guard cells. One of them warns the crew to stay low because the maid is actually competent and wary. They even start gossiping about her having 4 fiancés, labeling her a lewd woman they can easily outsmart. Wen Li lets out a massive sneeze, probably because these clowns are talking smack about her. Back at the pavilion, she gets busy in the kitchen, humming a tune while she cooks up a storm. Her other maid notices that Shuang Zhang looks like she's about to enter a villain arc. Wen Li explains that the poor girl is just salty because she carried all the heavy bags and didn't get a reward. Shuang Zhang is literally short-circuiting in the corner from the exhaustion. Finally, Wen Li reveals her masterwork, uncovering a steaming pot of goodness. She's smelling the sweet scent of a massive profit and feeling like a total genius. Now, it's time to find some victims, taste testers to try the product. She crashes the guy's late-night session with a tray of snacks. Yan Wuj is immediately on guard, whispering that there's no such thing as a free meal with this girl. Wen Li isn't having it and reminds him that she's the one paying for the entire pavilion, so he's been eating for free this whole time. Yan Wuj just gives her the side eye of doom. She presents her menu, modern cake, bubble tea, and even meat buns. She tells the squad she made it all herself and demands they dig in. Lu Fibai takes a cautious sip, looking like he's expecting poison. He's actually blindsided by how good it is, which piques everyone's interest. Another suitor tries a bite daintily, trying to keep his noble image intact. Yan Wuj goes full mukbang mode on a burger, but still tries to act like a hater, asking if it's even worth the hype. One guy is just staring between his cake and tea, completely lost in the sauce. Wen Li asks if they're feeling the vibe, knowing they've never tasted anything like this before. The blonde suitor notes the tea tastes like something from a distant tribe, while the other guy is practically ascending. He starts describing the fragrant tea and the nourishing milk like a professional food critic. He goes on a whole monologue about how the tea builds strength and the cake is a soft, sweet masterpiece, calling Wen Li genius. Wen Li is momentarily frozen by the actual praise. She plays it off with a cute smile, saying she's relieved they like it. Internally, she's screaming bingo, because she knows she's going to own the Kixie Festival food street. She skips out of the room, leaving the guys to their secret meeting. Pei Jin immediately gets serious, asking why nobody told her the truth about the tea. He points out that bubble tea isn't that unique and similar stuff can already be found in the capital. He claims he didn't want to kill her vibe while she was so excited. They realize she's not just playing chef. She's planning to launch a business at the night market. The thought of her running a market stall sends a shockwave through the room. They wonder if the Wen family is actually broke and desperate for cash. The mood turns gloomy as they imagine her project failing miserably. The blonde guy complains that that the tea has a fishy smell and the buns are just poverty food for commoners. He's genuinely worried that no noble family will touch her stuff. One suitor explains that people from the harsh borderlands add ghee to their tea, which causes that fishy scent. But he admits Wenlai's version was actually sweet and different. However, he drops a truth bomb. It's autumn, and people want cold treats, so hot tea won't sell. They're terrified that a business failure will crush her spirit. Yenwuj scoffs at them, calling out their hypocrisy. He accuses them of waiting for her to fail just so they can swoop in and comfort her. He's staring them down, sensing they're trying to take advantage of her when she's down. He gets so heated he actually chucks his cup at Pei-jin. Pei-jin catches it with his fan like a total boss. Pei-jin tells him to stop projecting and reveals that Yenwuj is the one with the impure mind. He basically calls Yenwuj out for being the one who actually wants to take advantage. To fix the situation, Pei-jin suggests they use their handsome man status to act as living signboards for her stall. Yenwuj is fuming, asking if Pei-jin's conscience has been castrated along with his dignity. Pei-jin just smiles, reminding them they're on vacation and have nothing better to do. He even suggests that Luffy-bai can help since he's finally sober at night. Yenwuj asks why Pei-jin isn't joining the mascot. Pei-jin gives a cheeky wink. He claims he has official business to catch assassins during the festival. The guys are left wanting to punch him while he hums a tune, knowing he just tricked them into manual labor. Back in the kitchen, Wenlei is still forcing poor Xuanzang to chug more test samples. The maid is literally bloated, begging for mercy. She's eaten a month's worth of calories in just a few days. Wenlei finally decides the recipe is perfect. She's confident that if both men and women like it, she's going to be the new queen of the Wei dynasty. She's counting down the days until the festival. She takes a big stretch, ready to secure the bag. The sun rises on a new day. Across town, a new pretty boy is getting dressed and ready for the festival. His lackey asks if his looks can really compete with the famous handsome men around Wenli. The guy is peak arrogant, claiming those other guys only have their looks. They've even scripted a hero saves the beauty plot to trick her. They're all hyped up, convinced that this Kixie festival is going to be their big win. Wenli is officially launching her pop-up food stall for the Kixie festival, listing off her inventory of bubble tea and meat buns like a true girl boss. Her maid looks at her like she's lost her mind, wondering if people will actually buy this stuff. Wenlei remains confident, claiming this is just the beta test for her future empire. Internally, she was already counting her coins, thinking, I'm about to become the richest woman in this dynasty. Meanwhile, a mysterious high-tier schemer watches from the shadows, unimpressed by her unworldly vibes. He sends his subordinate off to follow the plan, heading toward the Suiwa pavilion. The lackey bows out, ready to execute the mission. The mysterious man smirks, calling her a little cat, and planning to make her pay back his help twofold later. When the night market finally opens, Wenlai's stall is looking a little too quiet while the competition is thriving. She hears other vendors selling plum wine and soybean water, and she starts getting tilted. It turns out her modern snacks aren't exactly a new invention in this world. Her stall is a total ghost town, and the silence is deafening. Refusing to take the L, she decides to scout the competition to see why they're stealing her clout. She spots stalls serving fancy iced water and realizes she might have underestimated the local food scene. Then she sees a massive bowl of crushed ice with honey and red beans. To top it off, there's a literal mountain of cream being served on ice. Wenli is absolutely blindsided by how advanced the local desserts are. Internally, she had a total meltdown. Are you kidding me? They already have ice cream cakes? She realizes her time traveler advantage is basically zero because ancient people aren't stupid. Just as she's about to pack it in and go home, she spots a massive hubbub nearby. 3 absolute top-tier hotties are lined up at a stall, making all the local girls lose their minds. But there's a catch: the guys look like they're at a funeral, scaring away the actual customers with their gloomy auras. Wenli is fuming when she realizes it's her suitors acting like total buzzkills. It turns out they didn't exactly volunteer for this mascot duty. One was bribed with a royal-class blade, another was blackmailed when his rare playbooks were threatened with fire, and Luffy-bai was bought off with a legendary painting. The maid explains that their "I hate it here" energy is ruining the vibe. Wenli tells them that if they can't be friendly, they should just leave. The guys try to play it cool, but they're clearly struggling. Wenli's friend realizes they need a major glow-up to fix their attitudes. She goes into full demon mode with a makeup kit, laughing like a villain. The guys can only sit there and pray for their lives while she works her magic. She pulls out the brushes and starts the ultimate idol makeover. After a few minutes, she hides their faces behind mirrors for the big reveal. Wenli is stunned by the results. The 3 gentlemen are introduced to the crowd, looking like they just stepped off a runway. The maid encourages them to use their charisma to win over the ladies. When the reveal finally happens, the after version is pure fire. They look like a legendary boy band dropped into the middle of the market. The contrast from their before state is honestly night and day. The fangirls in the market start screaming like it's a world tour. Suddenly, Wenli's stall is the most popular spot in the city, packed exclusively with thirsty women. Yenwuj starts eating a cherry seductively to drive the crowd wild. He drops some cheesy pickup lines about sweetness, while showcasing the cakes. The girls are practically throwing their wallets at him. Luffy-bai joins in, promoting bubble tea as the perfect festival match. The girls are so down bad they want to be the literal cups he's touching. To add some manly flair, one of them starts smashing ice with a hammer to show off his strength. He presents the plum water like a king, and the crowd goes absolutely feral. Wenli watches from the side, totally disgusted by the thirst trap. Internally, she scoffed. This world is officially cooked. Suddenly, the vibe shifts when some generic thugs show up to demand territory rights. The suitors look ready to catch a body. But before they can move, a new player enters the chat. One of the thugs tries to grab Wang, but she calls them out for being filthy rats. In a flash, a hero swoops in with a massive slam. He tells the thugs to go back where they came from, and the NPCs run away while screaming they'll be back. The suitors are not impressed, immediately clocking that this guy is playing out a tired hero saves the damsel trope. The newcomer tries to act all righteous, claiming he can't stand bullies. He grabs Wenli's hand, asking if she's frightened. Wenli is completely stone-faced, giving his performance a 0 out of 10 for lack of effort. She sarcastically asks if he wants to chat somewhere else so she can thank him. Internally, she was rolling her eyes. Get this clown away from my business. She gives her mate a signal to wrap this up. In the background, Pei Jin is busy leading a group of prisoners through the streets. He notices the massive crowd and wonders if there's a new food trend. He peeks through the crowd and sees someone familiar. His brain short-circuits when he realizes it's Wuge working a food stall. Pei Jin stands there in total shock, his heart literally breaking at the sight of his elite peer acting like a booth babe. The Kixi Festival is in full swing, and Wenli's stall is absolutely crushing it, though not everyone is happy about her success. A suspicious-looking suitor approaches, trying to play it cool by complimenting her booming business. Wenli isn't buying the act for a second, telling him to stop pretending and just get to the point. She's so over the drama that she offers to double whatever he's being paid just so he'll leave her alone. The guy tries to act offended, asking if she really thinks he's just there to spy. Internally, Wenli is just done thinking his acting is absolutely mid and he's actively hurting her bottom line. While the tension rises, the maid Shuangzhang lets out a loud sneeze. Pei Jin decides it's time to step in, telling the maid to stay and watch the stall while he handles the lady. He puts on his best serious face, swearing to get the job done. Suddenly, the night air is filled with a shout to stop as chaos erupts in the streets. Someone is seen sprinting away, desperately hoping everyone forgets they were ever there. Pei Jin isn't letting them off easy, calling the runner a nasty little bastard as he gives chase. Back with Wenli, the guy from 4 finally drops the act and pulls a sword. Wenli realizes this isn't a game. These are real villains and she's about to be kidnapped. The kidnapper smirks, telling her that she figured it out way too late to save herself. Wenli is caught in 4K, staring down the cold steel of the blade. The villain shouts for her to die, but Wenli has a spicy secret weapon ready, splashing a red liquid directly into his eyes. Internally, she's panicking and screaming for her guard to save her from these monsters. The guy starts short-circuiting as the liquid burns his vision. It turns out he's the first person to experience the wrath of her secret devil chili oil. Even with the leader blinded, more masked goons surround her in the clearing. Wenli tries to flex, claiming she already handled their boss, but these guys don't care about their blinded comrade. They want to use her as a hostage to get their boss back. Hidden in the nearby woods, Pei Jin and his guard watch the drama unfold with interest. Wenli realizes she was way too careless and feels totally betrayed by her lack of protection. The masked man tells her to pipe down and come quietly. Just as things look bleak, a projectile flies through the air and hits the ground. Pei Jin steps out of the shadows with a smug grin, asking if they really thought they could hurt his man. He's looking like a total main character as he demands to know if they have his permission to be there. He's backed up by a full squad, making him look incredibly kind and powerful. He tells Wenli to relax because he's already got the entire place surrounded. He even gets close, asking her exactly how she'd like to punish these guys. Instead of a thank you, Wenli is fuming because she realizes he used her as literal bait to catch the gang. She calls them all bad guys and laments that her father was blind to trust someone like him. Pei Jin tries to explain that he gave his word, but Wenli isn't having it and lands a solid punch right on his face. She stomps off in a huff, leaving Pei Jin wondering if that punch was actually a display of love. His guard basically tells him to touch grass and stop reading those cringe bossy master novels if he wants to stay sober-minded. The festival continues under the moonlight, and Lu Fibai is still working hard at the stall. His cousin Lu Xin shows up to talk trash, mocking him for selling himself to the Wen family just for some cash. The cousin tries to play the concerned relative card, claiming Lu Fibai must have some secret trauma. He even offers a fake apology for his friend's big mouth. Lu Fibai looks totally defeated while Wenli watches the disrespect from the side. She's clearly reaching her boiling point. She interrupts the conversation, asking if the guy is actually going to buy something, or if he's just there to be an obstacle. She pops up with a plan, ready to put this noble in his place. The cousin is offended, asking who she is and why she's talking to him. Wenli claps back, stating she's a proud civilian of the Wei dynasty. She notes that barkers never bite, and he's lucky she's in a bad mood or it would be worse. When he scoffs at her merchant background, she reminds him that everyone has a shot at the imperial exams regardless of class. He starts flexing his noble Lu family name, but Wenli responds by throwing a literal gold bar at him. She asks if the Lu family is so broke they can't afford clothes or simple meals. She proceeds to pelt him with gold bars until he's crying in pain. She declares that nobility and money don't have permanent owners. She reminds him that even a farmer can become an emperor. She points out that every single thing he wears was made and sold by the classes he looks down on. She asks him point blank what makes him so much better than them. Internally, she's vibing, thinking that hitting people with money is the ultimate therapy. The cousin is shook, threatening to take her to the officers for being disrespectful. Suddenly, a regal figure looms over them, questioning the threat. It's Yan Wuge, who reminds the cousin that as a titled man, the cousin should be the one bowing to him. The cousin is absolutely blindsided by the sudden appearance of a higher-ranking noble. He tries to save face by telling Lu Fibai to go home and stop embarrassing the family, but Wenli tells him to just take the charity money and beat it. She keeps throwing gold as he runs away screaming. Wenli turns back to check on Lu Fibai. He thanks her for the backup, holding her hands in a romantic gesture, but Wenli's sharp eyes something strange. She wonders if the Lu family is actually noble, because his clothes are literally torn and ragged up close. Meanwhile, a group of local mean girls is watching the scene and gossiping. They mock Wenli for being frivolous and setting up a common stall. They spread rumors that the Wen family is going bankrupt and her wealth is about to vanish. One of them suggests hosting a poetry meeting to invite Wenli and give her some advice. They claim to be her friends who just can't stand to see her fall, but the smirk on their faces proves it's a trap. They are determined to teach Wenli a lesson and crush her arrogance once and for all. The aftermath of the night market disaster has Wenli absolutely fuming over her dwindling finances. Even though her maid tries to reassure her that the four noble freeloaders helped save some of the cash, Wenli is still seeing red. Internally, she cringed, realizing she spent gold like some unhinged tyrant from a trashy web novel. While she imagines herself sitting on a throne of gold surrounded by her handsome subordinates, the reality is much more painful. She's literally biting her handkerchief in grief over her fumbled bag. Later that night at the Suihua Pavilion, the mood is heavy. Yan Wuge approaches with a massive apology, feeling guilty for leaving her alone at the stall. He explains he was pulled away and had no clue things would go south so fast. Wenli, playing it cool, tells him not to sweat it, since you can't exactly predict when a mad dog like the Lu cousin will strike. The guys are stunned to hear her being so chill, especially since the cousin really is a total menace. Wenli then asks for some private time with Lu Fibai, leaving the others in the dust. The boys can only watch from a distance, completely blindsided by her sudden change in attitude. Yan Wuge's buddy is still skeptical, wondering why Fatty Wen is being so earnest instead of her usual roasting self. Yan Wuge shuts him down immediately, telling him to stop with the nicknames because she's clearly grown up. The friend isn't having it and insists on calling her whatever he wants. Yan Wuge just sighs, internally thinking these guys are total losers compared to Pei Jin. This sparks a hilarious argument about who's bigger, and more of a man than the eunuch official. They end up chasing each other off like a couple of middle schoolers. In the pavilion, Lu Fibai thanks Wenli for her help during the market brawl. Wenli brushes it off but asks the real question. Why would his own cousin treat him like garbage? Lu Fibai gazes out at the water, explaining that in a massive clan, individual feelings don't matter. Everything is sacrificed for the sake of the family's unpolluted image and growth. He decides to tell her a story about a young man from a powerful family who lost his mother early on. This young man was the clan's golden boy, provided with every resource so he could dominate the imperial exams and carry the family on his back. The kid didn't disappoint, becoming a top scholar at 20 and earning the emperor's praise. But as the clan's power grew to rival the throne, the emperor got nervous. Under the guise of cherishing talent, the emperor tried to force him to marry a princess to plant royal blood in the clan. When the young man refused, he lost the protection of his own family, who saw him as a liability. Eventually, he was poisoned at a banquet and lost his mind, which finally made the emperor and the clan feel safe. Wenli listens intently, realizing this isn't just a story, it's Lu Feibai's tragic origin story. She realizes he was abandoned and sent to her family because he was no longer useful. However, she flips the script, telling him that losing his value was actually a blessing, because now he's finally free from being a pawn. Lu Fibai is genuinely moved, noting that his current insane self is no mental match for her sharp wit, but he leaves her with a chilling warning. If that young man ever meets his clansmen again, he's choosing violence. As they wrap up, Wenli asks why he even risked showing his face at the night market. Lu Fibai drops a bombshell. Pei Jin actually asked them to go and help her drum up business. Apparently, the official knew her novel snacks wouldn't sell without some high-profile influencers. Wenli is shook. Internally, she's short-circuiting, wondering if the greedy Pei Jin could actually be considerate. She imagines him as part of her gold-hoarding fantasy, but it just doesn't fit his vibe. She still can't wrap her head around that greedy man doing something selfless. Speak of the devil, Pei Jin casually strolls into view. Wenli immediately snaps at him, telling him to go catch some criminals instead of wandering around. Pei Jin, showing off a bruise on his face, apologizes for not warning her about the remaining assassins. Wenli tries to walk away, telling him to save the apologies for someone who cares, but he stops her in her tracks by asking if she wants to know why her business failed. He gives her a smug grin, knowing he's got her hooked. Wenli sighs, totally defeated by her own curiosity. She sits down but warns him that if he ever uses her as bait again, a punch to the face will be the least of his worries. He presents a massive spread of snacks as a peace offering, which Wenli initially calls cheap. However, he explains these are rare specialties from all over the state of Wei that his men worked hard to get. He describes the suhu dumplings and sugarcane juice with such detail that Wenli can't help but dig in. After a few bites, she's totally sold, admitting the food is top tier. Under the starlight, Wenli starts to get introspective. She realizes she was way too cocky, thinking her modern knowledge would make her an instant CEO in this era. Pei Jin notices her mood and tells her that failure is fine, but losing confidence is the real L. He encourages her to figure out what she's actually good at and what she wants most. He even gets surprisingly soft, wiping a stray crumb off her face. Back in her room, Wenli gets to work. She remembers her past life, spent mostly on a sickbed, and vows to live this one to the fullest. Her main goal? build a freedom fund to cancel her engagement and travel the world. She realizes she can't do this alone and starts plotting. Internally, she smirks. I'm going to put those 4 noble freeloaders to work. She decides to take a step back and actually study this time period instead of just winging it. She writes down her ultimate mission: escape the marriage contract. Nothing is going to hold her back from her happy life. Feeling motivated, Wenli calls out for her maid, Shuangzhang, to bring the account books. She bursts into the room only to find her half-naked and drying off. Wenli freezes, her eyes dropping to the maid's neck. She screams internally, "Where are the breasts? Why is the chest so flat?" Xuanzang stands there, looking absolutely shredded and very much like a man. The realization hits Wenli like a bolt of lightning. Her maid is a dude. She's completely stunned, realizing her tough chick companion is actually a total drag queen. Wenli is currently stuck in a trance, trying to process the absolute bombshell that just dropped on her. Turns out, her maid's dad was paid to protect her, so the guy went full undercover in a dress to get the job done. But the crazy part: he actually likes being a girl because he gets rewarded with jewelry and doesn't have to ruin his skin working in the sun. Plus, his coworkers are cute and even the chef lady gives him free snacks, which is honestly a top-tier hustle. Wenli is low-key respect-maxing this logic, thinking there's absolutely nothing wrong with faking it for the perks. If he can rock a dress and stay pretty, she doesn't care after all, she's wearing one too. The next morning, the courtyard is buzzing as the boys are back at it. While some are catching up on their reading, Wenli waltzes in with a major announcement. Her sudden entrance has the guys totally flustered, with some scrambling to hide whatever they were doing. She takes a seat and thanks them for their help the previous night, keeping things strictly professional. Internally, she reminded herself, business is business, so no need to be petty. She drops the bombshell. Since most of the customers only show up to see their pretty faces, they should just split the profit. She literally pulls out a box of gold to prove she's ready to pay up. The guys try act noble, claiming they don't need the money and shouldn't accept gifts. But Wenli is 3 steps ahead and pulls out the heavy hitters, the account books for the pavilion. She starts listing off the insane prices for top-grade rice, suhu silk, and expensive ornaments. She plays the struggling noble card, sighing about how everything fell on her shoulders after her father got sick. Seeing her look so stressed has them feeling guilty immediately. Yan Wuj falls for the bait hook, line and sinker, telling her she just needs to ask for help. This is exactly what she wanted, and she can't help but let out a little villainous giggle. She praises them for being such upstanding men who would never take advantage of a girl. Then she presents her master plan. Since they bring in the crowd and she knows how to run the numbers, they should just be partners. She offers to share profits as compensation for the pavilion's bills, basically turning them into her business assets. Yan Wuj slams the table, yelling that he'll never work for someone else, especially her. But the maid, who we now know is a dude, steps in to clarify that it's a partnership, not employment. This shuts him up real quick, making him reconsider. Wenli watches the drama unfold, thinking out how interesting it'll be when they realize the drag queen maid is actually a man. Yan Wuj suggests they wait for Pei Jin to discuss it, but Wenli isn't letting them off the hook that easily. She tells him to focus on his recovery instead of being a hater. Yan Wuj is triggered, realizing she's basically calling useless. He starts throwing a tantrum, but his brother tells him to chill out. Wenli then turns her attention to Lu Feibai, the resident simp who remembers her as the girl who gave him snacks. She invites him out for a shopping spree. He's down for it immediately, looking like a puppy who just got told he's going to the park. He mentions his brother told him not to go out, but Wenli promises she'll handle the boss. He's so hyped he can't contain it. They seal the deal with a pinky swear. Lu Feibai is officially in her pocket, even if he thinks his brother is still slightly cooler. The two head out into the bustling city market. The streets are filled with the smell of candied hawthorns and sweet pies, but they have a mission. She drags him to a fabric store, telling him he needs a makeover so nobody realizes what a cutie pie he is. Lu Feibai nods along, convinced that bad people will bully him if he doesn't look the part. Inside, the shop is loaded with high-end materials. Wenli starts picking out the best ready-made clothes and gives the shopkeeper his measurements. She even plans to have custom outfits made for him. She tells the merchant there's no rush, as long as they mend his old gear too. The shopkeeper is more than happy to take her money. While waiting, Lu Feibai calls out to her. He's standing there half-dressed, looking like a total snack, claiming he doesn't know how to tie the robe. Wenli is hit with a massive nosebleed from the fan service, internally screaming about whether he's actually stupid or just playing her. She clears her throat and steps in to help. She scolds him, asking if his brother ever told him not to strip in front of others. Lu Feibai just gives her the puppy eyes, saying she isn't others, because she feeds him and plays with him. He even says she's better than his own family. Wenli stops in her tracks, curious about his past. He admits his relatives were trash and treated him badly. In his world, only his brother was good to him, and now he has her. He reaches out to pat her head, and for a second, it's a real moment. Wenli is so touched she promises to buy him the whole street if he stays a good boy. She's literally on her tippy toes to reach him, which is as adorable as it is hilarious. They eventually end up at a massive bookstore. Wenli wants to learn everything about this world to secure her future. She notices the bookstore layout is surprisingly modern, but when she checks the bestsellers, she realizes people in this era have some spicy tastes. The shelves are packed with trashy romance novels about Tomb Raiders and bossy masters. Internally, she scoffed. Ancient people are definitely living their best lives. As they leave, Luffy tugs on her sleeve, suggesting they hit a tea house to rest. Suddenly, another suitor, Yi, appears out of nowhere, waving them down. Wenli invites him to join them, but Luffy's mood immediately drops into the negatives. Wenli notices him shaking, asks what's wrong, thinking he's just shy. But Luffy isn't scared, he's jealous, flatly stating he doesn't like the guy. Yi is equally annoyed, wondering when a simpleton like Luffy got so close to Wayne. He starts criticizing Lu for letting a girl carry all the books. He snatches the books away, trying to act like a gentleman. The two guys end up in a spark-filled stare-down while Wenli stands there, completely done with their drama. It's a literal battle of the Bijinins, and the narrator is left wondering if she's going to choose the smooth husky or the golden retriever. Wenli is officially in her bag, trying to play peacemaker between her two main suitors before they start a street brawl. Both Yi and Luffy are simping at maximum capacity, offering to carry her books or buy her every gift imaginable. She pulls Luffy aside first, hit him with their best friends, talk to keep him on a leash. Then, she pivots to Yi, basically gaslighting him into thinking Luffy just isn't thinking straight, so he should let it slide. Internally, she's cringing at her own game, feeling like a total playboy juggling a web of lies. Somehow, the two rivals actually settle into a harmonious vibe, while Wenli just cries inside at how much work this is. The squad heads to a high-end tea house to catch some entertainment. The place is decked out with traditional vibes and plenty of wine. He plays the perfect host, making sure Wenli and Luffy are comfortable. He snaps his fingers to order the signature snacks and a specific play called the sixth finger. As they settle in, the space gets a bit cramped, and Wenli wonders what this mysterious play is even about. Yi explains that it's a legendary detective case recorded by a famous author. The star of the show is Captor Jan, a guy who's basically the Sherlock Holmes of the era. This dude is so cracked he can figure out a criminal's entire identity just by looking at a footprint. Yi is totally geeking out over the story, while Wenli just watches him catch feelings for a fictional detective. Luffy chimes in, explaining that the plot involves a group of bandits who leave a bloody handprint after every heist. In one case, an innocent son-in-law almost got beheaded because he slipped in the blood, but Captor Jan saved him at the last second. He gets way too hyped, slamming the table as he describes the big reveal. It turns out a tiny spot of blood next to the handprint was the smoking gun. The killer actually had a sixth finger, and that one clue led to the bandits getting absolutely wrecked. Wenli is baffled that people actually find this stuff interesting. He gets right in her personal space, swearing that these stories are a massive trend. Apparently, hundreds of thousands of people and every bookstore in the capital are obsessed with Captor Jan. Wenli realizes that in this peaceful age, the public is starving for entertainment. Her business brain starts tingling because she knows where there's a crowd, there's a mountain of gold. Yi explains that the acting method they're watching was actually improved by maritime merchants. He mentions that the author, Mr. Huaiyu, has already made thousands just from the performance rights. Luffy stays quiet, probably wondering why he didn't think of writing a bestseller. Wenli asks if people really have to pay the author just to put on a play. Yi confirms that tea houses have to buy the rights if they want a fixed schedule. If anyone tries to run a bootleg show, the author reports them to the ops immediately. Wenli sees a literal road to wealth opening up before her eyes. She realizes she can sell the IP, adapt books into plays, and even drop some peripheral merch. Meanwhile, Luffy is back at home, venting in his diary about how much he wants to bite Yi for stealing his sister's attention. He tries to keep his cool, but the jealousy is real. Back at the estate, things are quiet for a moment. Wenli tries to soothe him, promising to buy him cool stuff once her business takes off. Luffy isn't having it, insisting that A should be the one giving her gifts. She just pats his head like he's a golden retriever. She sends him off to take a bath, acting like a total big sister. Internally, she's already planning her field study of the local bookstores for tomorrow. Luffy, however, is busy flipping through his diary. He writes about how Wenli is a total clean freak who's always making him wash up. He laments that they can't have any more siblings since their mother is gone. He spends the night pouring his heart onto the page. He notes that Wenli loves studying but hates the boring books he has. He gets frustrated knowing his sister is being targeted by that nasty kid Yi. He even considers snitching on Yi's secrets to gain an advantage, but he decides to keep that card in his hand for a rainy day. He ends his entry with a cryptic note about trading things of value. The next morning is bright and clear. Wenli spots a box left on a table and assumes someone left trash behind. It turns out to be a box of snacks and jerkies that have already been nibbled on. She realizes Luffy is behind this gift and tells her maid to return it to his pavilion immediately. The maid heads off to deliver the rejection. Luffy is absolutely crushed, wondering why his snack strategy failed so hard. The next day, he tries a basket of rabbits, but she rejects those too. The day after that, he leaves a bunch of toy dragonflies, which she also ignores. He watches from the shadows, completely stumped on what she actually likes. He mopes under a tree, playing with a dragonfly and feeling like a total failure. Food, toys, friends, nothing seems to work on her. He's desperate to find a way to beat Yi and become her favorite. Suddenly, a flashy guy drops from the trees, nearly giving Luffy a heart attack. This is Brother Huang, and he's got major main character energy. Huang claims to be the most romantic man in the world and offers to help. Luffy looks at him with literal sparkles in his eyes, hoping for a solution. Huang says he'll teach him the ways of romance, but only if Luffy does him a favor first. He promises to show him exactly how to please a lady. Luffy is so desperate he agrees to anything. Meanwhile, Xuang Zhang is being pampered by Nanny Zhou, who's forcing him to drink papaya soup to improve his figure. Xuanzang, still in his maid disguise, just smiles through the pain and accepts the soup. Lu Fibai shows up shortly after with some peach blossom cakes. He stares at Xuanzang while the nanny credits Wenli for the treats. Lu Fibai innocently calls him Sister Xuanzang, causing the maid to pull a massive spit take. Xuanzang is absolutely shook by the title. He starts coughing, trying to maintain his cover. Lu Fibai explains that he's just being polite and hands over a secret letter from Huang. Xuanzang gets way too close, questioning how the kid even knows he's older. He eventually takes the letter, warning Lu Fibai to keep this out of his little diary. Mission accomplished, the delivery boy heads back. He finds Huang and demands that he fulfill his end of the bargain. Huang winks, promising to show him the good stuff. They arrive at the Palace of Heavenly Music, which is definitely not a library. The ladies at the entrance are already thirsty, calling Lu Fibai a little haughty. Lu Fibai realizes he's been led straight into a den of iniquity, and looks like his soul is about to leave his body. Spotted in the wild, the golden-haired girl watches as two men walk into a brothel together. She's convinced she hasn't seen enough of the world because this sight is just too bizarre. After a double take, she realizes it's Huang Huan and that little fool Lu Fibai, so she decides she has to snitch to her brother Wuge. Internally, she cheered. This is a 2-for-1 deal to expose a fraud and save a simpleton. She figures this is the perfect chance for Wuge to score points with Miss Wen. Plus, if she pulls this off, maybe her brother will finally stop giving her a hard time. Inside the brothel, the atmosphere is peak luxury with live music playing for the guests. The girls are putting on a show, but the vibes are definitely off. Huang is busy trashing Wenli, calling her a gold digger who only cares about money. He's got his arm around Lu Fibai, trying to play the big bro role. Lu Fibai is not having it, pushing him away because brother warned him that close relationships between guys are dangerous. Huang gets super defensive, screaming that he's strictly into girls. The courtesans aren't buying it, laughing about how he loves girls so much he can't even touch one. Huang tries to act like a gentleman, asking if any playboys have been bothering the ladies. He claims women have it hard and deserves respect. But as soon as a girl tries to feed him a grape, he starts tweaking. He's physically repulsed by their touch, getting instant goosebumps. It gets so bad he literally starts vomiting behind a screen. In his head, he remembers the one exception, Wenli's maid, who didn't make him sick. He wonders if she's the only woman he can actually face without his stomach doing backflips. He tells the ladies to watch Lu while he goes to meet his cure. Lu is left panicking as the girls swarm him, wondering why Sister Xuanzang was invited to such a scandalous place. Back at the manor, the sun is setting on a very suspicious situation. Wenli is stunned to hear that Huang asked Xuanzang for a personal favor at a brothel. She immediately smells a scheme cooking. Xuanzang, playing the loyal maid role to perfection, says he'll only go if Wenli gives the green light. Wenli is already hyped for the drama, begging to be taken along for the ride. She even bribes her maid with a gold nugget just to secure her front row seat to the chaos. Meanwhile, the golden-haired snitch pops up over a wall to find Wuge. She calls out to him, claiming she has major tea to spill. Wuge responds by nearly taking her head off with a projectile. He's a total ice king, threatening to get her grounded if she's up to no good. She hops down, telling him to get to the point because she saw Huang leading Lu into the brothel. She's calling Huang filthy and a fraud. Wuge is actually interested now, wondering what Huang is scheming. She pitches it as a PR move, save Lu, expose Huang, and win over Miss Wen. Internally, she thought, this plan is literally foolproof. Wuge doesn't say much, just grabs her by the collar and carries her off to investigate. At the brothel entrance, they run straight into Wenli and her crew. Wenli plays it cool, acting like it's just a coincidence they're all at a brothel at sunset. Suddenly, another suitor, Ye, appears out of nowhere. He's got that main character energy with his fancy fan. He offers to take the whole group inside for the show. They arrive at the Palace of Heavenly Music, where the staff tries to block the ladies. Yi flashes his official dark brocade guard token, and suddenly the staff is all smiles. They confirm Mr. Huang is waiting for a girl in a private room. Yi demands the right next to his. The manager leads them up, sensing a massive storm is about to hit. Under the moonlight, the trap is set. Xuanzang walks into the private room alone. He looks calm, but he knows the rest of the squad is listening in. Huang is already there, pacing and wondering where his Miss Xuanzang is. He hears a noise and gets excited, thinking his cure has arrived. Little does he know, Wenli and the others are hiding right behind the screen. Xuanzang plays it cool, asking why Huang went through so much trouble to bring a maid here. Huang starts stuttering, looking like a nervous wreck. Xuanzang tests him, asking if he needs a hand in a place like this. Huang starts coughing, insisting it's not what it looks like. He claims he has a deep secret and meant no offense. He asks for a favor, and Xuanzang tells him to just spit it out. Huang looks haunted as he starts his tragic backstory. He reveals that a year ago, he caught a strange disease where he vomits if he touches a woman. He's tried every medicine and every girl, but everything failed. That is, until he met Xuanzang and realized he finally found his cure. Xuanzang calls him out, pointing out that his entire engagement was a total sham. Huang is basically admitting to being gay in their eyes. He panics, claiming he loves women from the bottom of his heart, and just needs help finding the cause. Internally, Wenli is cackling, whispering to Xuanzang to make him sign a contract first. Xuanzang walks out from the shadows, claiming he knows a bit about herbal medicine and can offer a diagnosis. Huang is overjoyed, thinking his prayers are answered. Xuanzang presents a scroll, but it's not a prescription, it's a business deal. The diagnosis costs 3,000 silver plus a lifetime of cooperation with Wenli. Huang reads the moral and legal clauses and gets a bit confused. Xuanzang plays the loyal maid card, looking delicate and innocent. Desperate to be cured, Huang bites his finger and signs the contract in blood. blood. With the silver secured, Xuanzang says it's time for the bonus diagnosis. Huang starts getting bashful, worried about his reputation if things get too direct. Xuanzang just smiles and starts unteeing his clothes. He drops the coldest line of the night. We're both men, we can be naked in front of each other. He strips off his robe to reveal a set of shredded abs that definitely don't belong to a maid. Huang's brain completely short-circuits as he stares in silence. He lets out a soul-crushing scream as the reality of the situation hits him. He can't believe his cure as a dude. Xuanzang decides to be extra petty, grabbing Huang's hand and forcing him to touch his chest to feel for himself. Just as Huang is about to pass out from the shock, the screen is pulled back. Wen Li and the entire squad are standing there, absolutely dying of laughter as they catch Huang in the most embarrassing 4K moment of his life. Wen Li is officially thriving while her enemies are left short-circuiting. She's currently dying of laughter at Brother Huang's traumatized face, which looks like his entire world just ended. Internally, she's lamenting the lack of smartphones in this era, because a photo of this moment would be a legendary meme for years. While she's busy cackling, Huang is having a full-blown existential crisis, wondering where it all went wrong. To celebrate their victory over the fraud, Wuge presents Wen Lai with a massive scroll, claiming that a painting is the only way to truly capture a masterpiece. He's all smiles, thanking her for getting him out of that shady brothel and promising to repay Huang for the trouble. Wen Lai's new outfit is looking like pure money as she accepts the gift. Internally, she's just smirking at him, thinking about how this kid has no idea what a cell phone even is. The next morning starts off peaceful and bright, but the calm is shattered when her maid drops a major update. Miss Chen, the daughter of a high-ranking official, has sent a formal invite to a poetry meeting. Wen Li is immediately suspicious, sensing that this sudden invitation has zero rhyme or reason and must be a trap. The maid reminds her that even as merchants, their endorsement from the Empress Dowager gives them some serious street cred among the government officials. Apparently, the original Wen Li used to be a regular at these garden tours and was tight with the socialite crowd. Wen Li is skeptical, asking if that's actually the case. Internally, she's scanning her downloaded memories and finding zero evidence of having any actual friends. The maid admits she's not sure, because Wen Li used to come back from these meetings looking exhausted and telling her nothing. Wen Li's eyes sharpen as she realizes she was likely being bullied the entire time. She recalls the good old days where these snakes would roast her for wearing too much gold, acting like she was carrying the sum of the Wen family wealth on her back. They'd even body shame her, whispering that she needed twice as much fabric as everyone else. These mean girls would mock the Wen family for being uneducated, claiming Wen Li couldn't understand their deep truths. Basically, the original Wen Li was a total outcast who spent these meetings getting roasted while sitting alone. Instead of ducking the drama, Wen Li stands up, ready to choose violence. She grabs the invitation, declaring her sudden, sarcastic love for poetry. She tells her maid to send word that she'll be there. It's time to show these girls who the real queen is. Meanwhile, at the garden, the mean girls are already gathered and plotting her downfall. They even invited Wang Jiayu, knowing she's obsessed with Mr. Yan, who just so happens to be Wen Li's fiancé now. They're betting on Jiayu losing her cool and tearing Wen Li apart. When the maid brings Wen Li's yes, the girls are actually blindsided. They can't believe she has the thick-skinned audacity to show up after the last lesson they gave her. They remember her as the girl who used to suck up to them just to latch onto a noble family. But lately, Wen Li has learned how to say no, and Miss Chen is taking the rejection personally. To make the chaos even worse, they've also invited Princess Haiyang. They're hoping the princess still resents Wen Li because of the Luffy Bai situation. They're basically setting up a royal rumble and can't wait for the show to start. They're expecting the fiancés fan clubs to literally tear apart. Late that night, Mr. Yan drops by for a quick visit. Wen Li is busy reading, but she's ready to hear whatever tea he's about to spill before the big event. The next day, Wen Li rolls up in a carriage looking like a total boss. She checks her makeup with Xuanzang, asking if she looks like a villain ready to impress the masses. Xuanzang doesn't quite understand the villain vibes, but as the world's best maid, she gives her lady a supportive smile. Wen Li is feeling herself, ready to show those bitches that she's not the girl they used to know. Xuanzang just rolls with it as Wen Li laughs about being called queen from now on. As soon as she arrives, Wang Jiayu is there to block her path, questioning where the real Wen Li is. Jiayu is looking fierce and ready for a fight. Wen Li keeps her cool, asking who Jiayu thinks she is. Internally, Wen Li is cringing, realizing she got caught in 4K being a total drama queen. Jiayu is having a total brain fart because her memory of Wen Li is a fat and stupid girl she used to bully. But the girl in front of her is fair-skinned, slim, and undeniably beautiful. Jiayu realizes this glow-up makes Wen Li a legit threat for Mr. Yan's attention. She's worried that if Wen Li gets physical like she used to back when she literally sat on her, she'll lose all her dignity. Wen Li finally remembers this girl too, specifically the part about crushing her under her butt. She wonders if Jiayu is here for some petty revenge. She clings to Xuanzang, silently begging for a rescue. Jiayu decides to stay still, hoping Wen Li will eventually introduce her to Mr. Yan. Neither of them wants to make the first move, leading to an intense standoff. They stand there awkwardly for 15 minutes until Jiayu starts respecting Wen Li for being a tough woman who can hold a pose. Finally, the purple-haired host breaks the silence with a smug look. She asks why they're just standing at the door like they're terrified of each other. She tells them to keep the fighting outside because they have distinguished guests today. That's when the the two rivals unite to roast the host, calling her a reptile and a big fat fake. They both look at each other, shocked that they actually agreed on something. Wenli makes a mental note to cut this lady back down to size later. The host stomps off in a huff while the two frenemies give each other a thumbs up. Wenli finally enters the main garden where the ladies are all gossiping. She greets them with a fake sweet smile, playing the role of the humble merchant, with Shuang Zhang fanning her like a literal goddess. The other girls are left speechless by her beauty. Miss Chen tries to act slick, mentioning how everyone is curious about the girl who bagged 4 handsome men. She claims she only invited everyone to see for themselves. Wenli scoffs, calling her out for just wanting to gawk at her new look. She invites them to take a good look and not be shy about their jealousy. Miss Chen is fuming, remembering how Wenli used to be fat as a pig in cheap clothes. She can't wrap her head around how she looks like a completely different person now. She can only watch in frustration as Wenli dominates the social scene. Up in a pavilion, Princess Hoyang is watching the garden drama while playing Go. She's bored, thinking the local socialites are just recycling the same old petty intrigues. Her companion, Mr. Pei, mentions that the emperor is still mad that Lu Fibai rejected the princess for Wen Lai. He adds that the princess is even losing favor with her father because of the scandal. The princess remains calm, noting that the painting she sent Lu was just a formal apology. She claims she doesn't care who he marries anymore, as it's none of her business. She sees right through Mr. Pei, knowing he's trying to use her to protect Wen Li. Mr. Pei just smiles, saying Wen Li is way past needing help. He calls her a little cat with sharp claws and admits he only invited the princess to see a legendary show. The princess isn't amused by his squinty-eyed games and wonders what he's really up to. When it comes to securing the bag, Wen Li doesn't play around, straight up telling the nosy socialites that any questions about her life will cost them a flat rate of 10 taels of silver. The high society girls are absolutely blindsided, wondering how someone could be so tactless as to bring up cold, hard cash at a refined poetry meeting. Internally, Wen Li rolled her eyes. Do these elegant people think food just spawns in their kitchens? So she reminds them that her time is worth millions and she doesn't work for free. One girl is so triggered by the disrespect that she slams a gold ingot onto the table, basically telling Wen Li to take the money and shut up. Suddenly, a wild challenger appears in purple, drawing a literal sword and demanding a duel for the right to marry some guy named Mr. Huang. Wen Li doesn't even flinch at the blade, hit with that main character energy as she tells the girl that women really shouldn't be toxic to one another. She casually tosses a scroll at the hothead, advising her to go home and actually learn some manners before trying to step to her. The drama doesn't stop there because the next hater claims Wen Lai has no right to marry Mr. Lu just because of a dusty old engagement. This aloof scholar girl warns Wen Li not to stain the family's reputation with her vulgar merchant vibes. Wen Li claps back with facts, stating that marriage is a vibe check and a union of love, not some business transaction. She's clearly bored of the NPC dialogue, letting out a massive yawn and demanding the next 10 taels for her time. One small maid starts short-circuiting, accusing Wen Li of being shameless enough to even try and seduce a eunuch like Mr. Pei. Wen Li just shrugs it off, calling out the girl's discrimination against special groups while holding out her hand for more silver. When another brat tries to call her a fatty, Wen Li checks her immediately, pointing out that she's slim now and never ate their food anyway. Internally, she scoffed, "Keep living in the past while I'm living in the future." She eventually walks away from the fuming crowd, thanking them for the easy silver like a true girl boss. Hidden in the bushes, Princess Hoyang is low-key impressed, realized she's finally found someone who can actually handle Pei Jin's nonsense. Up in a pavilion, the princess tells Pei Jin that Wen Li is definitely a whole different breed of woman. The princess looks like a total top-tier waifu, clearly plotting something big. Pei Jin just smirks, acting like he's a genius for having such good taste in women. He asks if she remembers the bossy master stories, clearly enjoying the chaos Wen Li is causing. Back at the meeting, Miss Chen is losing her mind because Wen Li has completely derailed their refined afternoon. She tries to regain control with a slow clap, acting like she's the one in charge of the vibe. The other girls are standing there looking at their empty wallets, wondering how they got finessed out of all their money so easily. A purple-haired socialite tries to throw shade, saying a merchant's daughter could never understand the elegance of poetry. They warn her that if she keeps talking about money, she's going to be a total disappointment to the high society circle. Wen Li puts on her best "I'm just a girl" act, pretending to be sad and admitting she's terrible at writing poems. Miss Chen falls for the bait, acting high and mighty while lecturing her about how women need to actually read books. She even brings up the Empress Dowager, claiming she's the biggest fan of educated women. Wen Li smiles, mentioning her father just so happened to get an ancient Indian book filled with wonderful knowledge. She offers to share a puzzle from it, asking the knowledgeable Miss Chen if she's up for a challenge. Miss Chen, thinking she's about to end Wen Lai's whole career, smugly agrees. The other girls start hyping Miss Chen up, bragging about how her brothers are top-tier scholars and imperial candidates. They even take a shot at some top scholar who lives off women, implying Miss Chen's family is way more prestigious. Wen Li then reveals the puzzle: 3 golden needles with a stack of gold discs. She tells a legend about a temple in India, where monks watch over these needles day and night. There are 64 discs of different sizes, and the goal is to move the entire stack to another needle. Miss Chen thinks it sounds like a joke, wondering how something so simple could be a challenge. But then Wen Li drops the hard rules: you can only move 1 disc at a time. Plus, a small disc can only ever be placed on top of a larger one, never the other way around. The kicker: When the task is finished, the universe collapses and time ends. Wenli asks the genius, Miss Chen, to calculate exactly how long the monks have to save the world. Wenli's face says it all. She knows she just trapped them in a mathematical nightmare. The socialites are absolutely puzzled, trying to wrap their heads around the logic of the moving pieces. Even Pei Jin and the princess are watching from the sidelines, looking like they're trying to do the math in their heads. Realizing they're out of their league, the girls decide they need to take the puzzle home and hire someone to calculate it. Wen Li, the ultimate opportunist, tells them they can buy their own sets to take home and offers a 300-tael reward for the answer. Miss Chen is left standing there, looking like she's been caught in 4K with no comeback. The other girls realize Wen Li isn't just a merchant. She's a strategic genius who just won the game with arithmetic. Miss Chen's face turns dark, vowing that Wen won't leave her residence without paying for the scene she caused. Later, Wenli's maid, Shuang, is in the carriage counting a mountain of gold ingots with hearts in her eyes. They managed to pull in 250 taels in a single afternoon just from entry fees. Shuang points out that the kits cost 100 taels to make, but the prize money is huge. Wenli just yawns, telling her not to worry, because those girls will be moving those discs for a lifetime and still won't solve it. Internally, she laughed. It's a classic recursive algorithm. You amateurs don't even know what coding is. Shuang is dying of curiosity and asks how long it actually takes to move them all. Wenli reminds her that in this house, information is never free. Shuang is forced to hand over her own money bag just to get the answer. Wenli gives her the solution, but Shuang is skeptical because it sounds way too complicated. Wenli turns into a literal devil, offering to teach her the secrets of recursive algorithms for a cool 800 taels. Shuang is officially broke and traumatized, while Wenli heads off to a jewelry store with her newly earned bag. Poor Shuang is left crying in the carriage, realized she just got scammed by her own boss. Wenli notes that curiosity is the ultimate bait. As long as you have something people want, you can sell anything. Suddenly, a mysterious messenger stops her on the street, saying their master is waiting in a nearby tea house. The messenger is super sus and refuses to give a name, only handing over a note. Wenli is on high alert, wondering who is trying to move on her now. She opens the note and sees it's from Haiyang. Her heart sinks as she realizes the princess, the one who was supposed to marry her man, is the one calling the shots. Internally, she sobbed. I thought I was going to be an entrepreneur, not a full-time gladiator against every woman in the city. She arrives at the tea house at sunset, looking for the royal presence. The princess is waiting inside, looking as regal and dangerous as ever. She invites Wenli to sit, acting all casual while playing a board game. Wenli sits down, feeling the tension in the room spike to 100. The princess asks why Wenli sent a message saying she had the answer to today's puzzle. Wenli freezes, realizing Miss Chen totally set her up to look like she was challenging the princess. The princess stands up and approaches her, telling her there's no need to be nervous. Then she pulls a total power move, pinning Wenli against the wall in a classic kabedon. The princess whispers that even if the setup was fake, she was going to find a way to meet Wenli anyway. Wenli's brain completely short-circuits, wondering if the princess is a lesbian or if the universe is just trolling her. Princess Haiyang wastes no time roasting Wenli for acting all shy, asking where that boss energy went from earlier. She claims she's not looking for trouble and just wants to collaborate on a business deal. Hearing the word collaboration, Wenli's eyes literally turn into gold coins as she calculates the potential profit. The princess explains that she's too busy to manage a lucrative business and wants to offload it to the right person. She invites Wenli to check it out tomorrow, promising she can even meet a famous author. However, things get awkward when the princess gets way too close to her face, making Wenli's personal space alarm go off. Just as the tension reaches a breaking point, something catches Wenli off guard. Suddenly, the door is kicked open by Pei Jin, who demands an explanation for the suspicious vibes. He catches the two women in a compromising position, and looks like his brain is short-circuiting. The maid stands by the door, apologizing because she couldn't stop the blonde whirlwind from charging in. Pei Jin immediately grabs Wenli's hand to pull her away. He gives the princess a look that says back off, calling her rude for interrupting. To wrap things up quickly, he drops a massive bombshell, claiming that he and Wenli are actually engaged. He warns the princess not to involve innocent people in her revenge plots against others. With that dramatic exit, he drags Wenli away from the outrageous scene. As the sun sets over the capital, the two of them head back in a carriage. Wenli tries to play it cool, insisting they were really just talking about business. Pei Jin isn't buying it and warns her that she shouldn't be meeting strangers alone, even if they have royal titles. He gives her a reality check about the world, mentioning floods, grain thieves, and mountain bandits. He insists that he needs to be the one to protect her. He reaches out and gives her a gentle head pat, telling her she's still just a girl and doesn't have to carry everything alone. Internally, Wenli felt a bit awkward, thinking, I'm just used to handling my own business, okay? Pei Jin tells her to break that habit, explaining that trust is what makes a person stronger. Wenli is left totally speechless by the sudden heart-to-heart. Inside her head, her inner devil warns her never to trust a handsome man, because they are the ultimate red flags. But her inner angel thinks he actually seems honest for once. She finally asks him straight up what he actually wants from her or the Wen family. The carriage finally comes to a halt. Pei Jin tells her they've arrived and she should head inside. Wenli gives him one last last glance before heading in. Pei-jin stands alone in the rustling leaves, looking like he's carrying the weight of the world. Later that night, the moon hangs high over Pei-jin's estate. He's out in the courtyard practicing his sword skills while shirtless, clearly trying to work off some stress. Even while training, he's still thinking about Wenli and what she thinks of him. His subordinate Jingchu arrives and asks if his intel worked out for the day. Pei-jin sits down looking conflicted about his choices. Jingchu reminds him that he's doing this for the peace of the dynasty and the survival of the soldiers at the border. He tells Pei-jin that sometimes sacrifices have to be made for the greater good. Pei-jin feels like a total scumbag for playing with a young girl's feelings just to find a secret trading route. Jingchu suggests that if he feels that bad, he should just marry her for real. Pei-jin looks pained, saying he can't burden her with his dangerous life. Jingchu sighs, calling him boring and roasting him for having no gain with women. Pei-jin immediately grabs his sword, threatening to murder his friend for disrespect. Back at Wenli's place, she enters her room and notices a stool has been knocked over. She realizes Pei-jin was right about the capital being a dangerous place. She spots a suspicious-looking wardrobe in the corner. She cautiously approaches the furniture, holding a weapon ready. She flings the door open to find some hiding inside. She screams at the intruder to show themselves. A hand reaches out and grips her wrist before she can strike. It turns out to be Huang Huan, who is wearing her clothes and makeup like a complete lunatic. Wenli is disgusted, calling him a pervert with less shame than a mistress. Huang Huan immediately starts gagging because his woman allergy is acting up. To save her expensive rugs, Wenli shoves a cloth into his mouth. He spits it out, begging her not to call her bodyguard. Wenli sits him down and demands a full explanation for this madness. She lists his crimes, stalking her, hiding in her closet, and stealing her roge. He wipes the makeup off, looking like he's had the worst day of his life. He starts explaining that Lu Fibai is a total psychopath who won't leave him alone. In a flashback to that morning, he was just minding his business. Suddenly, someone throws a peach at him. The peach splits in his hand, which apparently is some ancient omen for being gay. Rumors start flying instantly, and Huang Huan tries to ignore the mentally impaired gossipers. Later, while he's trying to eat in peace, Lu Fibai sneaks up and cuts his sleeve, another signal for the rumors. Lu Fibai then goes full chaotic, handing out breaking news flyers in the street. He's literally telling everyone that Huang Huan loves wearing women's clothes. Huang Huan is being chased through the streets by the fake news. He tells Wenli that Lu Fibai is being totally relentless with his torture. Wenli isn't sympathetic, thinking Lu Fibai is too cute to be the villain here. Huang Huan begs her to let him stay, even saying he'd rather vomit to death than deal with Lu Fibai. He drops to his knees, clutching her dress in desperation. He promises to sign any contract and pay any debt if she just gets Lu Fibai to back off. Wenli realizes she can monetize this situation and asks if this is how he treats someone he's asking for help. He immediately takes her hand with a serious expression. He swears to be her obedient servant and go the ends of the earth for her. Suddenly, he notices a strange scent coming from her. He starts sniffing her like a dog, realize that for some reason, her scent is curing his nausea. Wenli hands him a note for Lu Fibai and tells him to come sign a new contract tomorrow. He's absolutely hyped and runs off with the note. Night settles over the estate once again. Huang Huan skips back to his meeting point. He slaps the note down in front of Lu Fibai, declaring he now has Wenli's protection. He's relieved to be off the hook, but he can't stop wondering what that mysterious scent was that suppressed his disease. Wenli wakes up to the ultimate jump scare as a wild, chibi Huang Huan greets her first thing in the morning. He's literally hovering over her, acting like a devoted puppy while she tries to process the lack of personal space. He claims the thought of being near her kept him awake all night, and he just had to be the first face she saw today. Internally, Wenli is absolutely weirded out, wondering if this guy is even real right now. She snaps at the pervert to back off, but something is definitely off. Usually, this man has a physical allergy to women that makes him vomit, but today, he's totally fine. Internally, she scoffs. Did his disease take a vacation or what? Huang Huan is suddenly doing the most, fanning her and offering to wipe her sweat like a top-tier simp. Even Lu Fibai is confused, wondering how this man is suddenly able to stand next to a woman without losing his lunch. Huang Huan is officially her new sidekick, and despite his reputation as a legendary swordsman, he's acting like a total fanboy. It turns out he wasn't actually sick. He was poisoned to find women repulsive, but Wenli's presence seems to be the only cure. Her maid tells her to keep it on the down low because even if Wenli is a money grubber, she still has principles to uphold. The squad rolls up to the calligraphy building, the capital's premier spot for rare books and novels. Huang Huan and Lu Fibai are already bickering over who gets to help the boss out of the carriage. Inside, Princess Haiyang drops a massive business proposal, offering to sell the entire building to Wenli. This place is a gold mine because it prints its own books, meaning the profit margins are insane. Wenli is suspicious, wondering why anyone would sell such a successful business. The princess hints at royal secrets and tells her to ask Pei-jin if she wants the tea. Apparently, the princess saw Wenli monetizing her own bullying yesterday and realized she found a kindred, money-hungry spirit. Wenli tries to play it cool, claiming she isn't a total money worshipper, but she's caught in 4K when the princess grabs her hand. They quickly bond over the fact that it's better to just take people's money and shut them up rather than arguing. In Internally, Wenli is vibing with the royal, agreeing that arguments without profit are a total waste of time. The maid is watching this masterclass in flattery, wondering how two people can be this shamelessly manipulative. The princess warns her that big business comes with big risks, but Wenli is already sold. She's ready to sign the contract, knowing that wealth and risk are basically siblings. Before leaving, Wenli asks to meet the legendary author, Mr. Huaiyu. The princess winks, calling him their ultimate cash cow and telling Wenli to treat him well. She hands over a letter and has a servant lead Wenli to the author's private study. Wenli follows along, feeling like a total fangirl about to meet a best-selling celebrity. Internally, she's fangirling hard, hyped to meet the man behind the scrolls. They reach the study, and the servant announces the new manager has arrived. Behind a screen, a familiar silhouette is shocked that the deal went through so fast. Wenli freezes, thinking the author's voice sounds way too familiar to be a coincidence. The screen moves, and Wenli is blindsided to find Pei Jin sitting there with a book in his hand. The servant leaves them alone, and Wenli is left standing there with a massive question mark over her head. Pei Jin is panicking internally, trying to remain mysterious while Wenli stares him down. It turns out the princess set this up, transferring Pei Jin's indentured servitude to Wenli, so they can spend more quality time together. Pei Jin is absolutely short-circuiting, screaming that it's called a contract, not slavery. Meanwhile, back in the library, Huang Huan is browsing the shelves when he runs into his rival. Both of them reach for the exact same book at the same time, creating an awkward standoff. Huang Huan is annoyed, accusing the other guy of stalking him. Lu Fibai fires back, asking why Huang Huan always wants the same horse, the same weapons, and now the same books. Huang Huan tries to flex, saying he's totally normal now, not afraid of women anymore. Lu Fibai gets deep, asking if he's hinting at someone specific. He clarifies that items can be traded, but people have to choose each other mutually. He's basically telling Huang Huan that Wenli is an object he can just claim. Huang Huan tells him to stow the lecture because he isn't anyone's underling. If he wants Wenli to choose him, he needs to show some actual advantages. Huang Huan isn't backing down, claiming he loves a good challenge. Lu Fibai is actually impressed by his rival's resolve for once. He's decided that he's choosing her regardless of the competition. He's confident that his decision will be clear soon enough. The two of them stand there with a literal fire of rivalry burning between them. The maid watches the chaos from the sidelines, completely over their drama. She starts calculating their win rates, giving the strategist a 20% chance and Huang Huan a measly 5% because he's too childish. Back in the study, Wenli is still trying to wrap her head around the mysterious author. Pei Jin is sweating, terrified that his secret identity as a romance writer is about to be exposed. Wenli decides to start the interview, asking the author some business questions. Pei Jin uses a voice-changing technique to keep up the facade, telling her she can ask anything. Internally, he's dying wondering how she even found this place. Wenli wants to know if they can sell the performance rights of his books to multiple tia houses. Pei Jin plays it cool, saying it depends on the strategy. He realizes she doesn't know it's him yet and breathes a sigh of relief. He explains the two types of rights: a total buyout for one troupe, or a shared distribution. The shared option is cheaper, but allows the story to spread everywhere. Wenli is impressed, realizing this is basically the ancient version of exclusive copyright. She loves the idea of everyone seeing the stories, as it makes things way more interesting. Since there's no TV in this era, on-site plays are the only way to go viral. She thinks the author is super thoughtful for thinking about the audience's reach. She asks if he has any specific hobbies or needs for his writing space to keep him happy. He tries to brush it off as nothing important. Internally, Pei Jin thinks he's got this in the bag, but then he remembers the prince's weird ideas. He's ready to beat up anyone who writes trashy, bossy master novels. Somewhere else, a mysterious blonde character sneezes, probably sensing the hate. Wenli notes down his unusual hobbies, like needing a specific incense and wanting a certain Mr. Li to accompany him while writing. She even asks for an autograph, passing him a book. Suddenly, a suspicious man is seen sneaking around the hallway with a wrapped bundle. He calls out for Mr. Li, looking for his contact. Wenli spots him and asks if he's there to buy books too. He stammers, saying he's just there for someone he knows. He panics and accidentally drops his bundle, sending papers flying everywhere. He screams in terror as his scripts hit the floor. He's absolutely devastated while Wenli and the maid lean in to investigate. The title page reads, Bossy Master and Beautiful Maids, Volume 4 by Lan Ting. Wenli starts reading the cringy romance dialogue out loud, and the poor guy is dying of embarrassment, begging her to stop. Wenli has the ultimate leverage now that she knows Pei Jin's secret identity as a spicy romance author, and she isn't letting him forget it. Panicked that his reputation is about to hit rock bottom, he lunges forward to cover her mouth before she leaks the secret to the whole world. The sudden proximity is way too much for a guy who's been living a double life, and things get awkward fast. In the chaos, he accidentally touches her face, sending a jolt through both of them. Wenli isn't about to let him catch her off guard and immediately tells him to back off. She delivers a swift slap to reset his boundaries, proving she's still the boss here. He immediately turns into a blushing mess, stammering out an apology for his lack of chill. He practically begs her to keep his author persona under wraps, offering any explanation she wants. Wenli decides to play along and hands over an autograph from his own alter ego, Mr. Huaiyu. She plays it cool, acting like she just happened to have it ready for him. The signature is a perfect match for his secret identity. He goes full fanboy over his own handwriting, which is honestly the peak of narcissism. When he tries to zoom back toward Wenlei, the squad immediately forms a human wall to block him. Internally, she's already plotting how to use his fame for future business favors. He's totally sold, giving her a thumbs up and promising to help out. However, he starts having a weird existential crisis, wondering why his own skin isn't soft and bouncy like a girl's. He spots his rival and demands a lip touch comparison test to see if all lips are the same. Before he can get too close, he gets absolutely yeeted across the room for being a total creep. He tries to scream that he isn't interested in men, but nobody is buying his drama. He's left standing there with a strange feeling he can't quite shake. Internally, he decides the only way to solve this mystery is to touch Wenlei again the next time he sees her. Later that night, the crew meets up to handle some script business. Luffy watches Wenlei smiling like a literal villain and wonders if she's been possessed by a demon. She doesn't miss a beat, threatening to delete his bonus if he keeps talking trash. They discuss the new store Princess Haiyang handed over, which is a massive win for her empire. Wenli knows the Imperial Palace is a snake pit, but she's ready to dive in. The guys explain that as nobles, they technically aren't allowed to run businesses directly. Internally, she sighs, realizing she might have to trick them into a secret investment scheme. She realizes she's basically the sole breadwinner for this group of high-maintenance elites. Luffy points out that Pei Jin is the perfect loophole because the brocade guards can do whatever they want. This is a total lightbulb moment for Wenli. She decides they're gonna barge into Pei Jin's room right this second. Meanwhile, Pei Jin is relaxing in a hot bath, wondering what Wenli is doing with his autograph. He starts hallucinating a version of her that is a total devoted fangirl. In his head, she's blushing and holding his book like it's a sacred relic. He thinks she's finally realized he's the most handsome man in the world. He even imagines her kissing his signature in a fit of passion. He is feeling himself way too much right now, but the actual reality is a nightmare. Wenli has set up a prayer altar using his book and is literally stabbing a voodoo doll of him with needles. She's praying for his book to bless her while simultaneously wishing for his downfall. Back in the real world, Pei Jin hears them at the door and tells her to be more reserved. Wenli ignores him, thinking he's just being a drama king as usual. She asks if he's free for a business meeting, not caring about the time. He invites her in, acting like his room is always open for her, still stuck in his own fantasy play. She pushes the door open and catches him completely naked in the tub. He's blindsided and tries to cover up as the shock hits him. He demands to know why she's bargaining during his bath time. Wenli doesn't care at all, reminding him that since he's a eunuch, there's nothing for her to peek at anyway. Luffy follows her in, adding that nobody will gossip since they're all technically together. Pei Jin has to scurry off behind a screen to find some clothes. He's fuming that Luffy shoved just to act like a bodyguard. He decides to use his superior experience to win back Wenlai's attention. He steps out from the screen, claiming he didn't have time to dress properly. He goes full thirst trap mode, letting his robe hang open to show off his chest. He asks for her forgiveness with a look that's meant to kill. Wenli is low-key short-circuiting, wondering how a eunuch can be this good at flirting. Luffy is visibly annoyed by the blatant competition. He tries to one-up him by unbuttoning his own collar, complaining that the room is too hot. Wenli tries to kill the tension by pouring some cold tea for everyone. Pei Jin tries to stop her, but she's already committed. She downs the cup, declaring that she can drink whatever she wants in her own house. Internally, she realizes too late that the tea is actually high-proof spicy soy wine. Pei Jin can only smile awkwardly as the alcohol takes immediate effect. A very drunk Wenli starts ranting about the stress of supporting her entire family. She demands that they show her some real sincerity if they want to stay. She's tired of gentlemen taking things from others without giving back. Pei Jin is intrigued, wanting to hear whatever master plan her drunk brain has cooked up. He realizes the soy wine is so strong it usually knocks people out, but she's still standing. She starts babbling about proving that women are better than a bunch of male losers. Luffy suspects Pei Jin is making dirty jokes, but he's too confused to prove it. Wenli starts lecturing the room, telling them not to look down on her while fawning over her money. She screams that men can't be trusted and she doesn't care about any of them. Luffy asks what Pei Jin did to her, but Pei Jin explains she's just completely wasted. Suddenly, she starts shipping the two guys, telling them to follow their hearts and fall in love. Pei Jin waves a hand in front of her face to see if anyone is still home. She calls them her fiancés and freaks that her dad hired for protection. She tells them to watch their tongues because she isn't as gullible as she looks. Then she drops the ultimate truth bomb. If she were a boy, she'd just have a wife and concubines and live the rich life. The guys are stunned by her sudden harem ambitions. She gets heated, asking why society treats men and women so differently. She delivers a heavy philosophical lecture about how gender shouldn't decide a successor. The guys are absolutely floored by how unrestrained and wild she is when she's drunk. Pei Jin can only watch her, concluding that she is definitely interesting. The morning after Wenlei's soy wine bender starts with a massive hangover and a side of awkwardness. Her maid, Xuanzhang, isn't having any of it, giving Pei Jin a stern warning to never let the boss drink like that again unless he wants a one-way ticket to the unemployment line. Pei Jin takes the L, apologizing profusely as he watches the girls retreat. With the boss out of commission, the boys' club holds an emergency meeting to discuss their next moves. They settle in for a serious talk, looking like a group of idols about to announce a hiatus. Luffy, the chaotic noble, drops a bombshell. He's done with the lies and wants to win Wen Lai's favor through his own hard work. He's determined to get what he wants from the Wen family without any shady shortcuts. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaobai is dealing with his own family drama, hearing reports that his relatives are splitting into factions and fighting for power like a cut-rate Game of Thrones. He's feeling like absolute mud, admitting he's basically given up on himself. Huang Huan, the silver-haired swordsman, pipes up to say he's already signed his soul away to Fatty Wen and doesn't care about anyone's opinions. To him, watching the high-end mighty Mr. Yan and Mr. Pei bicker over a merchant girl is the best entertainment in town. Pei Jin shuts them down, pointing out that everyone in the room has some major regrets they're trying to fix. He keeps his cool behind his fan, looking every bit the mysterious mastermind. He asks if he's really the only one being honest about being selfish here. He's clearly playing 4D chess while the others are playing checkers. He then exposes Huang Huan's secret, revealing the swordsman is only hanging around the Wens to find a stolen sex scroll. Pei Jin continues his roast, reminding Lu Fibai that he was the one who actually delivered the army provisions when the government lagged, so there was no deception involved. Fibai has to admit he wasn't cheated. Pei Jin then turns his gaze to the Lu family, calling them even less reliable than the Wen. He warns Xiaobai that if he's staying, he better keep his nose out of the Lu family's messy business. Xiaobai agrees, planning to treat his family with the same cold shoulder they gave him. Lu Fibai gets curious, wondering why a high-ranking dark brocade guard cares so much about Wen family assets when they aren't exactly hurting for cash. Pei Jin basically tells him to mind his own business while hiding behind a chibi-style fan. Fibai isn't backing down, warning that if Pei Jin tries to play Li, he's catching hands. He challenges Pei into a duel, winner takes all. Pei Jin stands his ground, ready to settle this with a fight, while the heavyweights prepare to brawl. Xiaobai hands Huang Huan a gift from the boss. Huang Huan is confused until he reads the note. It's a classic power move. Check who the owner is before hitting the dog. Huang Huan breaks into a cold sweat as Xiaobai backs away from the incoming disaster. Internally, Huang Huan is short-circuiting, imagining Wenli treating him like a literal pet in a collar. The next morning, the sun rises on a mansion that is anything but peaceful. In her room, Wenli is still passed out, dreaming of being surrounded by adorable, fluffy puppies. She giggles in her sleep, telling them to stop licking her. She even threatens to get angry if they don't quit it. Outside her door, the entire harem is eavesdropping and catching the wrong vibe in 4K. The maids catch them red-handed, immediately labeling Lu Fibai a total pervert. Wenli finally stumbles out with a headache that could kill a horse, wondering what on earth happened last night. She sees the guys looking exhausted and comments that they were way too fierce during their late-night meeting. She even asks who was on top, which sends the boys into a state of pure panic. Lu Fibai desperately tries to change the subject to business. Wenli looks at their meal expenses and feels a soul-crushing realization. Internally, she sighed. I went from a billionaire merchant to a daycare manager for high-maintenance men. The guys all look like kicked puppies, offering to pay her back for their room and board. Desperate for a break, Wenli announces she's going to the bookstore alone, rejecting their offers to tag along. But she doesn't get far before a new challenger appears, a blonde kid kneeling at her gate. Wenli wonders why she keeps attracting these live-in types. The kid starts sobbing about having nowhere to go. He's eating her snacks like he's been on a hunger strike, complaining that his bossy dad kicked him out. Wenli comforts him, asking for the tea on his family drama. The kid explains that his dad tried to force him into a marriage for a big dowry. He refused, and his dad told him to go be a live-in husband elsewhere. We get a flashback of the dad losing his mind because the kid wanted to propose to Wen Li instead of his brother. The dad disowned him on the spot. The kid argued that since he already touched Miss Wen, he had to take responsibility. He thought replacing his brother would make everyone happy. The dad went full rage mode, telling him to go live off the Wens if he loved them so much. The dad yelled about how useless it is to have a son who only cares about outsiders. Back in the present, the kid clings to Wen Li and her merchant heart softens. She imagines him being whipped by his greedy father. He cries about not wanting to marry a stranger. Wen Li realizes this kid is the one writing those trashy novels she loves to hate. Internally, she thought, no wonder his plots are so dramatic. His life is a soap opera. She asks where he gets his bossy CEO ideas. He mentions overhearing servants talk about the drama in luxury gardens. He admits he just makes it up based on gossip. Wen Li takes his hands and promises to support him, even offering to get him professional script writing lessons. The kid is instantly smitten by her kindness. He immediately asks to marry her, but Wen Li shuts that down with a quick no thanks. Switching back to boss mode, they head to the publishing house. Wen Li presents her new scripts to the publisher, Mr. Lai. He looks through them and looks like he's seen a ghost. He notes the themes are super uncommon and the characters feel weirdly familiar. Wen Li tells him to keep it on the down low and just print a few hundred copies to test the market. She suggests adding illustrations to make the books more wonderful. The publisher loves the idea but asks who could possibly draw them. Wen Li smiles, thinking about how she's going to use her harem as book models. Back at the mansion, the boys are dying of boredom. Xiaobai is literally poking ants with a stick because he's bored out of his mind. Huang Huan is being a hater, claiming Wen Li probably has another man to play with the second she leaves the house. Xiaobai tries to defend her. Suddenly, Wen Li appears and catches them talking smack. Xiaobai tries to act cute, showing her his funny ants. Wen Li introduces the new kid as Xiaobai's new friend. Xiaobai is not feeling it and drags her away, asking why she's bringing more strays home. The two blonde guys immediately start bickering, dragging Wen Li into the middle of their kept man argument. Wenli is just tired of the chaos. Suddenly, the real Lu Feibai shows up and pinches the bratty kid's ear. The kid screams in pain. He tries to justify himself, saying he's just marrying Wenli so Feibai doesn't have to feel guilty about deceiving her. Feibai gives him a smile that screams your funeral. He absolutely loses it. Drawing his sword, he's ready to turn his little brother into a shish kebab. The kid runs for his life as the household watches another day of peaceful merchant life go up in smoke. Wenli is out here living every fangirl's dream, shamelessly scouting the local talent while Huang Huan puts in that gym work. Meanwhile, the mastermind Pei Jin is just trying to look cool when he suddenly gets pelted with pebbles by an invisible hater. It turns out the culprit is a chibi-fied Lu Feibai, who mocks him by claiming this is just God's punishment for being annoying. Wenli watches this chaos from the sidelines, internally noting that a manly boy and a drama king actually make a pretty solid comedy duo. The newest addition to the household, Xiaobai, catches Wenli mid-sketch and asks what she's working on. She quickly hits him with a shh and tells him to keep it down because she's doing secret, high-level work. In Wenli's head, she's visualizing the ultimate romantic showdown between Huang and Pei Jin. Her imagination keeps running wild, picturing a spicy scene between Pei Jin and Lu Feibai next. But reality is a total buzzkill, as the guys are actually just biting and scratching each other like toddlers in the courtyard. Wenli doesn't care about the fighting though, because the material she's getting for her books is top tier. Xiaobai is completely lost and has no idea what she's rambling about. Seeing her sketches of the guys getting cozy, he assumes these must be secret martial arts stances. Wenli realizes he's totally misinterpreted her fan art as a forbidden scroll, but she just rolls with it. However, her artistic skills are actually trash. She tries to draw a circle and ends up with a square, making her realize she needs to hire a professional painter ASAP. She tosses her failed secret scroll away in frustration, leaving Xiaobai absolutely devastated that such a treasure was just trashed. Later, Huang and Lu Feibai discuss Wenli's suspicious behavior, wondering if she's planning a major power move. Lu Feibai brags about being her true love, because she bought him with dignity, which is a weird flex. Huang reminds him that he was technically bought too, so there's really no high ground here. Lu Feibai tries to act like it's no big deal, but the copium is real. Suddenly, Xiaobai runs in shouting that he's cracked the code. He's convinced he knows exactly what the boss is up to. He announces to the group that Wenli is actually a genius creating a peerless, new martial art. He's so passionate about it that he looks like he's preaching a new religion. The guys are stunned, wondering if their landlord is actually a hidden cultivation master. Xiaobai presents the notebook as evidence, claiming the pictures prove her mastery. Huang tries to snatch it to see if it's a divine or evil art, but Xiaobai guards it like his life depends on it. Pei Jin thinks looking at it is a great idea, but Lu Feibai calls him out for being a backstabbing opportunist. Back in the office, Wenli is literally praying for a god-tier artist to fall into her lap. Her maid, Lu Qi, comes in looking pale and claims she's caught a mysterious illness. Wenli is concerned and asks what the symptoms are. Lu Qi confesses that after reading Wen's manuscripts about the guys, her heart won't stop racing and her temperature is spiking. She's genuinely worried she's abnormal for being so invested. Wenli realizes the girl isn't sick, she's just a massive fujoshi who's been blindsided by the Gary Stew energy of the house. Lu Kai admits she's now shipping everyone with everyone and just wants to see them get together. Wenli sees an opportunity and shoves a pen into her hand, telling her to put that energy onto the paper. Lu Qi claims she's not a writer, but she's got a different set of skills. She starts sketching at lightning speed, telling her lady to just wait a minute. When she reveals the final product, it's a hyper-realistic, spicy drawing of the guys that looks as vivid as life. Wenli is absolutely floored, realizing she's found a hidden master of the arts. That night under Moon, the secret work continues. Behind closed doors, the tension is rising. One of the guys prepares to open the notebook to finally see the martial arts within. He slowly peels back the first page. The moment he sees the actual contents, his face turns a shade of disgusted purple, unable to look at the material for even a second longer. The next day, a servant approaches Huang with a new model outfit, saying Wenli wants him to pose for her book. Huang is offended, shouting that he'd rather beg on the streets than sell his body for a photo shoot. The maid goes full poker-faced, reminding him that he promised to pay for his meals yesterday. Huang tries to negotiate, saying he'll pay the cash, but he's not wearing a dress. The maid gets close, whispering a classic manipulation tactic. Don't you want to please the lady? She tells him that to make Wenli happy. He just needs to do whatever she says. Plus, she drops the ultimate bait. Wenli might be his modeling partner, so they get closer. Huang's brain immediately short-circuits as he imagines a romantic cherry blossom sword dance with Wenli. He pictures them staring into each other's eyes during a sparring session. Internally, he's already planning the wedding, thinking that practicing skills together is the perfect start to a relationship. He finally caves and says fine. He hesitantly reaches for the purple silk outfit. With a determined look, he decides to trust the process and put on the dress. He walks out to find Wenli drinking tea, ready for the shoot. But his dreams are crushed when Lu Feibai shows up in matching gear, shouting, "It's me. I'm the partner." Lu Qi is already in position with her brush, but the guys are struggling. Under the cherry blossoms, Lu Feibai complains that his waist is sore and tells her to hurry up. The two are forced into an incredibly intimate pose that makes them both break into a cold sweat. Wenli, looking like a total girl boss, tells them to man up because this one picture pays off 50 taels of their debt. She notices Huang's posture is off and steps in to personally show him how it's done. Huang thinks this is finally his moment, but Wenli just uses him to demonstrate how Lu Feibai should bend his waist for the shot. She tells Huang he needs to use more strength in his fingers and tightly hold the other guy's waist. The resulting pose is so awkward and on brand for a romance novel that the guys look like they want to disappear. Hwang realizes he's been played and feels his soul leaving his body. Finally, Lu Q finishes the masterpiece. Wenli is over the moon, calling her a little darling and praising her dexterity. Lu Kai is absolutely drained, looking like she's worked a double shift at a coal mine. The two models collapse on the grass, completely worn out from the physical labor. Lu Fibai tells Hwang he needs to learn to earn his own keep since he's an adult now. He explains that their brother said a drop of water should be repaid with a spring, and being a model for Wenli is an easy way to pay their rent. Hwang tries to maintain his dignity, reminding everyone he used to be a powerful sect leader who won girls' hearts, and now he's a low-budget model. He sighs that life is not easy while Lu Fibai just vibes. Fibai asks why Hwang doesn't just go home if he hates it so much. Hwang admits he has no home to go back to, and honestly, neither does Fibai. Fibai gets sentimental, saying home is wherever his brother and sister are. He quotes some deep philosophy about the heart being at rest. Hwang scoffs, asking if Fatty Wen brainwashed him, but admits he's too ashamed to go home until he gets the thing he came for. The moment of peace is ruined when Fibai starts tickling and messing with Hwang on the grass. Wenli pops up, inviting the models to celebrate at a fancy restaurant tonight. Fibai is hyped and says they should go immediately, not even giving Hwang time to change. Hwang panics, realizing he's about to lose all his street cred by walking through the city in his modeling clothes. Stay tuned to see if Hwang survives the walk of shame or if Wenli's merchant empire claims another victim. Hwang Huan is just trying to secure a decent meal at the Whitestone house, but he's basically acting as the group's glorified delivery boy. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure arrives at the city gates, looking like she's about to drop the most dramatic character intro of the season. Meet Shi Qingji, the holy virgin of the Ruoshui sect, who clearly didn't get the memo that the mysterious veiled lady trope is so last year. She's on a mission to hunt down Hwang Huan, and honestly, she looks like she's been practicing this revenge monologue in the mirror for months. It's been over a year since they last met, and she's already asking Thin Air if he misses her. She starts getting all emotional, clutching her chest like she's in a low-budget soap opera. Internally, she's practically screaming that he can't escape her, proving that her attachment style is certified stage 5 clinger. Back at the house, Hwang Huan is busy complaining about how he went from a powerful sect lord to Wenli's personal errand boy. He's just finished booking dinner when the Holy Virgin finally tracks him down. She hits him with the classic, "I finally found you" line. But Hwang Huan's reaction is pure comedy. Instead of a romantic reunion, he immediately tries to hunker down and dodge her like she's a literal plague. He's got the reflexes of a cat avoiding a bath. Shi Qingyi ends up face-planting directly into the dirt, while Hwang Huan tells her to stay away because he's not a casual man. Wen Lei and the crew watch from the sidelines, wondering if this is a messy breakup or just a very confusing drag performance. Hwang Huan is absolutely done, revealing that this girl lied to him so hard he had to flee his entire sect just to get some peace and quiet. Wen Li and her maid are totally here for the tea, basically asking him to spill the deets while they enjoy the show. Night falls on the estate, but the drama is just getting started. During dinner, Wenli gives a typical corporate boss speech about working together and achieving great things. Internally, she's just calculating how much money she can squeeze out of these guys by making them her underlings. The guys are barely paying attention. Lu Fibai is just told to clap whenever everyone else does. They notice Hwang Huan is still missing, apparently busy hearing a sad story from his ex to pair with Wenli's wine. Lu Fibai is genuinely blindsided, wondering why Hwang is flirting with women when he thought the guy had already joined the other team. It turns out being fed precisely is a passive skill for this group of misfits. Yan Wuj decides to shoot a shot with Wenli, inviting her to a private dinner at the Whitestone house. He even spent time icing her favorite nectar to make it sweeter, which is peak simp behavior. Lu Fibai is just watching this unfold, wondering how all these tough guys became absolute flatterers in less than 48 hours. Back in the guest room, Shi Qingyi is putting on a masterclass in fake sobbing. Hwang Huan isn't moved at all, coldly telling her he never loved her in the first place. He reveals he only took her in because he thought she was a homeless orphan, not a manipulative schemer. She tries to claim she only betrayed him to infiltrate a demon sect, playing the ultimate "it was all for you" card. Hwang Huan is 100% done with the acting, threatening to lose his cool if she doesn't stop. He points out that she's a martial arts master, who literally broke through barriers to steal a secret scroll, so her weak girl act is caught in 4K. She starts ripping her clothes to show off her atonement scars, claiming she's been suffering for a year. She spins a tale of being wounded while trying to get the scroll back for him. Hwang Huan literally turns away in disgust, telling her to stay the heck away. She keeps trying to get close, but the cringe is too powerful. Hwang Huan actually gets physically sick from her drama and throws up a literal rainbow. Realizing her tragic lover routine isn't working, she threatens to end it all because life is meaningless. She bangs her head against a pillar for extra dramatic effect. Hwang Huan just scoffs, admitting she's definitely skillful at manipulation. He decides his stomach is empty now and leaves her on the floor to go find Wen Li and some actual food. The second he's gone, the tears vanish, and she swears that no one, especially Wen Li, is taking him from her. Back at the table, Wen Li is watching the guys descend to drunken chaos. Yan Wuj starts reciting epic war poetry about northern campaigns and destroyed towns. He gets super touchy-feely, leaning on the other guys while he sings his heart out. He even tries to force the others to join his drunken core practice. Then things get really weird when he starts blowing kisses and mwahing everyone in sight. Wen Li is just staring at her drink, realizing that Yan Wuj is a total lightweight, who probably shouldn't be allowed near alcohol ever again. Yenwuj suddenly locks eyes with Wenli, looking way too intense. He tells her he has something important to say, and Wenli's internal death flags start ringing. The other guys are cheering him on, while Wenli is internally screaming about how wild this gentleman is acting. Shi Qingji is watching from the shadows, absolutely fuming that Wenli has a whole harem of handsome men. She decides Wenli is a total beach who doesn't deserve protection. Wenli is currently short-circuiting, trying to figure out how to reject a confession without hurting the guy's feelings. He grabs her hand, leaning in close. He starts the "I want to tell you, I like" line, and the tension is through the roof. Wenli is ready to hit him with "it's not you, it's me" speech. But then, the ultimate plot twist. He just wants to be sworn brothers, because he likes her physique. He's so drunk he wants to be sworn brothers with literally everyone in the room. The scene shifts to a peaceful moonlit night, but the vibes are anything but peaceful. The whole squad is kneeling together, forcing Huang Huan to join their share happiness and hardship pact. Huang Huan looks like he's reconsidering every life choice that led him to this moment. Later, Wenli is walking around the garden to digest her grape juice. Thankful she didn't drink the actual wine. Shi Qingji corners her, dropping the beauty act and telling Wenli to let Huang Huan go. She's trying to look delicate and timid with a bandage on her head, but it's not fooling anyone. Wenli sees right through her, internally labeling her a pretentious petite, while Z starts sobbing about Wenli having too many fiancés. C claims Huang is too inexperienced for Wenli's flirtation. Internally, Wenli scoffs. Look in the mirror. Buddy, I'm a master of time management. I can handle all of them. She decides to lean into the villainous character just to mess with her. She knows Huang Huan took a misogynistic poison, so the idea of him being an inexperienced lover is hilarious to her. Shi Qingji is baffled that Wenli isn't getting jealous or suspicious. She tries to play the "nothing happened between us" reverse psychology card. Wenli just smiles, ready to show this girl what she's learned from watching way too many palace dramas. She mocks Z for being naive and mindless. Wenli basically tells her she doesn't care about Huang's past as long as he's healthy and strong. Shi Qingji decides to go full White Lotus and slaps herself across the face. She starts staggering around, crying that Wenli shouldn't have hit her. She's clearly waiting for Huang Huan to walk in and see the assault. Wenli's inner monologue is basically, "Oh, you want to play dirty? Fine, bring it on." Wenli grabs her arm, ready to flip the script. She gives Ji a massive push toward the garden pond. The maid tries to intervene, but it's too late. Shi Qingji hits the water with a massive splash that sends a literal geyser into the air. The maid even makes a comment that Wenli must have gained weight because that splash was way too big. As Wenli sinks under the water, she realizes one small, tiny problem with her master plan. She can't actually swim. Splash. Wenli gets yanked out of the drink before she can become fish food. Someone is yelling at her to wake up, calling her Fatty Wen to get a reaction. Suddenly, she finds herself back in the system lobby wearing striped pajamas. The system fairy drops a massive bombshell. Wenli's life exchange failed because she turned her harem into a group of sworn brothers. The wish power is literally ghosting her, and the life exchange is failing. If she runs out of power, she's going to die for real in that pond. Even worse, the fairy explains that any wisher who actually falls in love with the targets will get an instant game over. Wenli panics, asking how she's supposed to survive this mess. The fairy suggests she needs to stop the bro talk and start getting intimate, even suggesting group activities. Internally, Wenli is totally done, thinking, "I want to be loved, not get dark circles from a harem." She just wants a husband who actually loves her, not a relationship based on physical requirements. But the fairy isn't hearing it, reminding her that she didn't listen carefully before. Having 4 men is the literal price of admission for this life exchange to stay valid. Wenli asks for a list of what counts as acceptable physical contact. The fairy lists everything from hand-holding and kissing to the full-on, grown-up stuff. Plus, there's an advanced detective system keeping tabs on her at all times. Internally, Wenli realizes there's a traitor among them and she's got to play the game to survive. Finally, her eyes snap open back in the real world. Her maid is right there, relieved that her lady is finally awake. Wenli is disoriented, wondering where she is and how long she's been out. Turns out she's been a vegetable for 2 days and Mr. Pei had to call in an imperial doctor to save her last breath. Internally, she thinks the system fairy is pretty but absolutely ruthless for making her sleep that long. The maid reports that the person who pushed her is waiting outside for her punishment. Internally, Wenli wonders who is taking the blame for her own clumsy fall. It's Shi Qingji, and the maid explains that the evil girl has been kneeling in the dirt for 2 straight days and nights. Wenli tells her to keep kneeling because got places to be. She's heading out to see her fiancés immediately. She puts on her best jewelry and gets dressed to the nines, ready to secure her life force. She needs those men like she needs oxygen right now. The maid is worried she's too weak to handle them after the drowning incident. But Wenli claims she's built different now and can climb 5 floors without breaking a sweat. As she walks out, she steps into a puddle. It's not rain, it's a literal ocean of Shi Qingji's tears. The drama queen is wailing loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. She's out there doing her best sad girl performance, claiming everything is her fault. C tells Wenli that she's innocent and that Huang Huan only took her in as an old friend. She swears nothing happened between them. She's shaking and pretending to be a tough victim while secretly plotting. She tells Wenli not to bully her out of jealousy. Wenli just bursts out laughing at the audacity. She calls herself a lovely and charming fairy who is way out of Shy's league. She's got the money, the talent, and the looks. She says her men are just like different breeds of dogs, and she's got a whole kennel of them. So why would she ever be jealous of someone like she? She is absolutely blindsided that someone would call noblemen dogs. Wenli doesn't care and doubles down on her statement. She tells C her acting is mid and doesn't even compare to 1/10 of Pei-jin's skills. C tries to play dumb, but she's clearly losing the room. She warns Wenli that the fiancés might hear her trash-talking them as pets. Wenli ignores her, telling her to stop crying before she drains all the brain fluid left in her head. Right on cue, Pei-jin is standing right there, having heard everything. C tries to pivot, asking him if he's humiliated to be summoned like a dog by a merchant's daughter. She plays the pity card, acting like she feels bad for him. Pei-jin isn't buying what she's selling and shuts her down. He tells her that her amateur acting can only fool some unworldly rich kids. C is short-circuiting at the rejection. She tries to frame the Wen family as bullies who despise commoners. She claims she was bullied for no reason after seeking shelter. Pei-jin cuts her off, saying he sees through every single trick she has. He steps closer, looking dangerous. He tells her to behave herself if she knows what's good for her. If she tries anything else, she's gonna face the consequences. Wenli thinks she's finally revealed the snake's true colors. She's feeling pretty good about herself as she walks away. But then Pei-jin grabs her, asking why she called them dogs in front of an outsider. Wenli starts sweating and tries to spin it, saying loyal dogs are the best because they never let go of their target. She claims it was actually a huge compliment. Pei-jin gives her a look that he's skeptical but entertained. She insists that's exactly what she meant. Pei-jin laughs it off, reminding her they're all loyal dogs, now since they became sworn brothers last night. Internally, Wenli realizes she just played herself. She needs them to be lovers to survive, not her bros. She trips over her own feet while overthinking her doom. Pei-jin catches her the waist with a firm grip. He asks if she's okay in his smooth voice. They're locked in a super cliché romantic pose. Wenli tries to push him away, saying the position is way too weird. Pei-jin gets cheeky, telling her she should hold his waist tighter if they're really brothers. He's leaning in with a smirk, reminding her of her own words. Internally, Wenli thinks she's been single way too long because even at Eunuch is starting to look pretty to her. He pats her head and tells her he's always there for her. Internally, she's wondering if she just got flirted with by her own debtor. He walks away, leaving her confused. Wenli fans herself, blaming the heat for the illusion of romance. The maid asks if the governor actually likes her. Wenli gets all flustered, denying everything and deciding to go find someone else. We cut to the mansion interior. Everything looks fancy, but the drama is brewing. Inside, Wenli is throwing a tantrum, begging her dad not to break the engagements. She's suddenly the most filial daughter ever, praising him for finding her 4 handsome fiancés. She claims she was unfilial before and realized each fiancé is one of a kind. Her dad is confused, asking if she can even afford to support all of them. He warns her that doubling 10,000 taels is easier than paying their monthly expenses. Wenli says it's fine because their business makes plenty of money. But dad drops the ultimate buzzkill. He's been hiding the fact that their finances are actually trash. He's been hiding the truth to keep her feeling wealthy. Internally, Wenli is screaming that they might as well rename the story The Broke Family. She tells him she'll take responsibility for the bank account anyway. Back at the courtyard, Wenli is determined not to fall for Xi's tricks. Suddenly, Huang Huan is seen jumping around like a monkey while Xi is still crying. Xi begs for forgiveness, saying Huang won't see her again unless Wenli forgives her. She's back to the waterworks get attention. Wenli waves Huang down, telling him it's tiring to speak to him while he's up there. Xi offers to serve as a maid just to stay in the mansion and see him from a distance. She's doing the absolute most to look pitiful. Wenli decides to test that theory by grabbing Huang Huan's arm. Internally, she scoffs that she can act like an innocent girl too. Xi panics, telling her to let go because Huang Huan will throw up if a woman touches him. She begs Wenli not to push him to his limit. Wenli realizes Xi still hasn't given up on the manipulation. She gets even closer to him to prove a point. She leans in, basically whispering in his ear. She tells Xi that she's the special person for him and he won't get sick. Internally, she's risking her life to survive, telling herself she's just holding a dog. She pulls him into a full-on hug, leaving Xi absolutely fuming. Wenli decides to go full menace mode, hugging Huang Huan right in front of the competition to tilt her rival. Huang Huan is absolutely short-circuiting because his supposed sworn brother is suddenly getting very touchy-feely. He immediately starts acting like a total peacock, asking if she's satisfied or if he needs to switch into some more interesting positions. Wenli is being completely shameless, basically petting his face while Xi Qingyi watches her man get stolen in 4K. Xi Qingyi finally reaches her limit, deciding that this little display of affection is the last straw. She drops the act and launches a literal wind blast at them, proving she's been faking her weakness this whole time. Huang Huan reacts instantly, pushing Wenli out of the splash zone just in time. Wenli still takes a small scratch to the face, but she's mostly just shocked at the sudden escalation. Huang Huan claps back, calling out Xi Qingyi for lying about her martial arts skills. He's officially done with her arrogance and the constant games. Xi Qingyi goes full pick-me villain, complaining that she's been treated like a lowly maid despite having a better figure than Wenli. Huang Huan isn't buying it, shouting that Wenli has nothing to do with their messy history. He reveals that Xi Qingyi tricked him and stole a secret scroll from his sect, then tried to blackmail him for his family's ship designs. He makes it clear that there is absolutely nothing left between them but cold, hard business. He grabs her arm to shut her down, but she isn't backing off. Xi Qingyi starts dropping major death flags, threatening to murder Wenli and anyone else who even looks at him. Huang Huan basically tells her she'll have to go through him first. Xi Qingyi mocks Wenli for being a high-tier flirt with a growing harem, promising to come back when the men aren't around to protect her. She plans on making her move the moment Wenli is left alone. With a dramatic jump, the Holy Virgin makes her exit, leaving behind a very tense atmosphere. Huang Huan is still in full bodyguard mode, warning the heir that he won't spare anyone who touches a hair on Wenli's head. Wenli's heart starts racing from the intensity of it all. Internally, she feels a bit of a sting because she's only playing the part to survive the system's tasks, not because she's actually catching feelings. Huang Huan remains on edge, glaring at the spot where his former flame vanished. Meanwhile, at the calligraphy building, a crowd is gathering for the latest drop. The new arrival is a spicy romance novel called Young Hero's Romance, and it's already a bestseller. The local girls are losing their minds over the luring relationship between a captor and his boss. They even start shipping random guys on the street based on the book's tropes. One of the guys is so narcissistic he thinks they're just staring because he's a 10 out of 10. Over at the Imperial Palace, the vibes are much darker. Princess Huyang is lounging in her chambers, asking her subordinates if their plan is in motion. A servant reports that they've targeted the calligraphy building, but warns that selling it off might be a bad move. The princess thinks Wenli is just a money-hungry girl who can be easily crushed. She tosses a book aside, refusing to let anyone in Wenli's circle make a single cent. She literally stomps on a book featuring a handsome man, fueled by pure jealousy. Internally, she's screaming about how Wenli supposedly stole her man. Back at the mansion, a mysterious gift box with an apology note is left out under the stars. Shi Qingyi is back at her own base, absolutely losing it and smashing furniture. She's salty that Huang Huan didn't follow her plan and become her puppet. She views him as a total failure for getting kicked out of his sect. Her cult subordinates show up to report that the big boss, the hierarch, doesn't care about her petty drama. They've been ordered to focus on the ship drawings instead of her revenge. They even refuse to spy on the Wen mansion for her, which sends her into another rage. She can't believe and her own people won't listen to her. They tell her to pack her bags and head back to the valley once the mission is done. But Shi Qingyi gets a devious idea, realizing the drawings are the key to destroying the Wen family once and for all. Things go from bad to worse at Wenli's office when a manager rushes in with a major crisis. It turns out the paper supply has been completely cut off, and the ink pavilion is ghosting them. They try to source paper from other factories in the city. The manager thinks they can just outbid everyone because they're loaded. However, the reality is a total disaster. Pirates have blocked the canal, and the only shop with stock has jacked up the price by 30 times. If they don't find a solution, the printing house is going to go dark. They realize the princess has finally made her move to bankrupt them. A cryptic note on the desk warns that the Swallow is in grave danger. Wenli gets the report and realizes she's being backed into a corner. She tells her staff to stay calm and that she'll handle the logistics. Internally, she's cursing the fact that this era doesn't have industrial-scale paper mills. She knows that if the paper shortage kills production, she's going to be penniless, so she decides to hit the streets to check the market herself. On her way out, she bumps into Huang Huan, who is acting suspicious. She thanks him for some cosmetics he gave her, and he tries to act cool, saying he just bought too much by accident. Wenli skips away happily, while he realizes she's surprisingly easy to please with typical girl stuff. Elsewhere, the governor, Pei Jin, is bragging to an official about his progress with Wenli. He's convinced their blood pact is basically a marriage certificate. The official is unimpressed by his confidence and drops a stack of books on the table. Pei Jin starts reading and his face slowly turns pale. He realizes he's the main character in a series of spacey novels sold at Wenli's shop. The official tells him to look closer at the character names. The book literally describes a romance between Peng Jin and Heng Huang, which are barely disguised versions of him and Huang Huan. The illustrations even show them in sus positions together. Pei Jin realizes he's been caught in forte by his own debtor's business. He goes into a demonic rage, ready to burn the whole place down. Wenli is still out trying to buy paper, but every shopkeeper is giving her the cold shoulder. She's told that she's officially blacklisted because she offended the powerful Wang family. Internally, she realizes this isn't just a supply issue. It's a coordinated hit on her business. Suddenly, she runs into a very angry Pei Jin. She tries to act casual, but he's not having it. He confronts her about becoming a popular character in her shop's questionable novels. He's ready to find the author, Su Mali, and use a hot iron to teach them a lesson. Wenli panics, trying to convince him that violence is never the answer, and that the author deserves a second chance. She realizes she can't let her staff take the fall. She admits that she owns the calligraphy building, so it's technically her fault for not disciplining her employees. To save her author, she offers to take any punishment he wants. Pei Jin gets a wicked smirk, asking if she'll agree to listen to him for an entire day as her punishment. Wenli agrees, thinking it's a small price to pay to keep her business alive. Internally, she scoffs. He's a eunuch. What's the worst that could happen? They walk off together as the sun sets. Pei Jin turns back with a smug look, telling her to keep up and follow him. Dinner with the boss from hell starts with Pei Jin demanding Wenli make him a roast duck roll because apparently his own hands are broken. He starts reciting cheesy poetry about peach blossoms and wine, while she serves him like a personal waitress. She hands him the plate, internally screaming while maintaining a fake smile, telling him to enjoy his meal. Pei Jin takes a bite and has the audacity to say it tastes better because she made it. He then tries to feed her, telling her to open wide like she's a toddler. Internally, she's calculating the calories and wondering if he's trying to fatten her up for the kill. Pei Jin eventually taps out, claiming he's so full he can't do it anymore. Wenli scoffs, thinking that for someone who's been busy writing all month, she finally deserves a decent dinner without his drama. But the teasing doesn't stop. He tells her she looks worse than before and needs more soup to fix her face. He starts listing off health foods like wolfberry chicken soup and black rice, acting like her personal nutritionist. It's total forced-to-eat energy as he watches her with a smug grin. He laughs, warning her that staying up late is bad for her health, and she might even go bald if she doesn't treat her kidneys better. When Lee is fuming, realizing he wasn't being caring, he was just low-key cursing her. She tries to make a break for it, saying she shouldn't be in his room and it's time to head home. Pei-jin shuts that down real quick, bringing up the person who secretly watched him bathing and babbled while drunk. He wonders aloud if he should just send the owner of the calligraphy building to prison to help her memory. Caught in 4K, Wenli forces a smile, realizing she's trapped. Internally, she scoffs that since he's technically a eunuch, there's nothing to be afraid of anyway and agrees to stay. Pei-jin then demands a shoulder rub because he's been busy all day. He heads behind a screen to strip down, leaving her standing there awkwardly. She points out they're both single and him taking off his clothes is a terrible idea. Pei-jin starts the ultimate pity party, saying he just wants to relax but people despise him. He peeks out looking like a thirst trap in a loose robe, reminding her they're technically engaged. He even fakes some tears, claiming she's just like everyone else who looks down on his broken body. Wenli can't stand seeing someone show the white feather in front of her. She gives in, figuring he did provide her with plenty of writing materials. But as soon as she starts, he's moaning for her to go harder, which sounds incredibly wrong. He's literally blushing and breathing heavy while she works those knots. She asks if it's good, trying to keep it professional despite the awkwardness. He tells her to move up to the shoulders, and she gives his chest a little poke. The man is fully leaning into the experience, looking like he's in paradise. Internally, she's wondering why a supposed eunuch has such hard chest muscles when they're basically useless. She keeps poking him, probably testing if those abs are actually real. Pei-jin notices and asks if there's a specific spot she's aiming for. She lies, saying her hands just slipped because his skin is too smooth. As she moves her hand downward, she notices he's actually quite handsome when he's not talking. She even compares his physique to Mr. Yan, realizing he's packing some serious heat. She keeps going, aiming just a little bit lower as he rests his eyes. Suddenly, a guard interrupts from behind the screen, saying he found clues about the investigation. Pei-jin splashes out of the water and starts getting dressed immediately. Wenli realizes the snake was pretending to be asleep the whole time. She tries to make an exit now that he has actual work to do, but Pei-jin grabs her wrist in a vice grip. He tells her she's coming along because this concerns her too. She's confused, wondering what business of hers involves a midnight field trip. Before she can argue, they're swooshing across the rooftops. He carries her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes over the city skyline. Her shoe clicks against the tiles as she begs him to put her down. She grips him tight, terrified of the height and refusing to walk on her own. He tells her to pipe down unless she wants to wake up the whole neighborhood. He puts a finger to her lips, and for a second, things get way too quiet. He shifts her into a crouch, asking if this position is better. She rants about being a weak, ordinary girl who can't handle these high-stakes ninja moves. Pei-jin just sighs and tells his pretty girl to watch her step as they land. They spy on two people in an alleyway, Pei-jin telling her to stay silent. They overhear that the canal is blocked, stopping all paper and supplies from Nanjiang. The man is worried about the prices being too high and attracting the mayor's attention, but the woman reveals they've already bribed the mayor's second child. Their goal is to cut off all supplies to the calligraphy building to bankrupt Wenli. Wenli is blindsided, asking if Princess Danyang is really trying to screw her over. Pei-jin confirms it, asking if she's scared now. Below them, the conspirators wrap up, confident they'll be rewarded for serving the princess. Wenli decides she's seen enough, not wanting to get caught in the middle of a bigwig's fight. They eventually head back to the estate. Pei-jin watches her walk away, looking unusually serious. He offers to have his dark brocade guards turn those rival shops upside down to get her evidence. He gets all up in her space, asking for a bit of love in exchange for his help. Wenli internally rolls her eyes, thinking his drama king act is getting outdated. She rejects his help, claiming she has her own trump cards to handle business. Pei-jin plays the abandoned card again, acting hurt that she used him and left. She shuts the door on him, calling him a damn eunuch who knows exactly how to flirt. Her heart is racing, and she hates that his protective attitude is actually working on her. She tries to calm down and stop overthinking. She reminds herself that everyone except Xiaobai and Jingxu is just trying to use her. Those two are the only ones who care, even if it feels like they're babysitting a child. She wonders if there's anyone who will actually protect her with their whole heart. She thinks of Mr. Huayu before dismissing it as exhaustion and tucking herself into bed. Outside, the lights go out. Pei-jin's eyes go cold. He knows Danyang has someone backing her. He orders his men to report Jin immediately. He tells them to follow him to the dark prison to talk with the prisoners. If the canal is blocked, he's just gonna unblock it with sheer force. He hides a dangerous smirk behind his fan. The next day, Wenli is buried in books at the mansion. She's researching royal connections and skin formulas. She's surrounded by a mountain of scrolls and manuals, but she hits a wall, finding nothing useful to prove her theory. Suddenly, Xiaobai appears with his love magic. Wenli looks up, startled by the sudden appearance. He tells her to get happy and plants a kiss on her cheek. It's a full-on moment that catches her off guard. He tells her not to worry, looking deep into her eyes. He promises to ease her mind, but his version of helping is just reading by rote while Wenli stares at him, completely done with life. Wenli checks Xiaobai's temperature, because he's acting like a completely different person, but he just wants her to read a note. Xiaobai is confused because his brother said this note would make her happy. but she just looks concerned. She takes the paper to see what kind of weirdness is going on this time. The note is basically a how to handle Wenli manual, telling Xiaobai to tell her jokes and smooth her eyebrows if she's stressed. It also mentions a secret stash of mulberry paper at a side mansion that could fix her current supply chain nightmare. Internally, Wenli is shook by how much Lufibai planned ahead while he was still sane. She asks if there's anything else he mentioned, since they really need that paper. Xiaobai says his brother told him to take her there whenever she asked. She agrees, thinking they finally caught a break. As they head out, Wenli promises to pay him market price once they get the goods, so he can buy a mountain of snacks. Xiaobai is currently busy inhaling a bun while they walk through the streets. He refuses the money, saying they're family now and worrying about cash would just ruin the vibe. Wenli smiles, deciding to play along for now. They keep moving, but she's still worried about the paper situation. She knows those supplies are all Fibai has left, so she has to find a way to pay him back somehow. Elsewhere, a certain someone is looking for the perfect gift for a girl. He's worried the hairpin looks a bit too pricey for his budget, but then he wonders if Wenli would even bother wearing something cheap. The shopkeeper lady pulls out an abacus, suggesting he just borrow more money for a 300-tael silver piece to show his sincerity. Huang Huan suspects she's just trying to milk him for interest, which is honestly a mood. She insists she's a good person and the rates are totally fair for the current market. Huang Huan wants to see just how good this legendary hairpin really is. She tries it on to show off, looking like she's ready to scam him for every cent. He tells her to chill, reminding her he's just doing his job, not being a creep. Suddenly, a rival spots them and thinks Huang Huan has become a total playboy with a new girl. She orders her squad to grab the woman while she handles the rest. Her subordinate gives the yes, and they move in. Back at the side mansion, Wenli spots a bunch of movers clearing the place out. Xiaobai tells her to keep it down because these guys look like trouble. It's Lu Xin, and he's bragging about how he's looting everything while his cousin is out of commission. He thinks being a genius is useless if you don't have his kind of luck. Wenli asks if Xiaobai knows this clown, but he's just as confused as she is. They overhear Lu Xin offering the mulberry paper to the prince's representative to get on her good side. Wenli realizes Lu Xin and Princess Danyang have been plotting this for a long time. This means Feibai's secret is officially out, and she needs to warn him ASAP. She tells Xiaobai to write down that the secret is dead and Lu Xin is a traitor. Xiaobai is overwhelmed by the homework and doesn't even know who Lu Xin is. Before they can leave, a group of dudes in black robes surrounds them. Wenli tries to play it cool, asking who they are. They don't answer, just inviting her to go somewhere with them, and by invite, they mean kidnap. Meanwhile, Huang Huan is being led on a wild goose chase by the purple-haired girl. He's starting to get tilted, telling her not to make him angry. She tells him to stop right there as she leads him further away. The shopkeeper lady is also surrounded by the black-robed squad, which is a major plot twist. Huang Huan is out of breath and exhausted from the chase. The girl asks when he even got a lover, mentioning the hairpin he just bought. She points out his crush and starts dropping the real bombshells. Huang Huan realizes he's not the only one who's been blind to situation. She reveals she's captured both Wenli and Xuanzang, putting them on opposite sides of the city. He only has 1 hour to choose who to save, and the other one is toast. Huang Huan is losing his mind, asking why she even target Wenli when they need her for trade. He finally accepts that everyone in the demon sect is straight up insane. He finds the shopkeeper lady, who's already beat up the goons sent after her, and wants to know if he's paying her appearance fee in cash or credit. Huang Huan tells her to shut it and help him save Wenli before things get ugly. Inside a fancy building, Wenli and Xiaobai are finally waking up. She tries to wake Xiaobai up, wondering where they even are. Xiaobai remembers they were just shopping when the bad guys showed up. He panics and tells her they need to run, but they're already boxed in. The guards outside hear them and go to inform the elders. Xiaobai stands up, trying to act like a hero to protect her. He starts shouting about being the platinum star and demanding the speed god help them full Chunabiu mode. The guard is just standing there thinking, what is this kid even saying? Wenli ignores the cringe and asks if they're from the Imperial Palace. She reaches into her sleeve for her secret weapon. She starts questioning the guard about his connections to the Wang family or Lu Xin. When he doesn't give her the answers she wants, she threatens him with her fury. She chucks a bottle of spice at him like it's a flashbang, but the guy just blocks it with his sleeve like it's nothing. He looks at her with a really girl expression. He asks if they can finally talk like adults now. Wenli immediately shifts to her merchant persona, suggesting they restart the greeting. The guard asks again if she's Lady Wen, and she's like, yeah, that's me, let's talk business. He admits they used a sketchy method to get her there, but they actually want to collaborate. Meanwhile, the purple-haired girl is gloating about how she fooled Huang Huan again. She thinks that while she can't kill Wen Lai, she can definitely end her lover. But she walks into the room and sees Wenli being treated like a VIP, getting cold grape juice and snacks. She screams, wondering why everyone is being so nice to the hostage. She's literally pointing fingers and losing it. Wenli just gives her a wink, asking if she's surprised to see her living her best life. She even hits her with a peace sign, living rent-free in the girl's head. The girl starts yelling at the guards to let her go, accusing them of rebellion. The elder tells her to calm down, saying they've waited too long for the ship drawings and decided to trade with Wenli directly. The girl argues that the plan was to use Huang Huan to seduce her for the drawings, but the elder says that's old news since Wenli already agreed to give them what they want. He tells her she doesn't need to use the seduction excuse anymore. Outside, the search party is still looking for the mansion. The whole squad is gathered, trying to figure out where Wenli went. Huang Huan is sweating, realizing he was totally tricked by the demon sect girl. He blames himself and says he'll fight to the death to get her back. Pei Jin points out that the Ruo Shui sect isn't the only group watching her, so they might be getting lied to. He starts barking orders, telling the guards to search the sect's base and check the princess's mansion. Suddenly, an arrow thuds into the wood right next to them. Pei-jin grabs the note attached to the arrow, wondering what kind of message just arrived. Wenli finally reunites with her maid, who's actually her protector in disguise, and the reunion is giving major "did you miss me" energy. It's honestly a vibe to see them back together. But there's no time for a slow burn because got a massive emergency on their hands. Since it's scorching outside, Wenli decides she needs a bath and hands her things over to the help. They head into a private room where the steam is already rising. A wooden tub filled with flower petals is waiting for her to decompress. However, the maid starts short-circuiting because despite the dress, he's still a dude and thinks this is totally inappropriate. Wenli just rolls her eyes because she's fully aware of his secret, but she's staying in the tub regardless. He tries to make a break for it, but she grabs his sleeve before he can escape. She looks him dead in the eye, basically telling him to stay put. She asks if he's got enough main character energy to defeat the entire Ruoshui sect and bust them out. He admits that since they blindfolded him and he felt some heavy auras in the yard, he'd probably catch an L. Wenli realizes she has to play the long game against Shi Qingyi, who's been acting way too bold with the sect's backing. Internally, she scoffed, time to clip this bird's wings. The protector warns her not to be reckless, since the Holy Virgin has the whole squad behind her. He wonders how she plans to take on an entire sect without getting bodied. Wenli reveals that the higher-ups only care about her family's secret ship drawings. Apparently, the sect is tired of Shi Qingyi using those drawings as an excuse to waste their resources. Wenli's big brain move is to trade the drawings for a secret scroll. Without that leverage, Shi Qingyi is basically yesterday's news. The protector is stunned she cooked up this scheme so fast. He tells her she's moving so differently she almost feels like a new person. Wenli is already dreaming of merchant ships and bypassing her rival's tricks. But then comes the plot hole. She has literally never seen the drawings in her life. Her protector is absolutely flabbergasted that she made a deal for something she doesn't have. Internally, she panicked. "I'll just doodle something and hope they don't notice." He tells her it's too risky and tries to carry her out of there. She tells him to stop the madness. He struggles to lift her and asks if she's been hitting the snacks too hard lately. He's out here straining for his life. She just roasts him, saying he's gotten weak and needs to hit the gym. Suddenly, he realizes the incense in the room is laced. He realizes he totally underestimated the sect's dirty tactics. Now they're both officially stuck. Wenli tells him to relax because her modern wisdom is her secret weapon. It's time for her to show off some 21st century logic. Outside, Shi Qingyi is getting chewed out by a hooded figure. He warns her the hierarch will find out about her unauthorized deal. He brags that he's the one actually getting results for the boss. He tries to bring up the dark brocade guards, but he's not bothered. He claims he and Wenli are basically besties now. He reveals he used bone-softening incense that only affects martial artists, effectively neutralizing the protector. C is left wondering who this elder actually is. Wenli gets to work, pretending to draw the complex ship blueprints. She thinks Huang Huan is a total scrub compared to Xiaobai. She finishes the scroll and looks like she just won the lottery. To smuggle her out of the city, the sect uses a funeral procession as cover. The guards are suspicious of a coffin moving so early in the morning. The protector and a companion play the roles of a grieving brother and maid. They claim the rest are just pallbearers. The guards, under orders to find a missing girl, demand to open the coffin. The hooded figure looks nervous as the guards move in. They pry the lid open with a heavy thud. Inside is a body dressed in fine silk. The guard compares the face to Wenli's portrait. Since it's a different girl, he lets them pass. The group makes their exit, acting all humble. Once they're clear, they reveal the body was just a decoy. They explain that for the sake of the deal, they had to hide Wenli in a secret compartment. Wenli is literally stuffed in the interlayer, looking completely done with this plan. She's fuming about being treated like cargo. The figure tells her to pipe down since she's supposed to be a distinguished guest. They start the long trek to Ruoshui Valley. Internally, she fumed, "These demon sect weirdos really have no chill." She tells them they're going to regret this. She demands to share a carriage with Xiaobai. Shi Qingyi tries to act tough and insults the protector's intelligence. Wenli realizes the polite phase over and decides to be a total menace. She calls out the elder for having zero sincerity. She claims she and Xiaobai are practically married, so an insult to him is an insult to her. She starts fake sobbing so loudly it gives Shi a headache. The elder is literally plugging his ears to survive the noise. They continue down the road with the carriage in tow. Wenli brags to Xiaobai that her brain is her biggest flex. She whispers that the drawings are the only reason they aren't dead yet. He asks if she's actually just winging it. She tells him to just follow her lead. She starts petting his head while he sits there looking confused. She admits she's actually enjoying the view outside the city. The sky is clear as they move further away. The carriage speeds off toward the sect's hideout. Then comes the massive reveal. The elder is actually the hierarch, Shi Shang, in disguise. He admits he just wanted a vacation from the valley. He thinks it's hilarious to use a fake identity so the real elder takes the blame if things go south. He's basically throwing the old man under the bus for fun. Back at the mansion, Pei-jin is staring at a massive map, trying to track her down. He's been checking every person who entered or left the city. So far, they found zero traces of Wenli. But Pei-jin is a genius and realizes a coffin with no ice in this heat is a total red flag. He deduces there must be a hidden interlayer in the coffin. Huang Huan is hyped, realizing they both read the same detective novels and are officially best friends. Pei Jin is laying down the law, telling his crew they can't just go around snatching thieves because they've got a city to run and a reputation to keep. He's basically calling them toddlers who need to use their brains for once instead of being impulsive. He notes that while the Ruoshui sect is called demonic, they're mostly just weird, but Wenli is smart enough to survive as long as her protectors stay sharp. Still, the heat is on because everyone in the city is gunning for the Wen family to get a piece of their fortune. Pei Jin's stance is clear. He promised to protect them, regardless of how their messy marriage situation turns out. He's a man of his word, looking like a total snack while planning his next move to get her back. Meanwhile, Wenli is wide awake and plotting her next move. She checks in on Mr. Liu, who is actually the sect hierarch in disguise, but she keeps it low-key while her maid looks on. She's ready to brainstorm solutions, asking for the lowdown on their situation so they can escape. Since they've been traveling all day, she figures they'll hit a tavern by the road where she can leave a secret message for Pei Jin. She's determined to make it happen one way or another, but then she realizes she accidentally fell asleep on Mr. Liu during the bumpy ride, which is a major oops. Internally, she's short-circuiting, thinking, I'm just a human, how could I stain such a god? Liu is being surprisingly chill, saying it's time to repay her for taking care of him during the day. He flashes a smile that belongs on a billboard, making things even more awkward. Wenli tries to act tough, claiming she wants to kill Mr. Hart, but Liu calls her out, asking if she means Pei Jin. She admits she already gave Pei Jin a piece of her mind, literally. Her maid is just standing there like, can we focus? We have actual problems to solve. Night falls, and the vibe is anything but cozy. One of the sect goons delivers the bad news. They're camping on a mountain tonight, and they can pick a dirt patch and like it. Wenli is suspicious, wondering if they chose the mountain roads just to prevent her from eavesdropping or leaving marks. Elsewhere, Pei Jin's allies are roughing it too, complaining about eating dry roast chicken in the middle of nowhere instead of a nice tavern meal. The white-haired general is a pro, though, dumping spice on the bird like he's a 5-star chef. The blonde guy is impressed, finally getting a decent meal while they're out in the wild. The general tells him to bundle up so he doesn't catch a cold before heading into the trees to scout the perimeter. He's looking for fires or beasts, basically doing a vibe check on the surrounding area. From his high vantage point, the road looks dead quiet. He's impressed that the kidnappers actually know how to cover their tracks efficiently. The blonde guy wonders who else would be crazy enough to stay out here. The general drops some truth bombs. The martial world isn't all singing and hot meals at courier stations. Since the kidnappers aren't officials, they can't use the regular stops, making the wild their only safe bet. It's too risky for them to stay in public, because Wenli's guards might leave a mark for the rescuers to follow. Back at the camp, Wenli is struggling with bread so hard it's basically a solid rock. The sect leader explains they can't hit a tavern without identity tokens, which they definitely don't have. Mr. Liu points out there's no fire, just some glowing pearls to keep them from being in total darkness. Wenli is horrified, realizing she won't be able to bathe and has to live like a savage for the rest of the trip. The leader mentions they've used repellent that fire would ruin, but promises hot water by morning. Wenli realizes she's being outplayed by a cunning enemy. Her maid tries to make a pillow out of a blanket, but Wenli isn't feeling sleepy at all. She touches her maid's face, making things weirdly intimate for a second. She's thinking about Xuanzhang and trying to test her loyalty. Wenli asks if the maid feels anything while being touched like this. The blonde guy at the other camp suddenly shouts that he's not gay, telling the general to stop imagining things. He's basically throwing a tantrum while the general just stares at him. He claims his only idol is Mr. Huayu, so the general shouldn't get any ideas about him. He admits he thought the general was stupid because he got fooled by Shi Qingyi. But now, seeing him handle the camp like a pro, he's changing his tune. He points out that the general knew exactly why the sect would avoid taverns and even brought extra blankets. He's clearly better prepared than anyone expected. The general just waits for the point of this rant. The blonde guy asks if the girl drugged him to lower his IQ so she could trick him. He wants the tea on how that disaster went down during the long night. The general admits he was just trying to help a girl who pretended to be innocent but was actually a snake. Flashback to the Tianyan sect where everyone was turning on each other over a secret scroll. He explains she used tears and tenderness to confuse everyone around her. The blonde guy compares her to a character in a trashy novel, noting that Wenli is way better because she's honest. The general agrees, looking determined to get her back. Back in the tent, Wenli asks again if the maid feels anything. The maid is confused by the sudden physical contact and the intense stare. Wenli is internally smirking, thinking this is the perfect chance to test if the maid is a detector. Suddenly, the maid flips the script and pins Wenli down, asking if she's the one who's foolish. She reminds Wenli that even without martial arts, she's still a man and stronger than her. Wenli just wants to know if there's any special feeling, but the maid says the only thing she loves is gold. Wenli sighs, realizing she's just a sugar daddy to her. Just then, the sect members walk in and catch them in this compromising position. Wenli pushes her away, complaining that her reputation is officially in the gutter. Mr. Liu helps her clean up, while Wenli thinks about her failed plan to leave a message. The sect leader was too smart and blocked her tavern strategy. She tells her guard to just think of this as a trip, while she finishes the fake drawings. Lu offers to handle the drawings himself, claiming he's already started part of it. He shows off a scroll, looking way too competent for a simple elder. Wenli is hyped, suggesting they brainstorm and draw together. She gives him a big hug in her excitement, but then she realizes she thought he was her maid, Xiaobai, for a second. Lu looks a bit stunned by the sudden affection. He plays it off, saying they're basically the same person, so there's no need to panic. He tells her to go get some rest early. Outside, the camp is settling in for the night. The female sect members are avoiding Wenli and her maid like the plague. They whisper that it's a tragedy such a fairy-like girl is, well, into that. They think the sect is unlucky to have such weird captives. Wenli hears the gossip and feels her reputation hitting the floor. The sect leader then asks if one maid is enough, or if she needs more beautiful women from their sect. He offers to add more to the deal if she finishes the drawings faster, leaving Wenli wondering if she should even say thank you for this weird service. Wenli was dying of boredom after being stuck in the carriage for an entire day. She tried to kill time by asking Xiaobai what kind of games he liked to play. He immediately started rattling off a list of traditional pastimes like pitch pot and dominoes. He was suddenly full of energy, listing complex board games like he was a professional player. Internally, Wenli rolled her eyes, wondering how someone who acted so simple-minded still remembered his high society education. She decided to teach him a new game to finally level the playing field. The stakes were high, and she warned him that the loser would definitely be facing a punishment. Outside, Shishang heard the constant shouting and laughter coming from the carriage, feeling like she was babysitting two toddlers. The sect members nearby were busy gossiping, calling Wenli a gold digger for ditching her previous man for a new toy so quickly. They mocked Shishang, offering to help the poor girl who was stuck serving food to the captive. Shishang didn't miss a beat, telling them she loved girls and they were welcome to cross-dress and join her anytime if they wanted to be useful. Meanwhile, the search party was hitting a wall, frustrated by the lack of clues in the massive wilderness. Pei Jin and the white-haired general took a breather by the water to regroup. Pei Jin couldn't help but roast the general, questioning if he was secretly related to the eccentric Xiaobai. He wondered how an upright man like Mr. Yen ended up with such a weird cousin. The general was offended, wondering what kind of trash talk he had just walked into. They made a high-stakes bet. If they found the target, the general would spend the night on the hard ground while Pei Jin took the bed. It was a deal, and the competitive vibes were through the roof as they finished their meal. The general stopped joking and focused his senses on the surrounding forest. He caught a familiar scent on the wind and confidently pointed the way forward. They wasted no time, knowing that if they failed, it was back to sleeping in the dirt for both of them. Back in the carriage, Wenli was getting absolutely wrecked at her own games. Her face was covered in ink marks, and she was convinced Xiaobai must have attended a secret pro-gaming camp behind her back. The mood shifted as one of the sect members sensed an enemy approaching from the northwest. The Holy Virgin demanded to know exactly how far the pursuer was from their position. He was 15 kilometers out and closing in fast, carrying a misogynistic poison they could sense from a distance. The elder decided to stay behind to handle the threat alone while the rest of the group pushed forward. He told them he'd catch up once he was finished cleaning up the nosy pest. With the elder out of the picture, the Holy Virgin decided it was time for a luxury upgrade and ordered the group to a tavern for the night. Her subordinate tried to warn her about the boss's orders to stay hidden, but she wasn't interested in sleeping in the wild. She quickly shut down any talk of defiance with a sharp, threatening glare. They arrived at a grand building as the sun began to set, finally getting some real walls around them. The Holy Virgin played the part of the perfect host, inviting Wenli to enjoy a decent meal and a soft bed as a kindness. Wenli accepted the offer, trying to play it cool despite the situation. However, she noticed the girl's smile looked way too vicious to be genuine and realized she needed to watch her back. Wenli prepared for a nap, craving the comfort of a real mattress after days of travel. Her peace was short-lived when she spotted a set of clothes that signaled major trouble. She brought the change of clothes to Xiaobai, only to realize he was already in the middle of a bath. He cheerfully asked if she was there to join him and play in the water. He turned around with a playful grin, completely unbothered by his lack of clothes or personal space. Wenli's brain short-circuited as she realized she had seen this exact view before during their previous encounters. She panicked, telling him to stay in the water while he tried to stand up and expose himself. Then, he dropped a bombshell, asking when they were going to have a baby since they spent all their time together lately. Wenli was left speechless, staring at the innocent but terrifyingly blunt man in front of her. Meanwhile, out in the woods, the sun set on a tense standoff. The elder finally came face to face with the pursuers on horseback, blocking their path. He mocked them for being nosy, his long hair flowing in the breeze as he prepared to fight. Back at the tavern, Wenli tried to explain the birds and the bees, clarifying that just hanging out doesn't magically lead to a baby. Xiaobai went quiet, and the silence in the room became incredibly heavy. Wenli realized she had messed up. The timing was off, and he had shifted back into his serious, Fai-Bai persona. He sat in the tub, looking genuinely hurt and conflicted by her words. Wenli tried to make a strategic exit, telling him to enjoy the rest of his bath while she retreated. Before she could escape, he reached out and grabbed her wrist with a firm grip. He questioned why she treated his two personalities so differently differently, feeling like he was being treated like two different people. He pulled her closer to the tub, his eyes locked on hers as steam rose around them. He lamented that everyone treated him like he had lost his sanity ever since he was poisoned. He felt like a useless burden, but Wenli quickly reassured him that he was the smartest person she knew, even with the poison. He dropped his guard, admitting he knew she was leaving fake messages to lure him to her warehouse. He asked her to stop the Mr. Liu act and just treat him as one man without the double standards. Wenli agreed to call him Phoebe, noting that Xiaobai was way too casual for his actual unworldly temperament. He smiled, asking if he could call her Lai, and she found the nickname surprisingly sweet. He reached out to touch her face, thanking her for putting up with his messy antics earlier that day. She blushes, wondering if her face was still covered in ink from their games. He laughed, telling her she looked lovely and promising to help her fix her makeup later. Wenli felt her heart skip a beat, wondering if she was being tricked by his wake act all over again. Internally, she screamed about falling for another honey trap, while the man was literally naked in front of her. She managed to pull away, telling him she was leaving before things got even weirder. She headed for the door, but it wouldn't budge no matter how hard she rattled the handle. She started banging on the wood, demanding to be let out since she was supposed to be a distinguished guest. She screamed into the night, outraged that they would lock an unmarried girl in a man's shower room. Outside, the Holy Virgin was watching the locked door with a smug look on her face. She told her subordinates that Wenli and Mr. Liu were a perfect match and should just get used to staying in the same room. Wenli threatened to climb out the window if the door wasn't opened immediately. The Holy Virgin just laughed, reminding her that they were on the 3rd floor and she should try it if she wasn't afraid of heights. Wenli looked down at the drop and immediately rethinks her life choices. She tried to rationalize the situation, figuring one night on the floor wouldn't kill her as long as nothing happened. She explained the situation to Phoebe, resigning herself to making a bed on the ground. He wouldn't hear of it, insisting that as the man, he should be the one sleeping on the hard floor. He decided to skip sleep entirely and work on the construction drawings to speed up their release from the sect. As he started detailing the massive dimensions of the treasure ship, Wenli watched from the bed, impressed by his focus. He noticed she was still awake and told her to go back to sleep. She couldn't rest and joined him at the table, curious about what the final ship would look like. She was surprised he was drawing a complex treasure ship instead of a simpler centipede vessel. Outside, the Holy Virgin watched their shadows through the window, disgusted by how pretentious Wenli was acting. She scoffs at the situation, calling Wenli an easy girl who was just putting on a show. Her subordinate worried about the hierarch's reaction to them breaking orders. She brushed it off, claiming the boss only cared about marine technology and wouldn't care about Wenli's reputation. The scene shifted to the Wang family estate under the starlight. Pei Jin's ally was worried about their friend Jingqiu, who had been missing since he left the city. Pei Jin stayed calm, noting that the boy needed these challenges at the frontier to finally improve himself. They traded some banter about marriage and kids, with Pei Jin getting roasted for his sudden interest in family life. A scout arrived with urgent news that the Wang family had intercepted Wen family goods. Pei Jin smirks, telling his team to put on their unmarked clothes because it's time to snatch the goods back. The Holy Virgin walks in on Wenli and Phoebe, noticing they look totally drained from their all-night study session. She immediately goes into troll mode, asking what kind of new poses they learned during their long night. Wenli keeps it professional, telling her she's not sharing her secrets as Phoebe asks for a nap. He crashes right onto Wenli's lap, looking like he's out for the count. Wenli turns to her maid Xuanzang, knowing she's a pro at handling men's hobbies. She specifically asks if those hobbies include the game of Go. Wenli admits she's basically a noob and knows next to nothing about the game. She begs Xuanzang to teach her the ropes, calling her Almighty. Xuanzang warns her to stop using that name but agrees to teach her, wondering why Wenli is making things so difficult for herself. Looking at the sleeping Phoebe, Wenli feels a massive wave of guilt for dragging him into this mess. She realizes both versions of the guy have been nothing but indulgent with her, and she feels terrible. Even though they started with ulterior motives, she feels bad for not being more sincere with them. She decides she needs to balance her time between Xiaobai during the day and Phoebe at night. Xuanzang catches her staring and tells her she looks like a creepy granny. Xuanzang then pretends to be proud like a father, though Wenli just asks her for cash instead. The carriage suddenly comes to a screeching halt. Wenli wonders what the Holy Virgin is up to now and why she won't just drop it. Outside, there's a loud buzzing of voices. The road is blocked by a massive crowd of people. The driver is annoyed, noting that a bunch of poor people are blocking their way to the sect. Xuanzang explains these are refugees from a flood, but Wenli shuts the curtain, unable to watch. As tea is poured, the mood gets heavy. Wenli wants to help but realizes 3 boxes of tavern snacks won't do squat for a crowd this big. Xuanzang is shocked by Wenli's sudden maturity and asks what got into her. Wenli reflects on how, despite being controlled by a cult, she's still living the high life compared to these people. It kills her that she can only feel pity instead of actually doing something. Xuanzang gets all teary-eyed, saying the master would be happy to see her thinking of others. Internally, Wenli sighed, pretty sure that's not a compliment. Xiaobai wakes up and asks if it's finally lunchtime, but as soon as he sees the starving crowd outside, he breaks down, begging Wenli to give them their food and money. Wenli tries to be the voice of reason, saying they can't save everyone, but Xiaobai insists they can help. To calm him down, Wenli agrees to help right away, offering all her jewelry and cash. Watching him cry, Wenli is blindsided because he's usually so carefree. She asks Xuangzhang why he's so sad, but even the resident pro is stumped. Xuangzhang reminds her that helping everyone could actually cause a stampede. She asks how Wenli plans to actually fulfill the promise she made. Wenli reveals she's got a plan brewing. She decides to give it a shot for Xiaobai's sake. Wenli approaches Shi Qingyi at the window. She tells the Holy Virgin they need to talk about saving the Ruoshui sect's trash reputation. Shi Qingyi is completely confused by the suggestion. Before long, they've set up a full-blown soup kitchen with a one-bite per person rule. The refugees are over the moon, calling Wenli a fairy for her kindness. Wenli makes sure to tell everyone that the Ruoshui sect is always ready to help. She asks the Holy Virgin how it feels to be a hero. Shi Qingyi just keeps eating, looking totally unfazed. She claims she was born a fairy and doesn't need their praise. Still, she keeps handing out food to the grateful crowd. Even the sect guards are feeling the good vibes, though they're a bit confused by the romantic dynamic between the girls. Soon, the food containers are completely licked clean. Wenli notes that her jewelry was worth a fortune, but without the sect's speed, they couldn't have bought supplies this fast. She realizes that even with her riches, she'd have been too slow to save them on her own. Shi Qingyi thinks Wenli is being pretentious and wonders how she'll handle the night. Since they spent all their cash on the poor, they're stuck eating plain buns for the next few days. Shi Qingyi asks if she regrets the choice. Wenli plays it cool, saying a vegetarian diet will just make her thinner. The Holy Virgin reminds her of their deal. Wenli and her maid have to sleep in the same room as the fiancé. She's dying to know who's getting the bed and who's hitting the floor. Wenli just shrugs it off, telling her she's too nosy for an unmarried woman. She suggests the Holy Virgin try a night with two of her own men if she's that curious. This triggers a massive argument, and Wenli asks where the sect leader, Mr. Feng, went. Turns out he's back at the valley and she's the boss now. Xuangzhang notices her martial arts are coming back now that Feng is gone. Sensing an opening, Xuangzhang dips to leave a message for Pei Jin. Wenli tells her not to worry, she'll let the men have the bed while she takes the floor. Night falls over the tavern. Fei Bai is busy writing, refusing to share a bed even with a disguised woman. Wenli reveals that Xuangzhang actually hid some emergency cash to get extra rooms. She asks Fei Bai what Xiaobai wrote in the note he left. The note is a sob story from Xiaobai, feeling guilty for making Wenli lose her jewelry and suggesting Fei Bai should marry her to pay her back. Fei Bai looks deep in thought. He apologizes for Xiaobai's childish babble and the lost jewelry. Wenli tells him it's fine and that she wanted to help. She then asks why he got so triggered by the refugees. Fei Bai decides to come clean about his past. He explains that his family was hopeful when he first got poisoned. He looks off into the distance, remembering the pain. They sent him to the capital for treatment, but after 6 months of no progress, his family gave up, and the mansion servants started treating him like trash. He was locked away, begging for snacks and tea while being ignored. The staff mocked him, saying the former #1 scholar was now just a filthy nobody. He spent his days crying, cold and terrified, with no one to help. He tells Wenli that giving up on a useless person is the easiest thing in the world. Seeing the refugees brought back all those memories of being starved in the dark. He promises to pay her back for the jewelry and notices Wenli is crying. She tells him the money doesn't matter. He tells her to stop crying since all over now. Wenli wishes she had met him sooner so she could have supported him. She promises him a life of luxury from now. They share a tender hug as he comforts her, finally letting the past go. Xuangzhang returns from her secret errand only to catch our main duo in a cozy embrace, instantly calling them out for being suspiciously close the second she turns her back. Fei Bai tries to play it cool, claiming they were just getting sentimental over the good old days. Xuangzhang isn't buying the sentimental act for a second, teasing Wenli about whether her eyes are watering, because she remembered embarrassing childhood stories. Wenli snaps back, telling her to stop yapping and start eating, wondering if she picked up that sharp tongue from Pei Jin. Xuangzhang just smirks, making it clear that the only thing capable of shutting her mouth is cold, hard cash. Sensing a golden opportunity, Wenli slides over a bribe, asking Xuangzhang to use her high-tier martial arts for something very important. Specifically, she wants her to sleep next door and keep a lookout so the Ruoshui sect doesn't catch wind of their late-night activities. With the bag secured, Xuangzhang is suddenly the most supportive wingwoman ever, promising to vanish into the night and let them keep talking. Once they're alone, Wenli tries to lighten the mood with some snacks she's been hoarding, but Fei Bai is still feeling the weight of the world. He's too distracted by the natural disasters and the suffering he saw earlier to have an appetite. He points out that there are already refugees gathering near Nanjiang, which is a massive red flag. Wenli admits that seeing so many people in rags has killed her appetite too. However, Fei Bai won't let her starve, gently feeding her a piece of bread and reminding her that she can't worry about everyone if she doesn't take care of herself first. He tells her that as the #1 scholar's partner, she needs to lead by example. She reluctantly takes a bite, internally melting at his sudden maturity. Fei Bai mentions he didn't realize she was so well-versed in classic literature and asks what else she's been reading. Wenli tries to crack a joke about a man asking a beautiful girl about her reading habits instead of her makeup, but it completely flops. Internally, she facepalms, realizing the joke relies on a classic book that doesn't even exist in this world. She tries to explain the punchline, but Phoebe is still buffering. He finally forces a polite laugh just to be nice, but then he gets surprisingly serious about the bad question. He claims that if he were the guy, he'd ask her about her favorite luxury powders instead. Suddenly, Phoebe turns into a total powder master, listing off high-end cosmetics like he's an influencer. Wenli is caught in 4K, panicking and blurting out that she uses YSL, a brand he's definitely never heard of. Internally, she's short-circuiting, feeling like a total tomboy compared to these refined ancient dudes. Phoebe promises to track down this niche brand for her, and she has to tell him not to waste his pocket money on her makeup. Meanwhile, the Holy Virgin, Shi Kingi, is watching from the shadows, annoyed that their lights are still on so late. She receives a secret letter from the hierarch, and she's clearly stressed about how to handle the refugees without slowing down their trip. She decides she'll deal with all the drama once they finally reach the sect. Under the starlit sky, a suspicious cart is being moved through the streets. A masked girl jumps down to stop the thieves, calling them out for their low-life behavior. Some onlookers find her familiar, and a mysterious man orders his subordinate to capture her. She puts up a fight with her massive saber, but her weapon gives away her identity as General Wang's daughter. When the mask comes off, she's shocked to find herself facing Mr. Yan. Back with our main squad, they're traveling through the rain in a carriage. Wen Li is suspicious because Shi Kingi has been acting suspiciously nice lately, providing good food and separate rooms. Xuanzhang jokes that it's probably just their last meal before execution, which is definitely not the vibe Wenli wanted. They descend into a petty argument about who eats more rice, with Wenli getting roasted for her 3-bowl per meal habit. As they approach Ruoshui Valley, Shi Kingi informs them that outsiders have to be blindfolded to keep the sect's location a secret. Wenli thinks she's a genius and tries to memorize the route, but Shi Kingi basically tells her she's not that smart. She even offers to kneel before Wenli if she actually manages to map it out. They finally arrive at the sect, and Wenli is surprised by how simple it looks. She was expecting spooky gothic vibes, but it's actually pretty chill. That night, Feibai shows up at her door clutching a pillow like a lost puppy. Wenli teases him about being a big boy who can't sleep in a new place, but he gets sentimental, admitting that nobody has lulled him to sleep since his mother died. He confesses that everyone ignored his needs after she passed away. Wenli feels a pang of pity, realizing he was poisoned and neglected by his own family just for being a threat to their interests. Phoebe pulls a fine "I'll just leave then" card, knowing exactly how to play on her heartstrings. Wenli gives in and pulls him into the room, letting him lie down while she starts telling him the story of the Monkey King. Phoebe is thrilled, calling her the absolute best. He gets a little too bold and gives her a quick kiss on the cheek, sending Wenli's heart into over. She has to remind herself to stay professional because mental age is currently that of a toddler. He tells her he loves her just like his brother does, and that he wants to be with her forever. She tries to get him to go to sleep, but he's too hyped up on the story. Then things get awkward fast. Phoebe starts undressing and says he wants to fight her. He claims he saw a couple doing it at a theater once and they sounded really happy, so he wants to try. Wenli realizes he's talking about a brothel and vows to beat up the guy who taught him this when they get back. She has to explain the rules of fighting, telling him that only people who truly love each other can do that. He immediately says he loves her, but she gently tells him he doesn't actually understand what adult love means yet. He argues that since she plays with him and knows all his hobbies, it must be love. Wenli sighs, explaining that the love he feels right now is a bit shallow. She tells him that adult love is full of avoidance, helplessness, and complicated emotions. Phoebe decides he hates the sound of that. Wenli decides to just play along to avoid hurting his feelings, agreeing to accept a little love from him for now. But she draws the line at fighting, telling him it's still off the table. Phoebe is content with that and pulls out a jade pendant. He says it's his most cherished possession, and he wants to give it to the person he loves. He promises to love her more every single day if she does the same. Wenli eventually leaves to take a walk, but she's actually just trying to cool down her blushing face. Looking at the pendant, she hopes she can get a cure from her father. She wants to see the real Phoebe, believing that only when he's cured will his love finally be real. Wenli is currently realizing that her sense of direction is absolute trash as she wanders through a thick bamboo forest. She starts getting major creeps, wondering if she's being haunted by some forest ghost. She quickly tries to gaslight herself into being brave, reminding herself that ghosts don't exist in this material world. Finally, she spots a guy chilling in a pavilion and decides to go ask for an exit strategy. She approaches him with a polite "excuse me," hoping he's not a psycho. The man doesn't even look up, casually mentioning that this grove is a high-level formation, and she's basically stuck without a guide. He's been low-key tracking her for 4 hours, noting that she's walked about 30 laps in total. Wenli gets instantly salty, asking why he didn't say anything if he saw her struggling for that long. To get his attention, she claims she's the one who actually designed the gold disc puzzle he's currently obsessed with. That actually gets the man to turn around and acknowledge her existence. Wenli tries to play hardball, telling him she won't give him the answer unless he leads her out of this maze. The man smirks, realizing that Miss Wen isn't as brainless as the rumors suggested. Wenli is completely blindsided that this random guy already knows her name. He tells her to follow him, claiming he's the only one who can get her out. As they walk, he starts nerding out about how the puzzle works. He drops some heavy math, explaining that moving the discs would literally take 580 billion years. Wenli is so focused on his explanation that she accidentally bumps right into his back. She's clutching her head in pain while he just stands there like a brick wall. He informs her they're finally out of the grove and gives her directions to her room. Before she can leave, he grabs her and hands over an expensive reward for her answer. Internally, she's suspicious as heck, wondering why a stranger is giving her luxury items the first time they meet. She tries to hand it back, thinking his help was payment enough. The guy isn't taking no for an answer, basically saying he snatched it and will throw it away if she doesn't want it. He claims he took it from a girl's fiancé and wants Wenli to be the one to return it. Confused but tired, she decides to keep it for now until she finds the owner. Meanwhile, the holy virgin Shi Qingyi is having a yander moment, telling a captive named Mr. Huang that fate tied them together. He's not feeling the love at all, telling her that only evil could have brought them back together. She resorts to threats, warning him that the little one captured with him will suffer if he doesn't cooperate. He tells her to get lost, clearly disgusted by her presence. Shi Qingji storms out and finds the math-obsessed man from the forest. She starts venting about how she wants to isolate Huang Huan so he has no choice but to be with her. The man is completely bored by her drama, reminding her he already did the hard part by capturing him. He tells her to stop talking to him about love because he'd rather be solving math problems. Back at her place, Wenli realizes the hairpin the man gave her is made of pure gold and rubies, worth a literal fortune. She's feeling like she just won the lottery while holding this thing. She finds Phoebe waiting for her outside their room, looking like a lost puppy. He turns around, looking like he's about to cry from relief. He's been panicking all afternoon because she was missing. He pulls her into a massive hug, but Wenli is struggling to breathe because he's holding on for dear life. Internally, she thinks he's acting like a devoted wife waiting for her husband to get off work. She hides the hairpin behind her back, feeling weirdly guilty about it. Phoebe admits he was terrified he'd made her angry and that she left him for good. She reassures him that she just got lost in the bamboo grove. Internally, she's still fuming that bastard in the woods just watched her walk 30 laps. Phoebe gets protective immediately, demanding to know if the guy hurt her. She tells him to chill, claiming that no one can mess with her when she's got her courage up. He notices her acting sus with her left hand and asks if she's injured. She brushes it off, saying they should just go inside and rest. They head in together, both looking a bit exhausted. Phoebe looks like he's got something serious on his mind. Inside, Wenli mentions how thoughtful the demon sect was for shelling sunflower seeds for her. Phoebe corrects her, saying Xiaobai spent the whole afternoon doing it himself. Wenli starts choking on her drink, feeling like a villain for making a kid do that much work. Phoebe starts patting her back, telling her to slow down because no one is going to steal her food. In the middle of her coughing fit, the expensive hairpin falls right out of her sleeve. Internally, she's screaming, trying to come up with a lie about finding it by accident. Phoebe picks it up and notes that it's way too high-end to be from a small shop. He gets all emotional, thinking she's sad about donating all her jewelry to refugees. He promises her that one day he'll give her the best jewelry set in existence. Wenli decides now is the time to try and return the jade pendant he gave her earlier. She tells him that since Xiaobai didn't know its value, he should take it back. Phoebe looks absolutely crushed, asking if she doesn't want to be responsible for him anymore. Wenli panics, explaining she just thinks the jade is too valuable for her to keep. He reveals it's a precious heirloom from his mother. He clutches her hands, insisting that he wants her to have it. He asks her if she really doesn't know why he's giving it to her. He calls her out for playing dumb just so she can hear him say it. She plays coy, asking how she's supposed to know if he doesn't use his words. Phoebe decides to stop being shy and says it clearly. He's loved her since she helped him at the night market. He appreciates that she never treated him differently just because of his identity or past. He doesn't care about family background or money. He just loves her and wants her to be safe. Finally, he asks her for an answer. Wenli blushes and suggests they try it out. Internally, she's thinking she needs some actual dates before things get too serious. Phoebe is stoked and starts tying a belt around her waist. He says he wants the belt to hold her since he can't be with her 24/7. Wenli asks if he's sure, since she won't be taking it off just cause the weather changes. He gives her a look that says he's 100% committed. Then he suggests they do something funny. Wenli's mind immediately goes to the gutter, wondering if things are moving too fast. She braces herself as he reaches out, but instead of anything spicy, he pulls out a scroll to draw construction plans. Internally, she's face-palming because she totally overthought it. She asks why so focused on construction drawings. He explains that shipbuilding is the most profitable business in the Wei dynasty. A single drawing like this is worth more than 10,000 taels of gold. Wenli realizes he wants to build his own fleet. Internally, she's impressed by his ambition but notes that current ship designs are super flawed. Phoebe admits it'll be a struggle without a shipyard, even with the plans. Eventually, he tells her it's late and she needs to sleep. As she gets into bed, he starts patting her. He says it's his turn to lull her to sleep since she did it for him. He's worried his pats are too heavy because he's a total amateur at this. Internally, she's melting at how sweet he is. He starts singing a nursery rhyme about yellow warblers and grapevines. As sings about green grapes, Wenli starts drifting off. He tells her to sleep well and promises to handle the rest. The chapter ends with the two of them looking like the ultimate cozy couple. The sun is shining and the birds are chirping. But for Wenli, the morning starts with a literal wake-up call. She's barely conscious in her room when she hears a shout to get out of bed. Before she can even process the day, a tiny human pounces on her like a professional wrestler. Internally, Internally, she groaned, is being a kid synonymous with having zero chill? But the kid has news. Her brother actually finished the construction drawings for the ships. Wenli is hyped and demands to see the goods immediately. It turns out Phoebe is a certified genius who drew the entire complex design strictly from memory. Overjoyed that her man is a literal walking blueprint, Wenli rewards him with a kiss. She's ready to close the deal with Mr. Feng, leaving Phoebe totally dazed by the affection. Internally, he was short-circuiting, thinking about how great it felt to finally be her boyfriend. Wenli tells her Xiaobai to stop lagging and follow her. The two head out, looking like a power couple ready to secure the bag. Things get serious when they meet Mr. Feng in his study. He claims the hierarch needs to personally verify the authenticity of the drawings before they can fulfill their end of the deal. Wenli isn't about to let him stall. She's been in this valley too long and has a business to run back in Suhu. Mr. Feng tries to play the customer service card, asking if she's been unhappy with her stay, but Wenli is picking up on major weird vibes from him. Internally, she noted, his face is the same, but his temperament is totally different. He went from a young man to a creepy middle-aged man real fast. She calls him out on it, asking why he's acting so different. He blames it on a lack of sleep from sect business, which she reluctantly accepts. She decides it's time to dip before things get any weirder. Outside, she gets a sudden pat on the shoulder that nearly sends her into orbit. It's just Phoebe wondering if she's done with the meeting. She tells him he nearly gave her a heart attack. To make it up to her, he pulls out a flower crown he made himself. He admits he's too penniless to buy her real jewelry, but his hands are great for picking flowers. Wenli is touched but also suspicious of his game. Internally, she teased, "Where did you learn to be such a Riz master? You aren't as innocent as you look." Phoebe leans in for a return kiss, claiming he's just evening the score from this morning. He's definitely feeling himself now that they're official. He reminds her it'll be her turn to initiate the next one. Wenli has to set some boundaries before he gets too wild, declaring a strict one-kiss-per-day limit. Phoebe immediately finds a loophole, promising to be at her doorstep first thing tomorrow morning. He asks if she's happy about finally going home soon. She tells him she's happy anywhere as long as they're together. When asked what she wants to do most, she starts listing off her bucket list. She wants to fly kites and play games with him and her brother. She also wants to hit up her favorite restaurant, White Stone House. Being locked up made her realize how much delicious food she's been missing out on. But then a heavy thought hits her. Will he still be the same Phoebe once he gets his full consciousness back? She wonders if there's a way to cute versions of him. Phoebe pokes her cheek, promising to stay by her side 24/7. Wenli promises to buy him whatever he wants, and Phoebe is amazed at how top-tier having a girlfriend is. Meanwhile, the real drama is unfolding in the shadows. The hierarch is reviewing the drawings and realizes they match his broken collection perfectly. His subordinate is ready to take 300 elites to fight pirates at the shipyard, but the hierarch tells him to slow his roll because the deal with the Wen family isn't officially over. He reminds everyone that his word is law in the Ruoshui sect. He gives off an icy, untouchable aura as he stares at his books. His subordinate realizes he overstepped and stops guessing his boss's thoughts. 2 days later, Wenli is losing her patience with the verification process. The subordinate tells her to stay chill and wait for news. She turns around, frustrated by the delay. The hierarch suddenly offers her a lecture with rewards to kill the time. They end up in a scenic pavilion surrounded by bamboo. Wenli asks if he's actually from the Ruoshui sect, leading to a game of on-question for one answer. She starts with the basics. She asks if the sect's name comes from a famous poem about the Tao. He says nope, it's actually because the former hierarch was a simp for his childhood sweetheart and changed the name to mean, "There's only one fish in the sea for me." Wenli notices the character for Ruo is different than the one in the poem. He explains that the guy fell in love with a second girl later and changed the name again to match her name too. Internally, Wenli sweated. This sect is way too casual. He deadpans that his father was the casual one. Since he inherited the position, he admits he's just as casual and only kidnapped her because he felt like it. Wenli is relieved he's self-aware, but asks why everyone thinks they're a demon sect. He claims they're actually just peaceful farmers who hate fighting. Other sects just like to talk trash to keep their students from being lazy like them. He tells a story about how he once saved a disciple by cutting off his snake-bitten leg and making him a wooden one. The ungrateful guy told everyone the hierarch was a psycho who chops legs for fun. Wenli asks if he finished the guy off. Instead, he just took the wooden leg back, which ironically made the demon sect rumors even worse. He's done answering and points out that he gave her 7 answers, so now it's her turn. Wenli is confident she can solve his 7 questions in multiple ways. The hierarch watches her work, wondering if he was fooled about her being a fiancé snatcher, since she seems so serious. She gets to work with her brush, focused on the task. In another part of the palace, a pink-haired princess is pouring tea for the hierarch, Shishang. She claims her organization is totally legit and even pays taxes regularly. She asks him to just call her a friend. She knows he's after the Wen family drawings and gets straight to the point. She reminds him that a shipyard is a must for building massive ships. The hierarch realizes he's missing a key asset. She offers him both the drawings and the shipyard if he helps her with one thing. He asks for the price. She wants him to kidnap Wenli to bait out a secret scroll. She hands over a document to finalize the hit. He asks what her beef is with the girl. She puts on a fake crying act, claiming Wenli seduced her future brother-in-law for money. The hierarch agrees to kidnap her for half a month, but is confused by the sudden waterworks. He makes it clear he won't hurt her and won't deal with the aftermath. The princess is fine with that, as long as she gets her time. He walks away, a man of his word, ready to commit the crime. Back at the imperial palace, the princess is admiring her jewelry. Her servant notes it's been nearly half a month. The princess reveals her true snake-like nature. Wenli will die the moment she's released. She plans to blame the entire murder on the Roshi sect and watch the chaos unfold. She decides to visit her sister to tell her about a political marriage she has planned for her. Back in the bamboo forest, the sun is high. The pavilion is quiet as Wenli finishes her work. She proudly presents her book of answers to the hierarch. He takes it, admitting he believes in her skills. He leans in close to her, creating a tense, intimate moment. Suddenly, a voice screams out, "What are you doing?" It's Phoebe, and he looks like he's about to blow a fuse seeing his girl in another man's personal space. Phoebe is back, and he's not playing games, immediately warning Wenli not to agree to a single word the hierarch says. Wenli is genuinely stressed, wondering how he's out during the wrong shift, and if he's hurting himself, but Phoebe hand waves it, claiming his condition doesn't follow the rules of a normal day-night cycle. Across from them, the hierarch is getting defensive, insisting he isn't actually a bad guy. Phoebe isn't buying the act, pointing out that between the bamboo maze and the math obsession, it's obvious who he is. He's 100% sure this guy is the one who negotiated with Wenli before. Exposed, the hierarch admits Phoebe is indeed the #1 scholar for a reason. The tension is thick as they sit down, and Wenli realizes the elder she met before was a total fake. Phoebe decides this is the perfect time to mark his territory, peeling an orange and feeding it to Wenli right in front of their captor. Wenli is loving the treatment, telling Phoebe he needs to eat some too. It's a total power move, and Phoebe leans into the best boyfriend energy. Poor Shishang is sitting there feeling like a third wheel, wondering why he's suddenly full on dog food. Internally, he's absolutely dying at the public display of affection. He finally snaps, asking them to please stop flirting while they're trying to have a serious conversation. Phoebe just shrugs, basically saying he can multitask flirting and business. The hierarch finally spills the tea. A certain princess told him Wenli snatched her sister's fiancé, so he agreed to a kidnapping deal. But after watching her, he realizes Wenli isn't some boy-crazy homewrecker and apologizes for the mix-up. He promises to let them go tomorrow and even offers to help with the canal project. Wenli is relieved, and they agree to pack up and head out the next morning. As night falls over the sect, the couple settles in for a round of gobang, realizing the whole situation was a massive setup. Wenli is actually holding her own now, and Phoebe is impressed by how much she's improved. She brags about studying the manuals, but then makes the mistake of mentioning that Xuanzang taught her a lot. Phoebe's jealousy sensors immediately redline, and he freezes. He tells her Xuanzang is too busy, and that she should just bring all her problems to him instead. Wenli tries to defend her friend, saying Xuanzang is basically getting paid to do nothing right now. She tells him he should just enjoy her progress, because if she asks him everything, there's no surprise. Phoebe pulls the "I guess I'm just not important" card, looking like a kicked puppy. Internally, Wenli is sweating, realizing she totally forgot how much of a vinegar jar he is when it comes to jealousy. She tries to tease him, fanning herself and asking who knocked over the sour vinegar. Phoebe isn't having it and pounces on her, telling her he'll stop being sour if she shuts her mouth. He gets dangerously close, asking exactly where he should put his mouth. Wenli is pinned and blushing, but she manages to slap him away, telling him to get lost. Phoebe reminds her they're engaged, so this is happening eventually anyway. The mood shifts as they discuss the future and the cure Phoebe needs from his father. He pulls her close, telling her to listen to his heart. He promises he'll never forget her, no matter what happens in this life. Wenli is skeptical, telling him if he changes his mind after the cure, she'll just cancel the engagement herself. Phoebe vows he won't let her down, and the two share a soft, romantic moment. She chooses to believe him, but reminds him to keep that promise. Outside, under the stars, Xuanzang confronts Phoebe, asking if he's actually fallen for the lady. She's suspicious because their engagement was originally just a business deal. Phoebe admits that Wenli has always been kind to him, regardless of how she was treated. Xuanzang thinks that's a shallow reason to love someone, but Phoebe shuts her down, saying his heart is too small for anyone else. He's determined to prove himself, while Xuanzang prepares for their early departure. Wenli hand-delivers a letter to Xuanzang, intended for her father back in the capital. She's preparing for the worst, showing how much she's matured through all this drama. The next day, they reach the sect exit. Wenli is blindfolded for security, and they meet their guide, Shi Qingji. Qingji is actually the hierarch's sister, and she's tasked with leading them to the secret scroll. Before they leave, the hierarch grabs Wenli's wrist, giving her an exquisite bracelet that he claims will save her life in a crisis. Wenli has a gift for him too, telling him to open it only after they're gone. She tosses it to him, and as they walk away, the hierarch opens the scroll only to find a recipe for hair loss shampoo, with a note saying math makes your hair fall out. He's been roasted in 4K. As they trek through the woods, Wenli is internally flexing her math skills, counting her steps to memorize the way out. Qingji starts telling a story about a friend who used evil tricks to keep a man she loved. The friend made the man lose everything, and Qingji wants to know if he'll ever forgive her. Internally, Wenli rolls her eyes, knowing exactly whose story this is. She gives it to her straight, love can't be forced. Qingji admits the man treats her friend like an enemy. Wenli explains that locking up a body won't keep a heart, and it'll just drive everyone crazy. Qingji is heartbroken, asking if it's truly irreparable. Wenli suggests letting the guy go, maybe then he'll change his mind. Qingji is terrified he'll just fall for someone else, but Wenli argues that if he's easy to lose, he wasn't meant for her anyway. Qingji turns the question back on Wenli, asking if she'd be this open-minded if Phoebe wanted to leave. Wenli keeps it real. Trust and respect are her bottom lines. If he doesn't lie, she can walk away in peace. They finally reach the destination, and Wenli takes her blindfold. They are at the river where the ship is waiting. Wenli immediately demands Qingji kneel, having successfully memorized the route. Qingji throws a tantrum, refusing to kneel and calling Wang not cute. But the peace is short-lived, A ship is waiting in the water, and assassins are already watching. They notice the ship is leaving 2 days early, but decide it doesn't matter, the princess wants Wenli dead now. As Wenli stands on deck, the assassins prepare to strike, shouting that people from the demon sect should die. They charge forward with swords drawn, but a fan suddenly swooshes through the air. Blood spatters against the sky as the guards are intercepted. But Wenli isn't fooled. She looks the hero in the eye and tells him to stop the act, revealing it's actually Xuanzang in disguise. The assassins are caught off guard, and Xuanzang finishes the job by kicking the remaining trash right off the boat. Our merchant MC Wenli is currently pulling a Titanic and doesn't know how to swim. She's out here struggling for her life, while the river tries to claim her as its own. Seeing his lady in danger, Phoebe isn't about to let her become fish food. He manages to dive in and get a grip on her before things go south. He flexes his swimming skills, claiming he's basically a pro because he spends all his time at the Yamen. Phoebe tells everyone he's got this handled, and the group has no choice but to follow the boss's lead. He flashes his token and orders the guards to keep the assassins alive for a little quality time in interrogation. While the others watch from the deck, Phoebe dives back into the water, leaving everyone low-key stressed about his survival. The ship pulls away, leaving the couple stranded in the middle of the river. A massive splash echoes through the water as the rescue mission begins. Back on the boat, the blonde girl is panicking because she thinks she should have jumped in sooner to save Wenli. She's looking absolutely devastated, feeling like she failed her one job. Someone reminds her that she can't even swim herself, so jumping in would have just added to the body count. Internally, she's throwing a whole tantrum, crying about how she absolutely must save her friend. The guards have to physically hold her back so she doesn't do something reckless. Cut to a secluded cave where a fire is crackling under the night sky. Wenli wakes up wondering if she's currently in the Crystal Palace or if this is just a very vivid fever dream. Phoebe is just sitting there, unimpressed, noting that if she has the energy to talk nonsense, she's clearly fine. She stares up at the cave ceiling, trying to figure out how long she's been out of commission. She realizes her clothes are dry and starts to get suspicious of what happened while she was asleep. Phoebe quickly clears the air, explaining he dried her clothes over the fire and didn't try any funny business. She feels refreshed, but then remembers the whole almost drowning and assassin ambush situation. Phoebe puts on his best, hurt puppy face, asking if she thinks he'd actually lead killers to her. He hands her a cup of water, looking like the ultimate doting fiancé. He explains that even took the time to boil the spring water so she wouldn't catch some ancient stomach bug. Wenli is actually touched, thinking about how lucky she is to have such a warm-hearted guy around. Phoebe smirks, calling her a slick girl and teasing her about her previous live-in son-in-law comments. He pulls out some dried jerky like he's a walking convenience store because he knew she'd be hungry. Wenli gets curious about why a high-ranking guy like him is out here in the sticks instead of the capital. He simply chalks it up to being incredibly unlucky. Flashback to the palace where Phoebe was volunteering for a dangerous mission in the Suhu area. He knows the other officials think he's just a useless tool, which makes him the perfect undercover agent. His royal contact promises to keep things under control in the capital while he's away. They suspect the imperial concubine is up to no good and that the Wen family is caught in the crossfire. Phoebe's goal is to expose the corruption so the princess can't her power for evil anymore. Back in the cave, Wenli jokes that he should probably pray more since he runs into assassins every time he leaves the house. She jokes that maybe his soulmate is actually a beautiful assassin who wants to kill him, but falls in love instead. Phoebe starts fake crying, asking why she's trying to ship him with other women. Suddenly, he spots her showing some leg and has a total modesty short circuit. Wenli leans in, teasing him for being so shy when he's literally lived in a palace full of drama. He reminds her that he's a high-ranking official, not some servant, and he's about to show off a hidden talent. He tells her to take off her outer dress so he can fix the tear, but she calls him a pervert. He clarifies he's just going to stitch it up for her, looking completely done with her accusations. Wenli is left speechless, wondering if this guy is actually serious. Turns out, he's a master at embroidery, and Wenli jokes he should change his name to Invincible East. He tells her to shut up and get dressed because they're meeting up with the rest of the crew tomorrow. Suddenly, he senses someone nearby and tells her to stay quiet while she finishes dressing. Some random guy spots them and thinks he's just stumbled upon a wild couple in the woods. Meanwhile, at the meeting point, the guard and the blonde girl are stressed because Phoebe hasn't checked in yet. The guard is confident his boss is too smart to die, thinking this is all part of a 200 IQ plan. The blonde girl agrees, saying if he were dead, she'd be setting off celebratory fireworks in the capital. She mentions some fool who stayed behind to fight the demon sect just so she could escape. If they don't rescue him soon, she jokes he might end up as a baby daddy for the demon sect's holy virgin. They start connecting the dots about the Ruoshui sect and why their secret trip was intercepted so fast. It's clear someone leaked their location to the assassins, and they've got a rat in the ranks. The guard reveals he knocked the assassins' teeth out so they couldn't commit suicide, which is honestly savage. They decide it's time to head back to the sect and find out who the traitor is. The guard agrees, stating they need to take the initiative to smoke out their hidden enemies. Suddenly, he starts coughing up blood, having pushed his limits too far during the fight. Internally, he admits he didn't want Wenli to worry, so he kept his injuries a secret. Wenli insists that he needs to rest instead of charging back into danger. She tells him she'll handle things and he needs to focus on not dying. She plans to have the guards escort him back to the capital for safety. Back with Phoebe and Wenli, the villagers, are leading them toward a supposed dinner and bath. Phoebe plays the part of the confused traveler, asking where they're being taken. The man with the torch claims they aren't bad people, which is a massive red flag. Wenli whispers that she's numb to the damsel in distress plotline at this point. Phoebe warns her that these guys are muscular and armed, suggesting they might be bandits looking for a wife. Wenli is skeptical, but the sweat on her face says she's low-key worried. The bandits are already celebrating, thinking they've caught a beauty for their boss. One guy gets way too close, and Wenli starts screaming for him to get his hands off her. She begs Phoebe to use his martial arts and wipe these thugs out in a second. Phoebe notices their hands are white from being in the water. Realizing these are the canal pirates he was looking for, he decides to play along so they can find the hidden pirate den and assess their military force. He tells Wenli the plan. They're going to pretend to be a married couple to keep her safe. Wenli is absolutely blindsided by the idea of faking a marriage with him. She suggests they play brother and sister instead, hoping for a less awkward cover story. Phoebe shuts that down, arguing that the pirate boss would just force a marriage if she were single. He decides they need to practice their new roles right now, so they don't get caught in 4K. He grabs her hand and calls her darling with the most punchable smirk ever. He insists that she needs to call him darling back to make it believable. She finally caves, though it clearly kills her inside to play along with his flirting. Phoebe is living his best life, absolutely loving the darling title. They finally arrive at the pirate fortress, where they're treated like distinguished guests. It turns out the pirate boss is a woman who has a habit of letting handsome men go if they marry her. Wenli immediately flips the script, congratulating Phoebe on becoming the husband of the head while he stands there in pure shock. Phoebe and Wenli have successfully infiltrated the pirate fortress, and the welcome wagon is looking pretty intense as they are ushered inside. The pirate daughter is already having a full-blown existential crisis, worrying that her virtue is on the line if she's forced to marry a total stranger. But the pirate boss isn't playing around, reminding her daughter that marriage isn't a joke and asking if she's already forgotten her old flame, Kingji. The daughter claims she's totally over her ex since he ghosted her, and decides that since she saved Phoebe, it's only fair that he pays her back by becoming her husband. She's clearly impressed by his tall, strong, and handsome looks, practically raising him up on the spot. She then turns to Wenli, assuming she's just the little sister, and offers to be her new sister-in-law. Internally, Wenli scoffed. This girl is a bigger drama queen than I am. Phoebe shuts that down immediately, dropping a massive bombshell by claiming Wenli isn't his sister, but his beloved wife. Wenli is caught in 4K looking completely stunned as Phoebe grabs her hands to sell the performance. He doubles down, telling her she should start calling him darling right now to keep the act alive. The pirates aren't buying the romance though, pointing out that the two of them don't exactly have that Newlywed energy. The pirate girl starts getting sus, pointing a finger and questioning their whole story. The boss jumps in, asking why two people who clearly aren't villagers were wandering around the mountains during a deadly storm. Phoebe pivots with a masterclass in lying, claiming they are merchants from the capital who lost everything after their ship was wrecked in a pirate fight. He puts on a pained expression, making it look like they barely escaped the river with their lives. The boss tells them they're lucky to be alive and says they are free to head back home to the capital now. She gives them a look that says she's still scanning for any red flags. Wenli tries to play along, acting like this is the best news ever. But Phoebe isn't ready to leave the mission yet, looking solemn as he prepares his next move. He claims they can't actually leave, because they are literally penniless and all their jewelry is at the bottom of the river. He leans in close to Wenli, acting the part of the devoted husband who refuses to let his wife suffer through a shameful, broke return home. Internally, Wenli was fuming, drama king. Give me a heads up before you start your next Oscar-winning performance. The boss warns them that this place is a shelter for the poor and is totally outside the law, asking if they're really brave enough to stay. She stares them down, trying to see if they'll blink first. Phoebe plays it cool, claiming that as merchants, they only care about interests and don't give a damn about official business. The boss likes his practical attitude and tells the daughter Kingrong to take them to a room so they can talk more tomorrow. But the daughter is still skeptical, asking one last time if they are actually a real couple. Phoebe insists it's the absolute truth, knowing that a couple is expected to share the same bed. He puts his arm around Wenli, looking like the ultimate protective husband. Internally, Wenli sighed. What a cliché plot. Are these female side characters literally being paid to help him move the story along? Once they are finally alone in the room, Wenli questions why they don't just bail now that they know the layout of the fortress. She sits on the bed, looking exhausted from all the lying. Phoebe tells her he's committed to the role and doesn't care about any other women, no matter how mild they seem. He gives her a smug smile, clearly enjoying how much he's messing with her. He reveals the real reason they are staying. The leader of the thugs who attacked her before is actually Yu Kingji, and he's connected to this place. Wenli is shocked, asking if he plans to arrest the whole gang single-handedly. Phoebe admits he has a plan, but he's going to need a very dedicated assistant. Wenli realizes she's stuck playing the wife for the long haul and complains about how troublesome he is. Phoebe ignores the attitude and tells her it's late and they need to get some sleep. Wenli isn't having it, asking if he really thinks he's sleeping in her bed since the real Phoebe was a gentleman and slept on the floor. They stare each other down in a silent battle of wills. Phoebe argues that he's not a hypocrite and he's exhausted from swimming, chopping wood, and sewing for her all day. Wenli remains heartless, telling him that a real hero would leave without even leaving his name, while he's just a finicky guy asking for favors. Phoebe looks like he's about to cry, clutching the blanket and playing the victim card. He reminds her that he's a eunuch, so he's different from those other swordsmen anyway. He goes full emo, lamenting how he works so hard only to be forced onto the cold floor like he's not worthy of respect. He puts on the most pathetic face possible, looking like a kicked puppy. Wenli finally snaps, telling him to stop groaning, blow out the candles, and just get in the bed. She huffs and tucks herself in, looking completely done with his antics. Internally, she worried, wait, will the real Phoebe be mad that I'm sharing a bed with a eunuch? Still awake, she asks him why someone as talented and handsome as him would ever choose to become a eunuch and enter the palace. Phoebe simply says he did it for the well-being of the people. Wenli doesn't buy it, asking if he really did it to protect some secret princess or imperial concubine he's obsessed with. Phoebe tells her she has a weird imagination and that the women in the harem are all abnormal. He decides he's had enough of her questions and tells her he's gonna punish her. He leans over and pinches her nose shut, making her struggle for air. Wenli gasps, telling him to stop because she can't breathe. She cries out for him to be gentle because he's actually hurting her. Meanwhile, the pirate daughter is eavesdropping right outside the door, hearing all the shouting and gasping. She stands there blushing furiously, traumatized by what she thinks is a very profligate late-night session. Inside, Wenli pushes Phoebe away, telling him he has way too much energy and should go run laps outside. Phoebe just flicks her forehead and tells her to moan one more time before they go to sleep, purely to mess with the eavesdropper. A loud ah echoes out into the night sky. Outside, the daughter stomps away, fuming that she was stupid enough to listen to them flirt and vowing to find a better man tomorrow. Wenli sits up, calling Phoebe out for being a master of guile and craftiness. Phoebe calls her his soulmate for seeing through him, admitting he did it all to keep their cover from being blown. Wenli wonders what people actually think of him back at the palace. Phoebe reminds her that everyone knows he's a eunuch, and eunuchs aren't exactly known for getting married. Wenli tells him he's taking advantage of her and needs to pay up for using her as a shield. Phoebe explains that as long as his identity is a secret, they have the upper hand. Wenli argues that he's a top-tier fighter and shouldn't need her help to escape a pirate den. She looks at him suspiciously, not believing his wick act for a second. Phoebe goes back into sad boy mode, acting hurt that she's so wary of him after he saved her life. He threatens to just pack up and go back to the capital, saying the mission isn't that important anyway. Wenli finally caves, sighing and agreeing to assist him. He smiles, telling her it's finally time to sleep and he'll give her the full details in the morning. Meanwhile, the daughter returns to the boss, who is clutching her head in frustration. She confirms that she successfully took the guests to their room. The boss asks if she figured out their deal, and the daughter insists they are definitely a real couple. She explains that they weren't intimate in the main room, but what she heard outside their bedroom was shameful. She looks completely flustered just thinking about the noises they were making. The boss looks worried, realizing that if they really are a couple, her plans are going to get complicated. She tells the daughter to go rest because they have to collect grains for the granaries tomorrow. Alone, the boss looks at a scroll, wondering if the message about Pei Jin being missing was actually wrong. She laments that without him as a hostage, she can't save someone named Chenglin. The sun rises over the fortress, and everything looks peaceful for a moment. Inside the room, Phoebe is already awake, watching Wenli sleep. He thinks to himself that she's a silly girl for being so easy to persuade into sharing a bed. He decides he'll have to protect her forever now, since they've shared a bed and nobody else would accept her. Wenli starts talking in her sleep, calling out to Lord Pei. She mumbles about how handsome he is and how it's a shame he's a eunuch. She even suggests she could write a spicy novel with him as the main character. Phoebe is absolutely blindsided by her dream talking, looking like he's been struck by lightning. He looks down at her, wondering if he should just smother her with the quilt to stop the embarrassment. He settles for pinching her nose again to wake her up from her weird dreams. Wenli jumps out of bed screaming about a fire and trying not to suffocate. She realizes where she is and looks incredibly embarrassed when she sees Phoebe's smug face. He offers to help her with her makeup and hair, fully leaning into the husband role. They head outside with Phoebe acting like the perfect gentleman and telling her to watch her step. The other pirate women stare them down, judging them for waking up so late. They are told that everyone in the fortress has to work for their meals, and the duo realizes they're about to start their new lives as manual laborers. Undercover life is all about manual labor as Phoebe hacks away at bamboo for the pirates' basket-weaving business. Wenli jokes that their first meeting turned into a romance novel labor camp, which is honestly a mood. Phoebe tells her to take a seat while he handles the heavy lifting. Watching him work, she recalls his sewing skills and wonders if he learned to stitch because he was a penniless kid in the cold palace. Internally, she felt a bit bad, thinking, "You are so poor, darling." Phoebe sets the record straight, explaining that sewing actually buffs his eyesight and finger flexibility. He picked it up because he was always tearing his clothes in the wilderness and couldn't wait around for a maid to fix them. In his world, the more survival skills you master, the less likely you are to get a game over. Wenli is actually blindsided by his maturity, realizing he's not just a drama king but a totally self-reliant survivalist. She admits she's been judging him by his cover, and knows basically nothing about him besides his clout. They look around and wonder if this chill village is actually a pirate den or just a front. Phoebe reveals he's posing as a merchant to see if these people are actually villains or just scapegoats for the real criminals. Wenli claps for his heroic vibes, finally seeing some audacity in him. He just wants to know what she thinks the difference is between a hero and a regular guy. He explains that the pirate boss was actually a righteous official who got framed and thrown thrown in the dungeon for exposing a corruption scandal. Wenli listens intently as the plot thickens. Flashback to Phoebe meeting a prisoner named Mr. Song who has been rotting in a cell for 6 months. Song refuses to leave until the corrupt officials are punished because he's holding onto a ledger that's absolute fatal evidence. He asks Phoebe for a massive favor regarding that ledger. He tells Phoebe that his wife has the other half of the ledger, but she's got a suspicious mind and won't trust an official. Phoebe has to earn her trust on his own without any help. He explains to Wenli that hiding in the mountains isn't a permanent fix, so he wants to help them for real. Wenli pitches a win-win idea. She needs reliable hands for her business, and if she subdues the pirates, she can win the wife's trust. She keeps the rest of her plan a secret for now. Internally, she's sweating, thinking, I hope my dad actually gave his buddy that antidote. Meanwhile, at a massive city wall, the scene shifts to the mission's other side. A maid helps a coughing Mr. Liu toward a mansion, promising him he'll be fine soon. He apologizes for being a drag on the road due to his illness. The maid reveals that Wenli saw the death flags early and made a plan to keep him safe. Liu is touched by how considerate she is. He manages a small smile despite the fever. They finally arrive at the gate, but the place is a total dump, covered in cobwebs and looking completely shabby. It's only been 2 weeks, and the mansion has already turned into a haunted house. The guard tells the maid to take Liu to the master, who is currently losing his mind with worry. Inside, the master is reading a letter, wondering why his daughter chose such a sketchy dude to link up with. He wonders if the guy will still simp for her once he gets the medicine. Wenli's blood-written letter was clear. She doesn't want a forced marriage, she wants someone who actually loves her. He opens a box containing a glowing pill. The maid tells Mr. Liu that Wenli literally bled for this medicine, so he better think his choice is over. Liu stares at the pill, realizing the weight of her sacrifice. He finally takes the medicine. Back at the fortress, the sky opens up and it starts pouring. Phoebe tells Wenli to call him darling because he loves the affection. She reminds him to stay in his lane because they're just acting for the undercover mission. She tries to walk, but her legs are completely numb from crouching. He catches her in a hug, calling her out for being so careless. She tries to use science to explain her poor circulation, but he's not buying it. Suddenly, thunder rumbles and she jumps into his arms for real. Phoebe kills the mood by asking if she's hiding buns on her chest because something is pressing against him. She gets caught in 4K and tells him to stop playing dumb. She rages, asking if he's making fun of her just because he's a eunuch. He's short-circuiting because he's never hugged her before, so how could he know? Internally, he sighs. Women are totally unreasonable when they're mad. As night falls on the rainy fortress, the duo heads inside. Phoebe plays the perfect husband, deboning fish for her at dinner. She asks if the buns from earlier tasted good, and he immediately folds, admitting he was wrong. He heads out to investigate the fortress in the rain, telling her to get some rest. His heart is beating too fast, but he tells himself it's just too much salt in the food. She decides she needs to be 100% clear with him to avoid any confusion. When he returns soaked, she warns him to dry his hair or he'll catch a cold. He's genuinely surprised, asking if she prepared the hot water just for him. She sits him down to dry his hair, telling him it's too late for tea, so hot water will have to do. He realizes that besides Wenli, nobody actually cares if he gets sick. To everyone else, he's just the super strong official. He promises to be doubly good to her from now on. Wenli seizes the chance to ask for a massive favor. He simps hard, saying he'd give her the moon and stars if she asked. She gets shy and brings up their time in Ruoshui Valley. She tells him that since they've basically gone steady, she has a request. He's all ears, expecting something sweet. Then she drops the bomb. She wants her dad to break off her engagement with him and the other 2 guys once they return to the capital. Phoebe is absolutely blindsided. She explains the engagement is purely about business interests and not actual love. She promises to still get him what he wants, calling it a win-win situation. Phoebe asks if she's really trying to cut ties this soon. He temporarily disagrees with the breakup, claiming he's not feeling well after getting wet in the rain. Wenli just gives him a nice try smile and tells him if he's feeling sick, he should just drink more hot water. Our main girl Wenli is out here playing 4D chess to save her business, but the villains are playing dirty. Phoebe finally spills the tea on his investigation, revealing that this pirate den isn't actually a base for canal occupation, but a refuge for displaced families. Since the community is mostly made up of women and children just trying to farm and fish, it's impossible for them to be the masterminds behind the shipping blockade. Wenli realizes the canal port stoppage is a massive scam that's tanking the economy and her family's profits. It turns out the prefecture chief of Suhu is the one pulling the strings to block imperial audits while his dark brocade guards do the dirty work. Phoebe is confident that once this chief is arrested, the people behind the scenes won't have any way to escape the consequences. Wenli tries to be a wingman for his future, telling him he's destined for greatness and should definitely annul their engagement. Phoebe isn't having it, rubbing his face in frustration and reminding her she promised to play his wife until they subdue the fastness. Even though Wenli is determined to go solo, she's a woman of her word and plans to stick to her promise. Phoebe shuts down the talk about his feelings to focus on the mission. Mrs. Song has the ultimate dirt that could strike a massive blow to the Suhu government. Wenli admits she doesn't know much about political affairs, but she's all ears for the tea. He explains that Lord Chu messed up a dike project years ago by cutting corners, leading to massive floods, and the receipts are all in a secret ledger. If Phoebe gets that ledger from Mrs. Song, he can easily delete every corrupt official in the city. To make things worse, Princess Danyang is Lord Chu's younger sister, and has been plotting against Wenli for a long time. Internally, Wenli realizes this is why her family's goods were targeted. If Lord Chu falls, the princess takes a hit too. Seeing her yawn, Phoebe turns into a total sweetheart and tucks her in for the night. As the moon rises over the estate, the atmosphere is finally calm. Phoebe stands by the window, watching her sleep like a total simp. He's holding a jade pendant, internally pleading for her not to reject him before he can figure out his own feelings. He knows the human heart is a mess, but he's betting she'll eventually change her mind about him. He gently places the jade charm on her pillow while she's deep in dreamland. The next morning, Phoebe tells Wenli he's got errands and warns her not to wander off into trouble. But Wenli is a girl boss and immediately plans a field study to get things done. Meanwhile, the mountain path is completely wrecked by a massive landslide. The locals have no clue how to handle the situation. Phoebe shows up and tells the men to quit stalling and move the rocks before the next storm makes things worse. He ends up getting roped into the manual labor because apparently he looks like he spends way too much time at the gym. Wenli gets straight to business, approaching Mrs. Song about the struggle of supporting hundreds of people on just fish and crops. Mrs. Song thinks she's kidding when Wenli offers to start a business partnership. Wenli explains that agriculture isn't enough. They need to develop industry to survive. Her master plan is to transform the pirates into a high-efficiency paper-making workforce. As the sun hits the rooftops, the scene shifts to a different room. A younger version of Wenli is seen in a flashback desperately knocking on a door. She's reaching out into the void, crying and scared, looking for someone to save her. Cuddling her stuffed bunny, she feels cold and completely abandoned. Suddenly, a handsome man appears in the light to hold her hand and rescue her. Real-world Wenli snaps her eyes open, realizing it was all just a dream. Across the city, Mr. Lu finally wakes up and tells everyone he's back to normal. His blonde ally is relieved the antidote worked and asks if he's feeling alright. Mr. Lu is done being the victim and decides it's finally time for him to fight back. The blonde ally asks if he's caught up on the Wen family's current disaster. Mr. Lu is all ears, wanting to help Wenli since she's currently away from home. They walk through the courtyard, plotting their next move. Looking down from the roof, the scale of the estate is clear. The ally explains that the Wang family is fanning the flames of chaos, and the Lu family is also getting involved. Apparently, Lucin is inciting a bank run to cut off the Wen family's cash flow. The blonde guy looks worried as he asks Mr. Lu what he thinks of his own family's betrayal. Mr. Lu's face turns cold as he declares they aren't his family anymore. To him, Wenli is the only family he cares about now. Suddenly, they spot General Wang's younger sister hanging around the bank. Mr. Lu wonders why she's here, remembering how he and Pei stopped someone from stealing the Wen family's goods. The blonde guy hides his face, looking completely stressed out. He reveals that the general's sister has been obsessed with him ever since he helped her out. Mr. Lu looks at him like he's caught in 4K and asks if the girl is actually in love with him. He warns his friend that provoking a woman like her is basically asking for a world of trouble. He gives a stern warning that General's sister is not someone to be trifled with. The blonde guy realizes his friend has learned a lot of street smarts outside the city. He looks away, clearly feeling the pressure. He mentions he has a girlfriend now, so he needs to mind his deeds all the time. Mr. Lu smirks, thinking about his own little Xiaobai and deciding it's time to let him out. At the bank, a massive rumor is spreading that the Wen family is going bankrupt. A suspicious guy in the crowd screams that the owner ran away with his daughter and all the money. The depositors start panicking, wondering if they can really not withdraw their funds. The instigator keeps pumping up the crowd, looking like a total professional hater. He claims his master from the Lu family is just trying to protect them from being deceived. He's got a smug face while he rants. A bank employee tries to tell them it's nonsense since the bank has a stellar reputation. But the instigator just smirks, knowing he successfully started a riot. He claims all of the boss's other businesses are failing and they're just shamelessly deceiving depositors. He tells the employee to get out of the way, calling him a loyal lackey who's on the wrong side of history. Princess Danyang is watching the chaos from a balcony, looking totally unbothered. The crowd keeps screaming about withdrawing their money, while the bank staff tries to maintain order. Danyang gloats that no matter how many allies Wenli has, they can't stop a mob of angry civilians. She sips her tea, internally fuming that Wenli stole the man she loved and deserves this downfall. Her servant flatters her, saying Wenli is just a humble girl who should be honored to be destroyed by a princess. Danyang tells her to stop the flattery, but then she spots something. She's confused why Mr. Lu is suddenly showing up at the scene. The servant starts talking trash, calling him a retarded wretch who should have been kicked out of the Lu family ages ago. The servant's smirk is purely evil. Danyang warns her that she hates accidents and expects the plan to go perfectly. The servant promises to handle him and make it look like he's just insane. Back at the pirate den, Wenli is overseeing the paper-making process. They're stirring the bamboo pulp in large stone vats. Wenli explains that adding her special herbs will make the paper smooth, white, and creamy. She's confident that ordinary paper won't even be able to compete. But one of the workers is a total hater, thinking Mrs. Song is crazy for letting a girl lead them. He's got a nasty look on his face as he prepares to to stir up trouble. He clutches a strap, looking ready to get aggressive. Another worker tells him to shut up before Miss Song hears him. The hater doesn't care, complaining that with Mr. Song gone, it's time for the men to rebel. He mocks his coworker, saying women can't do anything great. The coworker reminds him that Wen Li is a rich merchant who promised to buy all their paper. He argues that this is better than living a dangerous life as outlaws. The hater scoffs, claiming paper making is a top secret skill she couldn't possibly know. Wen Li overhears and tells him he has a very narrow view of the world. The man sneers, telling her she's only rich because she's a lover of rich merchants. He goes full insult, saying she only makes easy money by making love with men. Wen Li doesn't even hesitate and splashes a bowl of water right in his face. She tells him it's fine if he doesn't believe her, but he shouldn't discriminate against women. Internally, she's disgusted, telling him she's just washing his mouth out. The guy is absolutely livid, screaming about how a woman dared to hit him. Suddenly, Phoebe appears in the background, looking ready to end this man's whole career. The hater lunges, shouting that he's going to teach her a lesson. But before he can touch her, something hits him and he makes a hilarious face of pure shock. He ends up flat on his face in a full coat-out position. Wen Li just smirks at him, joking that it's not even New Year yet, so he didn't need to give her such a big bow. Things kick off at the pirate refuge where an arrogant elder is trying to flex his authority. But Song Qingrong isn't having it. Wen Li steps up to call him out, pointing out that logic and gender have absolutely nothing to do with each other. Internally, she scoffed. This guy really thinks his age is a shield for his bad attitude. Since these guys are being defiant, she proposes a high-stakes bet. They'll both choose a pulp pool, and whoever makes the better paper wins. The elder agrees, but adds a weirdly specific condition that Wen Li has to lick his shoes if she loses. Wen Li responds to that disrespect with a savage slap that sends him spinning. He's completely blindsided, but she's not backing down. She reminds him that she's a guest of the leader, while he's just a nobody. The guy tries to act tough and suggests teaching her a lesson, but his buddies are hesitant. He pivots, claiming he likes tough women, and decides he'll just destroy her in the paper-making competition instead. After the trash takes itself out, Mrs. Song apologizes for the rude behavior. She explains that life has been tough since her brother passed, and everyone is just desperate to live better. Wen Li notes that it's actually harder to eliminate prejudice against women than it is to get rid of poverty. She tells Mrs. Song to use this opportunity to deflate their arrogance and show them what women are capable of. Mrs. Song is clearly touched by the pep talk. She promises to help Wen Li by adding special herbs to the bamboo pulp to ensure the quality is top tier. Just then, the rain starts to fall, and Phoebe shows up to steal the spotlight. He looks like a total main character standing there with his umbrella and cherry blossoms. Wen Li is caught in 4K staring at the aesthetic. He teases her for looking like a mess, but says it actually makes her look more human. She's been moving heavy stones all afternoon, so she finds his demon comments a bit much. Internally, she noted, he's usually so mild and confident, seeing him like this is a whole different vibe. He tells her not to be embarrassed, because even an immortal does worldly things sometimes. He's basically radiating divine energy at this point. She jokes that it's more like a demon showing its true form, which gets a laugh out of him. She thanks him for protecting her earlier, and he's surprised she knew it was him. She points out that he's the only one in this entire fortress who actually has her back. He gives her a soft smile, admitting her words made the effort worthwhile. She asks why he didn't just appear and help directly. He explains that if he had stepped in, the men would think she needed a man to back her up, and she wouldn't have been able to assert her own authority. Plus, he admits he really enjoyed watching her slap that guy. She laughs and promises to protect him in the future, while he jokingly puts his life in her hands. Wen Li starts to wonder if she's actually stronger than she looks. Meanwhile, back at Wen's bank, the vibe is tense. A cousin from the Liu family starts mocking Phoebe for wearing old clothes. He calls him a live-in son-in-law and mocks the Wen family for being penniless. He claims the bank can't even pay back its depositors, fueling the panic. He even suggests Phoebe should go beg Princess Haiyang for mercy since they were almost married once. The crowd starts gossiping about the fallen scholar who supposedly lost his sanity and now lives off a woman. They think he's just standing on the street to attract customers with his looks. The cousin tries to grab his arm, offering to send a message to the princess for him. Phoebe finally snaps back, asking how this guy knows so much about the Wen family's internal business. The cousin is shook because he thought Phoebe was still a retard from the poison. He tries to backpedal, doubling down on the insults to save face. However, the crowd is starting to smell something fishy about the cousin's story. They realize they might actually lose money if they panic withdraw now. Phoebe hits him with a lecture about family unity and how the elders would be ashamed of this slander. He points out that a retard couldn't have become the top scholar. He reveals the Wen family cured him and warns the cousin that his position in the family is at risk if he keeps this up. The cousin is sweating now, looking completely cornered. He reveals that the third uncle is in charge now and wants a marriage alliance with the princess. But the catch is the princess won't marry a man who's already had engagement. Phoebe thanks him for the intel, realizing exactly what the power play is. The cousin realizes he just leaked important family secrets. He tries to claim the Liu family won't support Phoebe anymore. Phoebe basically says he doesn't care because he earned his own honor. The cousin screams that he's a nobody without the family name. Phoebe then mentions his private mansion and the records he keeps there. He mentions someone stole them and he'll be calling the local officers if he isn't compensated. Internally, Wen Li's chibi self is like, wait, Is this a burglary setup? The cousin falls right into the trap, admitting he took the items. Caught in 4K, the crowd reacts to the thief in their midst. Phoebe points out that taking things without permission is the definition of theft. Even the third uncle won't be able to protect him from this. Then, in a total power move, Phoebe pities his cousin's poorly made outfit. He offers to send him new clothes from the Wen fabric store to make up for offending him. He's literally marketing the store while humiliating his rival. He then apologizes to the crowd for the drama and offers them tea. The crowd is blown away by his grace, and the bank run is officially dead. He promises that interest will be paid on time and asks everyone to trust them. People decide that the Wen fabric store sounds like a better destination than the bank. Back at the palace, the atmosphere is heavy. Princess Danyang is absolutely fuming that the cousin failed so hard. She decides she'll have to handle Phoebe herself. The cousin is left trembling in fear. He gets a literal slap for being so incompetent. He's left wondering why Phoebe had to recover at such a bad time. He vows that Phoebe can't fight the entire Lu family alone. Later, Phoebe meets with the princess. She asks about his plans, but he says he's just helping with the Wen family business for now. She tries to flatter him, saying he's too talented for merchant work. He just smiles and keeps his distance. Danyang decides that keeping Wenli alive is actually better than killing her. She wants her to live so she can suffer the pain of being betrayed. Back at the refuge, Phoebe is wincing because moving those stones actually dislocated his shoulder. Wenli walks in while he's appreciating his handsome appearance in the mirror. She noticed him flinching earlier and tells him to get his clothes off so she can treat the wound. She pulls out the medicine, ready to get to work. Phoebe starts acting all shy, asking if it's appropriate for them to touch like this. Wenli reminds him that he was literally asking her to help him bathe earlier. She tells him to stop the nonsense and get naked right now. He finally stops resisting, looking a bit flustered as she steps in to fix his shoulder. Back at the hideout, the atmosphere gets weirdly domestic as Pei Jin offers to dry Wenli's hair instead of letting her treat his own wounds. He's acting all stiff and formal, a total 180 from his usual flirtatious self. Internally, she's short-circuiting at his sudden personality swap from a seductive bad boy to a haughty lord. To break the ice, Wenli decides to give him a taste of his own medicine by imitating his cringe pickup lines. She goes full-on romance novel protagonist, claiming his gaze makes her feel like she can touch the sky. She even gets right in his face, calling him the light of her life and the fire of her loins. It's so over the top that Pei Jin is actually physically repulsed by the secondhand embarrassment. She tells him to drop the act and just be a normal, honest human for once. But honesty backfires immediately when she loses her balance on a wooden stool. Pei Jin catches her before she eats dirt, but the romance dies instantly. Instead of a sweet comment, he grunts that she's surprisingly heavy. Internally, Wenli is fuming. This guy has zero EQ and clearly wants to die single. Outside, a mysterious figure is lurking, and suddenly, suspicious smoke starts wafting through the building. Someone is literally blowing a sedative into the room to knock them out. Wenli starts feeling the heat and gets way too handsy with Pei Jin's chest. She starts praising his pecs like she's judging a bodybuilding show. She's convinced his chest is so hard it could probably crack her skull open. Pei Jin tries to push her off, reminding her that his shoulder is literally falling apart and needs treatment. She finally agrees to stop the teasing for the night so he can actually recover. Pei Jin notices she's looking a little too happy for someone hiding out in a refuge. She's stoked because she finally discovered a career path in paper making that only she can handle. But Pei Jin ruins the vibe by reminding her that making paper involves horse manure, rice chaff, and a pungent smell. The thought of the smell is so bad that Wenli starts drooling, which Pei Jin totally misinterprets. She tells him he's changed and she's not used to him being so straightforward and honest. She clarifies that the drool is actually from the half-pound of pickled plums she ate to kill the manure scent. Pei Jin just gives her a smug look, clearly not believing her excuse. He's convinced she's actually thirsting over his physique. Wenli tries to play it cool, claiming she's a woman of high principles who doesn't fall for that. Meanwhile, Pei Jin is struggling because his bruises won't go away without some serious force. He tells her to ignore the weird noises he's making while he tries to treat himself. Wenli is just annoyed he's being so loud while she's trying to keep it together. Internally, she's losing the battle against her own hormones, wondering why she's drooling over a guy she thinks is a eunuch. Outside, the villain is celebrating because he's successfully drugged them both with a high-grade aphrodisiac for some extra fun. Inside, the temperature is rising, and Wenli is losing her grip on reality as she checks him out. She starts complaining about the heat and tries to strip Pei Jin down, claiming he's wearing too much. Things get spicy fast as she pins him against a cabinet. Pei Jin warns her that if she keeps tearing his clothes, he's not going to be able to fix them anymore. Wenli doesn't care and promises to buy him a whole floor of new clothes from her fabric shop. Realizing they've been set up, Pei Jin tells her to hold her breath while he tries to get her out to sober up. He carries her toward the door, but she's already far gone. She starts poking something hard at his waist, asking if it's a dagger, and Pei Jin has to awkwardly explain he was born with it. While they're distracted, a spy sneaks into the room to plant a fake jade pendant as evidence. This little piece of jewelry is meant to be the final nail in their coffin. Late into the night, the stars are out and the plot is thickening. King Grong is pulling a night watch because she's got a bad feeling about the uneasy vibes in the camp. Her friend offers to keep her company so she doesn't have to be bored alone. They decide to share some wine to pass the time. Her friend asks if she's still planning to leave the mountain to find a husband once the situation is settled. Kingrong admits Wenli's dating advice was to get to know at least 5 men before settling down. Her friend is stunned by this modern approach to choosing a partner. Little do they know, they're being watched from the shadows by a guy with a rope. Back in the room, Wenli is clinging to Pei-jin's back like a koala, begging him not to leave her. He tells her she's just drugged and needs a soak in cold water to snap out of it. She calls him heartless for trying to throw her into freezing water when she's feeling like this. Pei-jin is frozen, wondering why his hands won't move to push her away. He tries to blame it on his medication paralyzing him, but it's clear his heart isn't in it. Wenli starts getting emotional, thinking he must dislike her since he's acting so distant. He panics, explaining he doesn't hate her, he just didn't expect things to escalate this fast. She challenges him to prove he doesn't dislike her right then and there. Pei-jin asks if she even knows who he really is or what she's doing. She confirms she knows exactly who he is, Lord Pei. Since she's fully aware of her actions, Pei-jin decides to stop resisting. He pulls her in for a kiss that definitely wasn't in the bodyguard job description. Internally, he's shocked that it's his first kiss and he doesn't want to resist her at all. In fact, the drug is making him want to go even further. But the mood is instantly killed when Wenli notices the dagger, poking her again. She reaches out and grabs it, putting Pei-jin into an absolute state of panic. He quickly hits her pressure point to knock her out before things get any more physical. He catches her as she goes limp. He tells her she needs to sleep and promises the dagger is just something he's carried since he was a kid. He carries her back to bed, looking like a total snack while doing it. Once she's tucked in, Pei-jin realizes that taking advantage of her while she's drugged would make him no different from a beast. He's absolutely livid that someone tried to drug him and frame them. He vows to take his revenge on whoever thought they could play him. He suits up in his high-rank official gear, ready for a warm-up session with the villains. Outside, the culprit sneezes, having no idea he's about to get deleted. He congratulates his lackey for successfully planting the evidence. He's convinced the entire fortress will soon be his. He looks down at Kingrong and her friend, who are now tied up and unconscious on the ground. He blames them for getting in his way, but his victory lap is way too early. The next morning, the sun hits the refuge, and Wenli finally wakes up. Her neck is killing her, and she has no idea why she feels so sore. Then the memories of last night start flooding back to her. She remembers getting way too cozy with a guy she thinks is a eunuch and wants to vanish. She's literally turning to stone from the pure shock of her own actions. Pei-jin walks in with fresh water, asking why she's twitching like she's possessed so early in the morning. She begs him to pretend they were both just sleepwalking and forget everything. Pei-jin, being a menace, agrees to call it nothing more than erotic dream. He gives her a smile that's way too charming for her mental health. He reminds her they were both drugged, so none of it should be taken seriously. Internally, Wenli is skeptical, wondering if he's already used to this because he's dating courtesans on the side. He accidentally knocks over the water basin in his haste to help her. He pulls her close, telling her to stop acting like a careless child. He even starts rubbing her shoulder, making her realize he's totally ignoring her request to not mind it. She tells him to stop because there's drama brewing outside that they need to address immediately. In the main hall, the villain is already riling up the crowd, calling them indecisive for being nice to spies. Wenli walks in and demands to know where Kingrong is. The villain screams at her, asking how she has the nerve to show her face after hurting his lady. He accuses them of being government plants sent to make the refugees fight each other. Wenli calls him out for lying through his teeth. Internally, she's panicking, wondering if Pei-jin's secret identity has finally been caught in 4K. But the villain just smirks and calls for his witness to end their careers once and for all. The fake witness Wu greets Mrs. Song, looking like he's about to win an Oscar for Best Supporting Lear. He promises to spill the tea and tell the absolute truth about what happened. He claims he was on watch last night and spotted Kingrong all by herself. Naturally, he followed her down to the pulp pool to check in. He tells the room he warned Kingrong that the paper factory was their only income and bad actors were trying to ruin it. Suddenly, his expression shifts into pure manufactured shock. He points into the darkness, claiming a shadowy figure with glowing eyes was stalking them. He describes hearing a plot to bankrupt the refuge and force everyone to bow down to these outsiders. He points a finger directly at the leads, effectively catching them in 4K with a total fabrication. The locals start mauling immediately, calling Wenli a snake for betraying their hospitality. Wenli tries to pivot, explaining she only stayed to improve their paper tech for the sake of the whole dynasty. Mrs. Song is visibly stressed because Kingrong is actually injured and the vibes are rancid. She decides the only way to settle this is for everyone to head to the paper factory and see the evidence for themselves. Pei and Wenli can see the death flags waving from a mile away. Wenli realizes the provocation is basic, but the fact that Mrs. Song believes it means they're in deep trouble. Pei notes they're currently facing at least 20 angry locals all by themselves. Even as a martial arts master, he knows protecting Wenli while retreating without getting clipped will be a nightmare. Wenli tells him to relax because she's got a secret power he's never witnessed. Pei is skeptical, wondering what kind of trump card a penniless merchant could possibly have. She tells him the plan. As soon as she calls him darling, he needs to start throwing hands. Pei agrees, internally thinking, I have no idea what she's cooking, but I guess we're doing this. At the factory, the villain points at the ruined pulp pond like it's a crime scene. Mrs. Song looks at the mess and asks if this was new paper Wenli promised. The goons start gaslighting Mrs. Song, telling her it's her fault for misusing her husband's trust. They pretend to be the heroes, offering to remedy her mistake stake if she just listens to them. Mrs. Song turns on Wenli with a look that says her patience has officially hit zero. Wenli realizes she's being convicted without even getting a chance to explain. Mrs. Song calls her a witch and orders the guards to take them both down. Wenli drops the signal, yelling, "Darling, do it!" Pei doesn't hesitate, going into beast mode and slapping guards left and right with his fan. While he's fighting, Wenli starts a chemistry lecture about using horse manure and lime to corrode bamboo. She splashes a bucket of mystery liquid right into the guards' faces. The goons start screaming in agony, thinking they've been hit with actual acid. The villain laughs, thinking they've won because her bucket is finally empty. But Wenli just smirks and asks them if they want to see her real secret weapon. She pulls out a massive fan of high-value banknotes. The guards are completely blindsided by the sight of all that cold, hard cash. She tosses the money into the air, and the guards immediately ditch the fight to play a high-stakes game of grab the bag. The duo manages to escape while the guards are busy getting rich. Wenli brags that the power of money is the ultimate crowd control. Pei is legit short-circuiting, unable to believe she just bribed a whole squad into submission. He starts dying of laughter, which prompts Wenli to tell him to pipe down before they get spotted. She covers his mouth to keep him quiet in the brush. They end up awkwardly holding hands as they realize how close they are. Pei decides they need to hide in the mountains for the night. He promises that once they link up with his dark brocade guards, they'll be safe. Pei starts running like a track star, dragging a struggling Wenli behind him. She yells at him to watch out, complaining that he's dragging her along like a dead dog. He tells her to listen to his racing heartbeat and jokes that she's successfully made him fall for her. Internally, she blushed. This guy is way too good at flirting for my own good. He tells her to stop talking nonsense and hop on his back. She worries about hurting his wounds, but he's not taking no for an answer. He claims she's so thin it's not even a problem. She hops on, jokingly accusing him of being a hater who thinks she's fat. As they move, Wenli starts a deep dive into the ugly side of human nature. Pei asks if she's talking about kindness, but she just scoffs. She admits she only talks to him because he's a 10 out of 10, noting that their first meeting was a total disaster. Pei explains he wasn't trying to be a jerk, but his friend Wu's injuries had to stay top secret. He feels like she's just full of prejudice against him. Wenli calls him out, saying he's always acting and never showing any real sincerity. Pei then asks if she's curious about how a guy like Wuj got caught up in this mess. Wenli leans in, totally ready for the gossip. Pei reveals that Wuj's family were legendary border guards, but things turned dark. Their military success made the emperor paranoid and suspicious. Wuj is the perfect age to get married, but he can't even look at an official's daughter without the government getting triggered. He's basically living a tragedy in a gilded cage. Wenli is horrified when she hears that Wuj's father actually killed his own mother. Pei tells her to stay still if she wants the rest of the details. Wenli starts feeling a wave of guilt for judging him so harshly. Internally, she sighed. I've been treating him like a villain while he's been carrying the weight of a horror story. As the sun sets, Pei asks her what she's looking for in the dirt. Wenli is busy digging with a stick. She finds some wild mushrooms and offers to roast them as a thank you for the piggyback ride. Pei jokes that she's clearly the only one who's actually hungry. Suddenly, a carrier pigeon flutters down from the sky. Wenli looks ready to turn the bird into a snack, but Pei stops her. He explains that his subordinates have finally found them. Wenli tells him to go meet his guards so they can finally be truly safe. She strikes a confident pose, telling him not to worry about her. She claims all the episodes of Man vs. Wild she watched back in the day have made her a survival expert. Pei pats her on the shoulder and tells her to find a good place to hide while he's gone. He heads off, looking back at her one last time with a reluctant expression. Suddenly, Wenli hears a sharp crack. Rocks start tumbling down the cliffside in a sudden landslide. Pei turns around just in time to see the chaos unfolding. He lunges forward to grab her, but he's just a second too late. Her foot slips on the loose gravel of the cliff edge. Wenli finds herself falling backward into the abyss. It turns out even an Isekai merchant can't escape the laws of gravity. Pei reaches out in pure desperation as she disappears over the ledge. Just when you thought the landslide was the worst part, things go from 0 to 100 real quick. Wenli's foot slips right off the edge of the cliff as the ground crumbles beneath her. Phoebe doesn't even hesitate, pulling a total hero move and diving after her to catch her midair. Birds scatter into the sunset as the mountain chaos echoes through the valley. They manage to survive the fall, but Phoebe is looking rough and coughing up blood while Wenli holds him. She tells him to stop being a martyr and go find his guards while she hides and waits. He finally agrees, promising that he'll come back to rescue her. Wenli is left alone in the dark woods, immediately regretting her decision to be brave because everything hurts. Internally, she grumbled, "Miss is basically a cultivation cheat code. How did he not dodge a simple rock?" She assumes he's long gone since he didn't even look back, figuring she was just being polite anyway. Suddenly, she hears footsteps and sees a familiar pair of boots. She's absolutely shook to see Lord Pei standing right there. He gives her a soft look, admitting he was too worried to leave and didn't want to miss her sarcastic inner monologue. Wenli starts venting about how every time they hang out, they end up nearly dying. She starts a full-on pity party, wailing about being assassinated and falling off mountains. To comfort herself, she pulls out her longevity lock lucky charm, credited to her master for keeping her alive this long. Phoebe's eyes go wide and he grabs her hand, demanding to know where she got it. She explains her father gave it to her as a kid, but half of it was lost years ago. He asks to see it, his expression turning serious. She warns him to be careful since the jade has developed a patina from her playing with it so much. He spots a specific incision on the lock and realizes it's the real deal. Internally, he's short-circuiting. I never expected this to be the same Lockley wore as a child. The two share a heavy moment of silence as the gravity of their past connection sinks in. He snaps back to reality, warning her that the enemies are closing in and they need to move now. Wenli tries to play the "I'm just a burden" card, telling him to save himself. Phoebe isn't hearing any of it, his gaze hardening with determination. He blames himself for underestimating the villains and getting them caught in this trap. He grabs her shoulders, looking her in the eye and refusing to leave her behind. He tells her they need to link up with the dark brocade guards immediately. Suddenly, the vibe shifts as they realize they aren't alone. They take off running through the foggy forest. A hidden archer lets an arrow fly with lethal precision. The projectile whizzes right past Wenli's head. It grazes her cheek, leaving a bloody streak as she gasps in shock. Phoebe pulls her close, shouting for her to stay sharp as more arrows rain down. He hands her a token and a dagger for self-defense, telling her to find his subordinates. Wenli pulls the knife, looking totally unconvinced by his tactical retreat. Internally, she scoffed. "Use your brain, dude. You're the one with the martial arts skills. It's way more cost-effective if I distract them while you get the army." Phoebe is offended that she's treating human life like a business transaction. She doubles down, pointing out he's injured and needs protection. She tells him to stop being emotional and trust her, pointing out that she's just dealing with small-time bandits. She runs off into the darkness before he can argue. Phoebe is left stunned, realizing this is the first time someone has truly stood in front of him to protect him. Then he corrects himself, feeling a deep sense of déjà vu. Wenli hides behind a thick tree, praying her plot armor is thick enough to stop an arrow. The bandits arrive with torches, searching for the intruders. She peeks out, trying to figure out how to bait them away from Phoebe. The bandits complain about the weather, noting that the rain is going to cause another landslide. Their leader decides to call off the search for the night, telling his men to go get some ginger soup. The lackeys are hyped about the soup and praise his leadership. They head back, leaving only a skeleton crew to guard the entrance. Just as Wenli thinks she's safe, a hand reaches out and bags her. Meanwhile, at the dark brocade guard camp, the mood is grim. A doctor informs Phoebe that the arrow in his back went deep and they have no anesthetic. Phoebe sits there shirtless and shredded, telling them to just rip it out and not worry about him. He tanks the pain, though his face is drenched in cold sweat. As soon as the wound is patched, he orders his men to move out and catch everyone on the mountain, dead or alive. He's terrified that any delay will mean something terrible happens to Wenli. Back at the enemy base, Wenli is carried through a hallway. Her captor is acting way too casual, even joking about taking her to a bedroom. He shoves her into a room, telling her the person who wants to see her is inside. Wenli is shocked to find Kingrong waiting there. Kingrong starts spilling the tea, explaining that she overheard the sister-in-law colluding with the bandits while she was faking a faint. The plan was to make Kingrong seriously injured, so the villains could seize control of the fortress. Wenli realizes she was just an unexpected variable in their power struggle. Kingrong asks her if she can guess who actually instigated all of this. Suddenly, the rescuer drops the act and puts a sword to Wenli's throat. He admits he deliberately let her get taken just to draw out her husband, but they missed him. Wenli stays cool under pressure, telling him to let the others go since she's the main target. The assassin is impressed by her courage, but says he still has orders to end her life. Wenli demands to know who hates her enough to hire a professional hit. The guy just tells her to ask the gods in the afterlife. He raises his sword to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, we cut to Lu, who wakes up screaming Lei's name. He's been seeing her getting killed in his nightmares for 10 days straight. His servant comes in, worried that he only slept for 4 hours. Lu is obsessed, demanding his inkstone so he can look at reconstruction plans for a new mansion. The servant reminds him the doctor said he's still recovering from losing his mind for a year. Lu insists he can't keep living in his father-in-law's house. Internally, he thought, a man needs his own place before he can properly ask for marriage. He stares at the blueprints, wondering if Wenli will even like the new house. The servant mentions the rumors in the capital, that Wenli is already dead. Lu catches him in 4K with a terrifying glare, telling him he can quit right now if he ever repeats those lies again. The high-ranking villainess is lounging in her palace, receiving reports that Hu Sangsing has finally made his move. She's playing 4D chess, ordering her lackey to keep a close eye on him and ensure Wenli doesn't actually get deleted for real. Her maid is totally confused by the shift in strategy, reminding the boss that the original plan was to wipe out the Wen line, so the inheritance would be forced to pass down. The maid asks why the boss suddenly changed her mind to keep Wenli alive while framing Mr. Lu for the attempted hit. The princess smirks, explaining that training a person is like training a dog. You have to crush their arrogance and cut off all their support until they have no choice but to listen to their master. She admits she originally thought Wenli was just a mid-tier idiot, but her paper-making skills are actually a game-changer. Her ultimate goal is to make Wenli crawl back and beg to work for her voluntarily. Meanwhile, Wenli is finally getting some quality shut-eye after all the life-threatening drama. Outside her room, Phoebe is grilling his subordinate, who admits he couldn't get the captive to spill a single detail, because the guy keeps insisting he was acting out of justice. Wenli wakes up feeling like she was hit by a truck, complaining that her head is killing her. Phoebe is instantly in protective mode, asking if it's her head or her body that hurts while promising a doctor is on the way. Disoriented, she wonders why she passed out and where Kingrong and the others went. Phoebe explains he arrived just in time, but she was already knocked out by a sword hilt. Flashback to the chaos. Hu Sangsing was about to finish the job when he was suddenly blindsided by a blade. He's caught in 4K by his own ally, coughing up blood and wondering why he was betrayed. The girl tells him she's done watching him kill innocents and won't let him do any more wrong. She claims she's the one who dragged him into this mess, so these bad things won't affect him anymore. Back in the present, Phoebe tells Wenli he's prepped the fleet to take her back to the capital since her family is worried sick. Suddenly, they hear someone getting absolutely roasted nearby by someone shouting about respect and ancestors. It's Mr. Song, the original head of the fastness, who is Song Kingrong's brother. Phoebe tells Wenli it's time to go see the fate of the person who tried to ruin her, warning her not to be soft-hearted. Internally, Wenli isn't feeling merciful at all, thinking that if she's soft on someone who tried to kill her, she'd be the ultimate clown. The drama peaks as a woman screams at Mr. Song, demanding he realize she's a living woman, not his subordinate. She's tired of being stuck in the bandit base acting as the head while he does whatever he wants, and she just wants food, clothes, and comfort. The husband, clearly failing husband 101, asks that isn't just what a good wife should do. Song's brother staggers back in shock while the sister watches the train wreck. The wife breaks down in tears, calling him out for only caring about his loyal minister reputation while she was stuck farming and managing thugs. She admits she only teamed up with Hu Sangsing because he promised she would finally be set free. The brother is left questioning if he's the one who brought her all this pain. She tells the guard, Mr. Pei, to just do his job and arrest her because she's ready to take responsibility for her failed plan. As she's being hauled off, she apologizes to Wenli for ruining her efforts. She's just completely burnt out. Phoebe mentions that Mr. Song handed over the account books and the workers will help Wenli's factory later, but he doesn't get why she's still unhappy. He asks her why she's still pouting. Wenli sighs, realizing that in 2 years, the guy will just remarry and forget his first wife ever existed. She vents that men are lucky while women are always stuck fighting over them. Phoebe tries to riz her up, saying she's different because she rises to the challenge instead of running away. Switching gears to a total mood shift, Phoebe mentions that since she fell in a river, her old clothes were trashed. Wenli is actually impressed for a second that he bought her a gift. Then she sees the outfit, a neon pink explosion of silk and tacky flowers. Internally, she screams, "I'm going blind!" Phoebe is beaming, saying the shopkeeper told him this Barbie-core look was perfect for little girls. Wenli sarcastically suggests they should wear matching sister outfits since he loves pink so much. Later on the boat, the squad is hanging out, and Huang Huan is acting like a total sunder, claiming he only looked for Wenli because Phoebe forced him. His friend calls him out for being a liar and not following his heart. Wenli plays along, offering him a tea toast since she knows he's a lightweight with alcohol. Huang insists he only did it because he owes her silver and she's his boss. Wenli just smiles, letting him keep his pride by agreeing it's just a master servant thing. Suddenly, a voice from the bed begs not to be left behind. Huang asks who this random dude is. It's a mysterious guy they fished out of the river who's currently fighting for his life with a fever. Wenli explains she saw him floating on a plank and did a rescue mission. The poor guy is completely unconscious and short-circuiting. The crew decides to drop him at an inn once they hit the next dock. Huang talks to Wenli about her being locked up by Shi Qingyi. He feels like a total failure of a martial artist for letting her get kidnapped. He actually drops a rare apology. He admits he was once scammed by Shi Qingyi, which turned him into a cynical jerk toward women. Wenli tells him to stop being a drama queen and be confident. When he asks what his vibe is, she tells him he's unrestrained and flirtatious. She basically tells him he's a natural-born player. Huang is hit with massive psychic damage from his dark past. Wenli tells him it's better to see someone's true colors early rather than get betrayed later. Her life motto: just be happy. Huang immediately recovers his sass, telling her that her pink headdress is the ugliest thing he's ever seen. He asks why her taste became so trash after leaving the capital. Wenli is fuming, reminding him that she didn't pick it out. She stomps off to check on the sick guy. Huang smirks to himself, thanking Fatty Wen for the therapy session. He drinks his tea feeling much better. He finally looks like he's at peace with the world. Wenli puts a fresh cloth on the sick man's forehead. She's still feeling a bit moody from the fashion roast. As she leaves the room and closes the door, a voice behind her says, "Guess who I am?" Someone covers her eyes, and she deadpans a husky. It's Jingchu, who's been missing her so much she stopped writing her novel. Jingchu starts dropping crazy hints about how a girl needs a reliable, high-level martial arts master to protect her. She's basically trying to sell her brother to Wenli. Wenli isn't buying it, saying she needs to be self-reliant because she can't just be someone's body pendant. Jingchu smirks, saying that being a body pendant is actually achievable. She references a certain Sumali book illustration. She imagines her brother carrying Wenli around like a literal accessory. Wenli gets embarrassed and tells Jingchu she's banned from the wedding if she keeps making fun of her. Jingchu realizes her brother has zero chance against Phoebe. Finally, we check in on the ex-husband Lu. He's working overtime, looking tired and skinny. He's obsessed with finishing a painting before Wenli returns. He's micromanaging the house reconstruction, finding ancient methods to preserve ink in bottles for her. He even orders a dresser with mirrors on all sides so she can see her full outfit in mourning. His servant points out he even prepared her dowry. Lu just smiles, planning a massive surprise for her return. Wenli is finally back, but her homecoming is a literal dumpster fire. Lu is counting down the seconds until Wenli arrives, but his servant drops a massive buzzkill. Apparently, Princess Haiyang is calling for an emergency meeting, and it's not the kind you can just swipe left on. Lu tries to play the "can I go later" card since Wenli is only an hour away, but the servant hits him with the ultimate death flag. The princess says this meeting determines if Wenli even stays alive. Lu asks for details, but the servant is playing it safe and says he's got nothing. The servant then tries to use some logic, telling Lu that Wenli probably wants to take a bath and not look like a mess when they finally reunite. He even adds that no girl wants to look slovenly for a long-awaited reunion. Lu is finally sold on the idea, wondering if all servants are secretly reading self-help books these days. Over at the inn, Wenli is getting ready to bounce. She decides to leave a flower behind for the mysterious river man, feeling like a secret Santa for doing a good deed without leaving a name. Her ride is ready, so it's time to move out. She heads out in her pink dress, looking like she's ready for a peaceful vacation. She takes one last look back before leaving the building. She's finally heading home, but she's got some business to wrap up first. She tells the manager to keep a close eye on the patient, making sure he gets his meds and food on time. The manager promises to check on the mystery guy every hour like a dedicated nurse. But then he drops a massive stack of ledgers on her, basically telling her to get back to work immediately. Internally, she scoffed. Do I have to start working without any rest? Even the owner has to work on a schedule. She hops into the carriage where Huang Huan is waiting as the driver. As she flips through the books, she realizes the family income has taken a nosedive while she was away. Huang Huan just laughs, basically calling her the root of all financial evil. Wenli realizes supporting a harem of men is getting expensive and jokes about cutting back. Huang Huan claims he can support himself, so Wenli decides she'll just focus funds on Phoebe instead. She imagines a future where she and Phoebe are drowning in gold coins. She's determined to invent a new type of paper and become the Bill Gates of the Wei dynasty. Internally, she's already planning to make enough bank to support 20 guys as handsome as Phoebe. Back at the capital, Lu arrives at a fancy building to meet the princess. She's already there with an official uniform, telling him to hurry up because they're heading to the palace. Lu realizes it's a uniform for the Bureau of Astronomy, which is the only way he can sneak in without being an official. The princess doesn't give him a choice and starts dragging him along. Lu is confused about the urgency, but the princess claims people are out to ruin the Wen family. She hopes her father will show mercy since Lu and Wenli are engaged. Suddenly, an official tells the princess to hurry up because things are getting serious. Lu is caught off guard as they rush toward the palace gates. Guards immediately block their path with spears. A snarky official tells the princess she can enter, but the lowly officer next to her isn't worth his time. The princess tries to flex that Lu is a top scholar, but the official isn't impressed. He tells her to stop being nostalgic and get with the times because Lu is a nobody now. Wenli finally makes it to the mansion and checks in with her team. Huang Huan says he's going to go find his dad and get more gossip material for his writing. Wenli notices the place is eerily quiet and asks where all the servants went. She rushes inside, shouting that she missed her dad. They share a wholesome reunion hug, with her dad relieved she's safe. Wenli promises to never be reckless again and plans to travel with a small army of guards next time. But the vibe quickly shifts when she notices the garden is a total mess and the staff is missing. Her dad tells her to sit down for some tea because the family is being targeted and there's no point in panicking yet. Suddenly, the front door is kicked in by soldiers. An official announces that the Wen family is suspected of corruption and all their property is being confiscated. Wenli is stunned as her teacup hits the floor and shatters. The official orders his men to open every treasury and leave nothing behind. Soldiers start tossing the place, looking for every last coin. Wenli's dad notices a rival merchant, Mr. Wang, standing with the soldiers and demands to know why he's there. Mr. Wang smugly explains that the mayor invited him because an insider is needed to find all the hidden loot. He tells Wenli to get out of the way. A soldier roughly pushes Wenli aside. Huang Huan loses it and prepares to throw hands. Wenli holds him back, knowing that fighting the government is a one-way ticket to a worse sentence. The rival merchant mocks them, saying that attacking officials will only make things harsher. Wenli's dad calls out Mr. Wang for being a vengeful loser who couldn't beat them in business. Wang just shrugs, saying that the winner takes all. The official orders the guards to take Wenli and her father away. Huang Huan calls them out for using a fake investigation just to get revenge. The guards ask if they really want to resist and make things worse. Seeing no way out, Wenli's dad begs them to let her go, fearing prison will ruin her reputation forever. He bows his head, showing total defeat. Mr. Wang says he might reconsider if the old man shows some sincerity. Wenli's dad bows, but Wang says a simple salute isn't enough. He taunts the old man for not bending down far enough. Wenli watches in horror as her proud father prepares to kowtow. He holds a teacup over his head, begging for mercy. Wang just scoffs, saying he's not thirsty and will take Wenli away anyway. He tells the old man to hurry up and kneel. Wenli can't stand it and tells her dad to stop begging. Her dad says he's fine with it, comparing the kneeling to worshipping Buddha. Wenli isn't buying it. She knows he's just being humiliated and reminds him she's not afraid of jail. Tears start to well up as she looks at him. She tells him that fiancés come and go, but he's her only father. She refuses to let him sacrifice his dignity for her happiness. She tells the guards she'll go quietly as long as they leave her father alone. Wang mocks her integrity and orders the guards to lock them both up while he stays behind to loot the place. As she's being led away, Wenli tells Huang Huan to go find Mr. Yan. They are shoved into a cold, dark cell. Her dad admits he set up those 4 fiancés as a safety net, hoping they'd protect her from a disaster like this. But now that the sky is falling, none of them are anywhere to be found. Wenli hugs him, telling him he's the only reliable man in her life anyway. She asks if he blames her for making the family suffer. He tells her he'll always support her, and that the Wang family would have attacked them eventually. He regrets not giving in earlier, but his pride wouldn't let him lose to someone inferior. Wenli tells him they are both excellent, and people are just jealous. A guard interrupts their moment, mocking them for bragging in a jail cell before tossing them a meal. Wenli is disgusted to see only a bowl of cold, gross food. She yells that they are just suspects, not criminals. Suddenly, the guard grabs her arm and pulls her away. He says the meal is only for the men and that she's being moved to a different cell. Her father screams for her as she's dragged out, leaving him helpless behind the bars. Night falls over the city, but the vibes are definitely not immaculate. Lu stares at the sealed doors of the Wen residence, realizing his life just hit a massive reset button. Internally, he sighed. Looks like the plot armor finally ran out. He's looking completely blindsided by the sudden fall of his in-laws. In the palace, the whispers are getting loud, basically saying anyone who doesn't show up for a year is getting replaced. No questions asked. The officials are confused, wondering what the game plan even is. They remind Lu that his 6th chilled status was high tier, not some low-level astronomy clerk. Now that he's downgraded himself, the support squad has officially left the chat. Suddenly, a hand drops on his shoulder, snapping him out of it. It's Wuj, who decides they need to move this conversation to a private lobby. The whole crew gathers to discuss the Lord Mayor's raid, realizing the Wen family was framed as part of a much bigger power play. They can't just sit around while their allies are rotting in a cell. One of them suggests a classic prison break, complete with some sketchy knockout gas. Our resident doctor flexes his secret stash of essential medicine that'll make anyone pass out in 3 steps. Lu is just staring, thinking, where did he even pull that bottle from? Wuj wants to ask his dad for a favor, but the others shut it down because the old man is retired and a rash would be a total backfire. They wonder if Pei Jin's investigation will actually yield any results. The white-haired beauty insists everything will be clear once he returns, but the clock is ticking and the Wen family is basically on a death timer. Lu stays quiet, feeling like the ultimate dead weight for holding Wenli back. The group tells him to stop the pity party, since everyone knows Lord Chu is the real villain here. Lu explains that the Emperor still wants him to play the role of a loyal servant, while one of the girls is busy demolishing a watermelon. She's confused if the marriage plot is still active. Turns out, the Emperor wants Lu to be his personal sword to take down the rival families. A year ago, his refusal to play ball ended in a poisoning disaster, and now that he's back to normal, retirement isn't an option. The Emperor basically gave Lord Chu a green light to mess with the Wens just to force Lu's hand. Lu is caught in 4K, realizing he's been played. If he doesn't submit, the Emperor will delete the Wen family business from existence. The news has everyone short-circuiting. Lu starts questioning who the internal mole is, since the Emperor knows their every move. He's stressed out, thinking about the massive L he's taking. They immediately suspect Pei Jin is the traitor because he's always been sus. Meanwhile, Pei Jin sneezes, knowing someone is talking trash. He's busy planning to seize more assets tomorrow, acting like he's already won. Back at the base, the squad is ready to throw hands the next time they see him. Wuj decides to head to the prison late at night just to make sure things haven't gone south. He talks with his sister, regretting that Wenli didn't choose him over the useless Lu Feibai. He vows that if Lu lets her down, he's snatching her back for good. A servant tells Lu he should probably go visit Wenli, but Lu is too deep in his feelings to show his face. He's convinced she must absolutely hate him for getting her locked up. Internally, he growled, I'm just a pawn in this garbage game. The servant tells him to stop assuming and just go ask her what she's thinking. After all, a girl that outstanding isn't going to be petty. Lu finally snaps out of it and tells them to get the bribe money ready. He's ready to smash that prison door down if he has to. In the cell, Wenlei is shivering from the cold. That's when a creep named Zhang San decides to slide in, offering to warm her up. He pins her down, telling her to be a good girl so things don't get violent. Internally, she scoffed, You're so ordinary, yet so overconfident. Bold of you to assume I won't end you. She decides to beat him until he's unrecognizable. Outside, the guards are confused why it's so quiet. They think they're being kind by letting Zhang San have his way first. They assume she's gagged or just too scared to ruin her reputation by screaming. Inside, the creep is getting way too close for comfort. He tells her to strip or he'll do it for her. Wenlei's inner monologue is pure fire. Screw you. You really shouldn't have let go of my hands. She triggers her hidden wrist crossbow with a cold smile. Zhang San is confused how she even knows his name. She warns him that even outlaws have a date with the Reaper. Swoosh. She peppers the creep with needles before he can even blink. She tells him to go straight to hell, and finishes him off with a brutal kick to the crown jewels. The guards hear the scream and realize something is very wrong. Before they can react, Wuj shows up and puts a blade to a guard's throat. They recognize him as the legendary Peacebringer. Wuj looks absolutely cold as he demands to know where Wenli is. Inside, the creep is begging for his life. The prison is about to get a whole lot louder. Wenli is standing over the guy with a brick, asking him why he isn't partying at his ancestral grave. She offers him a free beating service and tells him to hold his head tight. The guy is crying, calling himself weak and pathetic. Tad. She smacks him into oblivion right as Wuj walks in, leaving him completely speechless. Wenli notices Wuj and immediately shifts gears. She puts on her best innocent girl face. She casually mentions there was a big roach in the cell and asks if it's illegal to squash it. Wuj, totally whipped, says he brought her some hot soup to keep her warm. He's smiling like a proud puppy despite the violence he just witnessed. He feeds her the high-tier chicken soup through the bars. Wenli smiles, though she's sweating a bit at how intense this soup is. Internally, she wondered, Is he trying to give me a fever with all these tonics? She tells him she's actually more thirsty than hungry. Wooge happily goes to fetch some water. He steps away for a second, only to turn back and see Zhang San still breathing. The creep tries to claim he's an innocent civilian. Wooge isn't buying it and cleans his bloody sword with a terrifying look. He decides to make sure the creep never touches anyone again by deleting his hands. Wooge returns with the water, noticing she finished the soup already. Wenli lies and says she didn't want it to get cold. Wooge offers her a second bowl, making her internally panic. She notices blood on his white fur coat and asks what happened. She tells him to take it off so she can clean it. She notes that fresh stains are easier to handle. As she wipes it down, Wooge asks if she's afraid of the blood. She tells him it's better for others to bleed than him, calling it his blood-stained glory. This triggers a memory for Wooge about when he was a kid. He used to complain about how dirty his clothes got during training. His mom told him that martial arts are for protecting the ones you love. She called the stains his glory and refused to wash them. Little Wooge vowed to only ever protect his mom. She laughed, saying he has a father for that. But Wooge promised he'd never fail to protect his people like his father did. Back in the present, Wooge looks at Wenli with pure devotion. She finishes cleaning the coat, proud of her work. It looks brand new and sparkly. She turns to show, but that's exactly when Lu shows up with his own food basket and sees the two of them looking way too cozy, leaving him absolutely stunned. Li panics as Lu walks in, waving her hands and insisting the awkward situation isn't what it looks like. Lu isn't having it, coldly asking what exactly he's supposed to be thinking right now. He presents a fancy container of food, noting that Wooge is apparently the thoughtful one for organizing everything and visiting in person. Internally, he's having a total meltdown, feeling like a useless background character who can only provide snacks while the other guy plays hero. He starts questioning if he even deserves her love anymore. Li is completely baffled by the sudden change in his tone. Lu points out that since she already ate the chicken soup Wooge brought, she must be too full for his food. The two men start staring each other down like they're about to throw hands over a food delivery. Li tries to play peacemaker, telling them to keep fighting while her stomach literally does the talking for her. Realizing she's actually starving, Lu softens and offers her some meat jerky made from her own secret recipe. She takes a bite and is immediately transported to Flavor Town. Not to be outdone, Wooge offers her some exclusive plum blossom cake made with literal flower dew, and she's living her best foodie life while the boys simmer in the background. Lu finally gets serious, saying the priority is telling Li the truth and finding an escape route. Li sighs, wondering why anyone is even plotting against her in the first place. She claims she's just an ordinary girl who happens to be the daughter of the richest man in the country. Wooge deadpans that the richest daughter part is more than enough reason for a kidnapping plot. Lu takes offense, asking if Wooge is implying Li isn't also talented and gorgeous. Wooge's survival instincts kick in as he realizes he walked into a trap. He quickly backtracks, explaining that while she's great, some short-sighted villains only care about the Wen family's massive bank account. He grabs her hands, promising to protect her from these gold diggers. Lu decides it's time to cut the third wheel out and asks for a private moment with his ex-wife. Wooge agrees to play lookout, making sure no one disturbs their heart-to-heart. As Wooge steps out, the tension in the room remains heavy. Lu immediately starts with an apology, admitting he's the one who dragged her into this mess. He explains that the big boss behind the scenes has way too much clout, and even their usual allies might not be able to save her, though he's determined to try. Li looks at him with puppy dog eyes, asking if he has anything else to say after being ghosted for a month. Lu starts reciting some deep, poetic lines about how much he struggled while they were apart. He reaches out to touch her face, admitting that seeing her again made all those complex thoughts disappear. He simply asks if she missed him as much as he missed her. He looks at her with pure devotion, waiting for her answer. Li admits she did, explaining how she was tossed into a river and had to flee in a hurry. She tells him it's a long story and she didn't even have time to write him, then asks about his other personality, Xiaobai. Lu's expression darkens as he explains that he and Xiaobai are one and the same now, sharing all the same memories. A flashback shows his more vulnerable side, struggling with his feelings. Li realizes that the version of him she loved might have effectively disappeared when he took the antidote. It feels like a punch to the gut as she processes the loss of that personality. Lu checks the time, noting he has to meet with other officials tomorrow. He tells her the only way to clear her family's name is to essentially sell his soul to the emperor. Li is shook, yelling at him not to do anything illegal or dangerous just for her. She screams for him to come back, refusing to forgive him if he goes rogue. But Lu goes full toddler mode, literally covering his ears so he doesn't have to hear her protests. Internally, he figures if he doesn't hear the no, he can do whatever he wants to save her. Outside, Wooge is waiting, asking if he got dumped or just yelled at. Lu looks at him coldly, asking if Wooge is trying to claim he fell in love at first sight too. Wooge doesn't deny it, saying it makes sense because Li is the ultimate package, tough, cute, and lively. He tells Lu that he only had a head start because of the Xiaobai personality. Having led soldiers for years, Wooge knows a thing or two about strategy. He reminds Lu that a head start on the battlefield doesn't mean you've won the war. Lu counters that being ahead is still better than being a loser in the back. He challenges Wooge, asking how he's so sure Li doesn't prefer the current him. He brings up a past conversation about their shared engagement to her. Since neither is married to her yet, it's officially fair game to use any means necessary necessary to win her heart. Lu declares she will be his no matter what, and they should just wait and see. As Lu walks away, he starts coughing into a handkerchief, definitely a bad omen for his health. Back in the cell, Wooj shows up with clean quilts, knowing Lei would still be awake. She thanks him, thinking about how he's basically the reliable big brother she never had. She asks why he isn't going home, but he insists on staying for a few days to make sure the jailers don't try anything funny. He warns her that if he leaves her alone, the prison rumors will get out of control. Lei's imagination goes wild, seeing him as a literal shining knight in golden armor. Internally, she's nominating him for the Best Guy of the Dynasty award. She decides not to decline his kindness, but feels bad making him stand all night. She suggests they both use the quilts and get some rest. She then proposes tying a string to both their wrists so they can sense if the other is in trouble. As they tie the red string of fate, Prison Edition, Wooj is completely smitten. He thinks about how she always tries to save herself instead of just being a damsel. He watches her sleep, feeling more protective than ever. Lei drifts off, dreaming about not giving up on such a nice girl as she smiles in her sleep. The next morning, Wooj returns with more cakes and finds Lei busy writing. She's hunched over a desk, working on a secret plan. She admits she doesn't want to owe Phoebe a massive favor, especially since she has no idea what shady deals he's making. Wooj reminds her that as her fiancé, it's literally his job to do things for her. Lei isn't buying it. She knows Phoebe is penniless and without status, meaning he'll have to sacrifice something huge to save her, which would just make her feel guilty. Wooj realizes she's already got her own scheme cooked up. She tells him she needs to pull the plug on the current situation and try to save herself. She hands him a letter, calling it her open sesame to freedom, and asks for his help. Wooj bows, ready to be her loyal servant in this jailbreak plot. Lei has to tell herself to calm down and not drool over him, reminding herself she's already engaged. She knows she can't be caught simping for another guy while in the slammer. An hour later, Lei is pacing her cell, waiting for the results. She's handed over all the profits from her family shops, hoping the bribe is enough. A guard finally shows up, telling her someone wants her to step outside. Lei is hesitant, pointing out she's still a prisoner on trial. She asks how she can just walk out of prison like it's a grocery store. The guard explains that a high-status noble lady has invited her to watch a show. A maid shows her a jade pendant, proving the invitation is legit and that even the mayor can't stop it. Lei is taken to a scenic pavilion where a musical gathering is happening. Phoebe is there, performing a song that's apparently so emotional it shows a deep understanding of life. Phoebe brushes off the praise, saying it's just a song and people are overreacting. Another guest notes that he's gotten even better at poetry and music over the last year. They suggest he should reclaim his title as the #1 bachelor in the capital. Phoebe humbly claims he just has a good memory, but then asks why he was asked to play such a specific, somber song. Another guest starts glazing him, calling him a genius in writing and talent. This makes the other guys in the room feel like total losers in comparison. One guy asks for a translation of the praise, and another guest explains it's a reference to an ancient emperor. But the twist is that the reference actually implies the person is narrow-minded and lack generosity. Phoebe claps back, using historical facts to prove the guy's narrow-minded interpretation is total nonsense. The hater slams the table, calling it sophistry because he just got roasted in front of everyone. He challenges Phoebe to a bet, unable to handle the humiliation. Phoebe just coughs into his hand, looking bored by the drama. The noble lady hosting the event steps in, telling the hater to behave himself. The hater sneers, pointing out that Phoebe already rejected the lady once, yet she's still defending him. He asks if she still has feelings for the guy who swiped left on her. Lei watches from behind a curtain, realizing the lady went through a lot of trouble to get her out of prison just for this. She wonders if the whole purpose of this field trip was just to watch her ex-husband get hit on by a princess. Lei is currently being gaslit by a jealous princess who claims she's totally fine with the normal exchanges happening between men and women in this dynasty. The princess drops a massive bombshell, revealing that Lu Phoebe was originally supposed to marry into the royal family but rejected the offer. Now, rumors are flying all over the capital that Lu has been spending his time at poetry meetings with Princess Hayoung, and everyone is basically shipping them. Lei tries to keep her poker face, telling herself it's just fake news and that she needs to believe in her man. The princess decides to take things up a notch and proposes a toxic bet to see if Lu will actually rush to the rescue when he hears Lei is in danger. Lei isn't interested in being a pawn and tells the lady she won't bet on anyone. The princess just stares out at the pavilion, completely unfazed by Lei's rejection. She's determined to prove that a man's love is basically a scam and worth absolutely nothing. Suddenly, the vibe shifts as guards physically force Lei to stay in her seat. Lei is blindsided by the aggression and warns them that lynching someone is literally illegal. That's when the princess pulls out a jade pendant, and Lei realizes this woman is the mastermind who's been trying to unalive her this whole time. The princess hands the pendant to a servant, ordering them to tell Lu that Lei has been hurt. She tells Lei to just sit tight and see where she actually ranks in Lu's heart. Lei is forced to drink some good tea while internally fuming. This lady is actually insane. She's so done with the situation that she practically slams the cup down once she's finished. The princess sends her back to her cell, telling her to wait and see how the bet plays out. Meanwhile, at a high-stakes gathering, a noble named Mr. Wang is trying to bait Lu into a bet. He calls out the princess for acting like a totally different person whenever Lu is around. Lu, ever the professional, shuts down the rumors of a special relationship and accepts the challenge. They decide to settle things with a game of chess, with the loser facing public humiliation. Lu adds his own conditions, demanding an apology and punishment for anyone slandering the prince's reputation. But there's a major problem. Lu is literally coughing his lungs out into a handkerchief. His secret medicine only lasts for 8 hours, and he's down his last 2. He's pushing himself to the limit to make a name for himself, because Lai has already been in prison for 6 days, and he's running out of time. Even the princess is worried, claiming she's only helping him out as a favor for him not marrying her. Back in the dungeon, Lai is starting to catch a major case of the feels and some serious doubt. She realizes she only really knows the Xiaobai side of him and barely knows the real Lu Fibai. Internally, she worried, is he even going to show up for me? Just as Lu is about to win his chess match, a servant arrives with the jade pendant and the news that Li is injured. Lu is completely blindsided, his cool exterior shattering instantly. He tells his opponent to get lost and abandons the game right then and there. He downs another dose of his lethal medicine and hops on a horse, ready to break every speed limit to get to her. Internally, he's desperately chanting for her wait for him. He looks absolutely possessed as he races toward the prison. Lu finally bursts into the cell area, frantic to see if Lai is seriously hurt. Lai is stunned to see him there so late, especially since he's supposed to be at a fancy social event. Lu can only offer a shaky apology for the mess he's put her through. Lai admits that she missed the sweet Xiaobai version of him. She tells him that in a world where everyone has an agenda, he's the only one who stays true to her. The medicine starts to backfire, and Lu begins hacking up blood right in front of her. He's so desperate to make her happy that he promises to let Xiaobai come back out if that's what she wants. Suddenly, the Xiaobai personality takes over, and he starts crying because Li has fallen into a deep sleep from the drug tea. Chibi Xiaobai starts poking her, wondering why she won't wake up. He breaks down in tears, calling himself useless and begging his Fei Bai side to come back and help her. While the drama unfolds in the cell, a mysterious figure watches from the shadows. This high-ranking official looks like he's about to make everything 10 times more complicated. Finally, Wuge arrives with the official pardon to release the Wen family, only to find Li unconscious and the situation caught in 4K.